Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we gotta get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise we might go floating off into that deep, dark void called space. All right, good to see you on this Thursday evening, Space Fams. Hope you're doing well so far. As I mentioned, we got a hell of a lot to talk about, but before we do that, I gotta do some shout-outs. Maybe the shortest shout-out list we've ever had. From Meteorologist number 1, Carmody number 2, and Mike Toole number 3. Decipher a close fourth. Selena Mary, Moa Noah, and Selena Mary here as well. Good to see you, folks. Thanks for making my life easy on the shoutouts. All right. Like I mentioned, we have a hell of a lot to talk about. We're going to talk Epstein file stuff a little bit. We're going to get deep into the Jillian Michaels slavery debacle. Oh, boy, that one's interesting. If you don't know what I'm talking about, this all stemmed from a conversation on CNN over Donald Trump and his administration's decision to whitewash and amend history at the Smithsonian Museum. Elon Musk deciding to end his third-party thing. A lot more to talk about. Hurricane Erin, Israel, and much, much more. But before we get too far ahead, let's start in that familiar place we know as the United States. America! Fuck yeah! Let's start on the Epstein files. Ari Melber. He's got a breakdown for us here. Let's watch a little bit of this.
This week, President Trump is spotlighting his war diplomacy while the Republican Congress presses on with its Epstein probe, a partial rebuke to Trump's demands to drop the issue. Congress deposing Trump Attorney General Barr, who was in charge when Epstein died in custody. And tonight, we actually start our program with a new Beat special report for you, tracing the sordid path of crimes, investigations, corruption, deals with government insiders, often Republicans, the suspicious death of Epstein in custody of the Trump administration's first term, the secretive responses we've been seeing for years across these issues. We're going to show you the new Beat timeline that we've created, reporting for the first time tonight, raising fresh questions for Trump and other government officials. We are going to explain this, what you see here, coming up in this first segment of the show. A timeline that actually will make more sense, we think, when you recall the facts, how Epstein first presented as an elite, wealthy person with ties to other important people, but then his whole facade showed sudden cracks when local police investigated a report of Epstein molesting a 14-year-old. Illegal.
Okay, hold on. I don't want to watch this whole breakdown. I just want to get to the part. Where are we at here, Ari? There we go. Okay, here it is. This is where Ari gets serious with the breakdown.
This case. We're going to look at the recent secrecy, the failures by the Trump administration, why this case has been a failure for justice and governance and transparency, and the history helps reveal links to the current issues, the questions facing Trump as president and as a civilian, because before he was president, he had a sordid history with Epstein. And when we're done walking you through this timeline, you're going to see why so many questions endure to officials linked to Trump, to officials carrying out his priorities at DOJ, all of which has drawn this backlash.
The current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes, very serious crimes.
But last week, she put out a 2-page memo effectively declaring the Epstein case closed, which is convenient given the speculation that Trump might be in the so-called client list.
3 times I voted for this man. This is by far the biggest fumble of the administration they've had thus far.
It's indefensible. It's indefensible that the answers aren't there when so much was promised.
He and his administration keep acting like they've got something to hide.
The Epstein case has many details and open questions. Our timeline today focuses on the key facts and developments, starting in March 2005, when local police in Palm Beach, Florida, began a probe into Epstein, investigating reports of abusing victims as young as 14. The local case led to Epstein's indictment for a single count of soliciting prostitution in 2006, not the more serious alleged conduct. In fact, the lead detective in the Palm Beach office referred the case to the FBI to look at the more serious crimes, and those.
Where's Vinny? That's a great question, Bob. Don't worry. Don't you worry. We'll be tuning in to Vinny a little later.
Investigators began probing allegations. In 2008, Epstein reached a deal with the Bush administration's federal prosecutors to take that local Florida conviction for soliciting prostitution with an adult and a minor.
You gotta be shitting me right now.
Short prison
What
sentence.
in the fuck?
And an unusual agreement that the Bush DOJ would not prosecute Epstein further, or 4 of his co-conspirators, or any others.
Shut up, Ari. I need you to shut the fuck up. God fucking damn it. Are you kidding me right now? Are you fucking joking me? Why is this lagging again? I just restarted everything. Just restarted every goddamn thing. Including my computer. This is pissing me off. This is me. Oh my god, I'm losing it. I'm about to lose it. I'm on the verge of losing it right now, everybody. No, I'm very upset. Oh my god. I'm so very angry right now. There's no logical explanation to the lag. That is one thing that I'm starting to come to the realization of at this point. There is no actual explanation of why the lag is happening. It happens completely, it's completely random. It's almost completely random at this point, it feels like. I don't have any other explanation for it. I've tested so many different things, had them work, and then not work, and then work again, and then not work, and none of that makes any sense. It is so inconsistent. I'm starting to lose my fucking mind, I swear to God. I swear to God. I don't even know what to do at this point. I just restarted my whole computer. Oh, this is gonna make me mad. Woosah. Woosah. I'm just looking at the numbers right now, and I'm just completely screwed for next month. We're 10 days left in the month, 11 days left in the month right now, or whatever. We have barely made any money in August because of how many stream problems we had. It is insane. It is fucking insane. I'm honestly super concerned. We're still trying to solve the galactic deficit right now. Well, actually, I guess not really. I guess I'm thinking all the way out to October right now, technically, because my YouTube earnings for this month I won't see until the end of September. So yeah, I guess I'm freaking out 2 months in advance or a month and a half in advance, but oh my god. Oh god. We're still trying to solve the goddamn galactic deficit for September right now. That's how bad this is. That's how much of a problem this is. Oh, my internet provider? Honestly, my internet speeds are fine. It's got nothing to do with my internet speeds. I wish it was my internet speed. It would be such an easier solve. It's just not. Unfortunately, I have 500 download and like 12-ish, 15, depending on the day, upload speed, and I keep my bit rate way lower than the max bit rate that I could have with those stats. All right, I'm gonna try and start this again. I am skeptical, but I'll say optimistic for like you know, a moment.
To Epstein, investigating reports of abusing victims as young as 14. The local case led to Epstein's indictment for a single count of soliciting prostitution in 2006, not the more serious alleged conduct. In fact, the lead detective in the Palm Beach office referred the case to the FBI to look at the more serious crimes, and those federal investigators began probing allegations. In 2008, Epstein reached a deal with the Bush administration's federal prosecutors to take that.
Yeah, do I keep my activity monitor app open to show what's happening? I was doing that. For test streams mostly. And I leave it open as I get all of my windows open because I've got like 30 different things open all at once. Before I start the stream, but then I close it as once the stream actually gets started. Because I can still monitor some of the stats, right? Like I can monitor memory and CPU usage from the app itself, right? Like not Streamlabs. OBS Studio has the ability to be able to monitor that stuff. And since Activity Monitor takes up, you know, some amount of processing, I just don't run it during the stream.
Florida conviction for soliciting prostitution with an adult and a minor. Illegal. Epstein got a lenient, short prison sentence and an unusual agreement that the Bush DOJ would not prosecute Epstein further or 4 of his co-conspirators or any others.
Not going to do it.
Bush DOJ prosecutors also agreed to keep the deal secret and not inform Epstein's victims about it. A judge later found the Bush DOJ secrecy deal was illegal, violating those victims' rights. So the facts show from the start, Epstein got this unusual protection from the government in this period, a Republican administration, Bush. And Epstein was a rich, powerful figure. He had ties to people in business and politics. He hired a Republican-connected lawyer, former independent counsel Ken Starr, and served just 1 year in that deal. Now, another 9 years went by, and then the Miami Herald reported an Epstein expose on the allegations of his conduct and that Bush-era prosecutor who cut the sweetheart deal. That investigative report gained traction, partly because of a tie to Trump, who promoted the very prosecutor, Alex Acosta, to his cabinet. The headline at the time hammering how a now Trump official gave a serial sex abuser the deal of a lifetime. And that public pressure from the Herald drove a new federal probe. Internal DOJ reviews would show Acosta had poor judgment in the case, and that the blanket immunity offers for Epstein and others were just indefensible, leading to a fairly swift federal indictment of Epstein on far more serious sex trafficking charges. Immediately, and the pressure drove the original prosecutor Trump had promoted, Acosta, to resign around this time. And in a key decision, a judge denied Epstein bail, forcing him to be incarcerated before any trial. It was just over a month later, August 2019, when Epstein was found dead in his cell. The situation was suspicious, Officials there broke several protocols. Epstein was a high-profile detainee. He'd been placed on suicide watch, which was then quickly lifted. Guards failed to do required inspections the very night of his death. And a lot of questions were hanging over all of this. So let's go even further ahead, all the way up to 2019 and what happened after that. Because key videos went missing. Trump Attorney General Barr even admitting the prison made mistakes then, but claiming that he personally reviewed prison video which showed no one entering the cell. And with Epstein dead, prosecutors turned to a co-conspirator who might have benefited from that original Florida case being shut down, what I told you about. They went ahead and indicted Ghislaine Maxwell for helping Epstein's sex trafficking, a case brought by a career prosecutor, Maureen Comey, daughter of former FBI Director Comey. And her work continued on when the Biden administration took over. She won Maxwell's conviction and this 20-year prison sentence. Then, during the 2024 campaign, the questions and theories about Epstein's crimes and special treatment were heating up on the right. It was a problem for Trump, given that he promoted the original prosecutor, that he oversaw the DOJ, which failed to answer questions or have transparency about whatever happened in that prison cell. So Trump tried to go on offense, vowing to declassify and release Epstein's files. And his attorney general took over that message and advanced it in office, now infamously claiming that she had the client list on her desk, which she later contradicted because shortly after, the DOJ released an alternate video from the prison. But the key video that shows Epstein's cell door is either lost or hidden. It's never been released. And Bondi released the now infamous memo that said they wouldn't provide any other Epstein documents. So Bondi went from saying there was a client list to there wasn't. She was lying then or lying now. The DOJ memo then said there was no other Epstein info that was going to be released, which ignited that firestorm of criticism we all lived through. And given the broken vows, that couldn't hold. Trump soon contradicted his own DOJ's memo and saying he would try to get grand jury material released, but those are limited transcripts. A lot of the big Epstein information is in the Trump DOJ. They could release it anytime. One judge has denied this. And as the Trump administration's contradicting claims drew more heat on its secrecy, the DOJ then sent this former Trump criminal defense attorney to interview Maxwell in prison and then transferred her to a better prison, an apparent reward for the one person doing any time for Epstein's indicted federal crimes. In July, Trump's DOJ also fired the top prosecutor who won the case against Maxwell, Comey, an unusual ousting of a career prosecutor with no public explanation. So what does this timeline show? That Epstein got help and special treatment and sometimes unlawful benefits from the very federal government that claimed to be investigating him. It happened under the Bush administration, with officials later promoting.
Okay, there we go. Ari Melber on the beat over at MS Now, Multiple Sclerosis Now, or whatever the network is called, with a very detailed breakdown of the Epstein situation, going all the way back to the Bush administration. Basically, I mean, my God, what a nutshelling. 20 years of nutshelling by Ari. Seems like a lot of covering up happened. And it was mostly Republicans, it would seem, almost entirely so. A strong wind blew the list off of her desk. I'm still standing by the files are in, like, because remember at that time, of course, when they said, oh, actually there's no files. At the same time, they were also reviewing and releasing the RFK and the MLK assassination files. So I'm standing by somehow, because I mean, it's a lot of papers, right? I'm sure Pam Bondi's office must have just been boxes and papers just everywhere. And so I'm sure that the Epstein list, it's, you know, the Epstein files, they somehow just got mixed in and they're just, you know, someday they'll just pop up, I'm sure. I don't think a wind was involved. It's just a lack of organization. It's nothing nefarious, I'm sure.
I don't want reality.
Settle down. Okay. Now, this, let's see, I think by tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's midnight tonight or midnight tomorrow night, but Friday at some point there is a deadline which the Trump administration is currently been given to release the Epstein files. And they're trying to do everything they can to kind of avoid that.
I'm joined now by the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia. Thanks so much for joining me.
Yeah, happy to.
So today is the day that we've been waiting for, because this is the deadline for the DOJ to release the Epstein files that were compelled by a bipartisan committee in Congress. And so has the DOJ complied? Have they sent over the Epstein files to Congress?
So what the DOJ told us actually just yesterday was that they were going to start sending over the files on Friday. So first of all, they're late. They were all supposed to be to the committee. This was a vote that was bipartisan, forced by Democrats, of course, and they should have been with us here today. Now, they have said they'll be here on Friday. Look, they're late. We need the full files, but it is the first acknowledgement that the DOJ and White House has actually said they're actually going to start sending the files. Our concern is they're going to piecemeal it, right? So they're saying they're going to send these in large chunks because there's so much to go through. So we don't know what they're going to send, but we do know we are going to get that very first chunk of files this Friday.
Whoa.
Is there any concern that
if Congressman or Senator Garcia, I can't remember now. God damn it. Well, if the congressman is right, it sounds like they found the files. They found them. I told you, chat. They would find they'd find them somewhere. I mean, if there's that many boxes that they have to release them in chunks, it sounds to me like the files do exist and that they actually do have them somehow. They must have turned up somehow.
Going to omit major portions, and if they do, presumably portions that may or may not implicate a certain president of a certain party who's currently serving in office, is there any way to figure out that they've done that?
So we won't know what they omitted until we get the full files, right? So we first have got to receive the entirety of the files. Then when we get this Friday, it's going to be really important to see what they actually send over and if they choose to redact information. We have been clear, the only information that should be redacted carefully is names of victims, right, of the women and girls that were sexually abused horrifically. Those folks should be protected. But under no circumstance should anyone else in those Epstein files be protected, or should there be any sort of redaction. So we have.
All right. Well, let's keep this puppy rolling. Sometime in the next 24 hours, we should be expecting to hear that Congress people are receiving those files, and they're supposed to have access to them. It's been subpoenaed, and therefore they should have full access to this shit. We'll see how that goes. That's all. It's gonna be it on the Epstein files for today, just because we got a lot of other stuff to talk about, but we're actually not going to leave the subject of illegal sexual activity.
Illegal.
Let's go here to a podcast which we do not necessarily go to on a very regular basis. At the very best, we tend to go to them through clips, especially, people like R.M. Brown, Majority Report tend to cover these guys over here at the Valuetainment compound.
Are you not entertained?
That's right. PBD and crew have a big story to talk about here today. What is this about? Valuetainment time. Okay. Value. Okay. What's this? What's the title say? Israeli cyber chief arrested in FBI sting. Wow.
Illegal.
I wonder what's that about?
Israel cyber
story.
directorate employee arrested in U.S. on suspicion of pedophilia.
Yes.
Let me read this, and I'm going to come to.
And I actually really want Adam's opinion on this.
Okay,
story.
let me.
If you show a picture of me right now, I'm gonna be very upset.
No.
Tom Ardium.
Oh my god, I almost just choked. I took a drink before that and almost died. Okay. I love I love the start of this. Vinny is like Vinny starts off hot immediately. I need to know what Adam's take is on this right here. Adam, and then Adam comes with, better not be a picture of me, okay? I did some sex crimes in Las Vegas recently.
Alexandrovich, 38, a senior employee of Israel's National Cybersecurity Corps, was among 8 men arrested in Vegas, an FBI joint operation targeting online sexual exploitation of minors, with police stating, "We would like to remind parents to discuss with their children the dangers of engaging with strangers online." Alexandrovich, charged with felony counts of luring a child with a computer for sex acts, was booked at the Henderson Detention Center and released on $10,000 bail, returning to Israel and placed on leave. As a cyber director noted, the employee updated the directorate that during his trip to the United States, he was questioned by the U.S. authorities on matters unrelated to his work, and he returned to Israel at the planned time of return. The operation conducted after 2 weeks also arrested David and a few other guys, all these other names. Go ahead, Vinny.
So, by the way, this isn't just some low-level tech nerd. This is the acting head of data and AI for Israel's National Cyber Directorate. Okay, he works directly under Bibi Netanyahu, okay? And that arrest had the sting operation, which was the FBI, Homeland Security, and Nevada Police. They targeted these sex predators. He was in town. Remember that time we were in Vegas? They were doing that hacker, black hat hacker. It's the biggest hacker conference in the world. He was there. He's a part of AI. He was booked at Henderson Detention Center and charged with a felony for luring a child online for sex. Okay, that normally goes from 1 year to 20 years in prison. But the next day, and just like I think a couple of the guys as well, because there's 8 of them, posted a $10,000 bond. And despite he has zero diplomatic immunity, he got to go back to Israel. Netanyahu's office put out a statement saying that he was not arrested. He was only questioned, but multiple sources, guys, The Guardian, Jerusalem Post, Israel, Times of Israel, and all confirmed, everybody, including the Henderson County. Rob, you have the police actual arrest that I put?
Rob,
that's the guy.
Rob,
that's him.
can you do your job, please, Rob?
He was really booked. This is no BS hearsay. He wasn't the only one caught among the other.
Damn, they got the arrest record and everything here. Oh my god. So this happened on 8/7/2025. This was earlier this month, exactly 2 weeks ago. My god. Action, lure, or attempt to lure a child/mentally ill person with use of computer technology to engage in sexual conduct.
Illegal.
Suspects was Pastor Neil Harrison Creasy of Redemption Church in Las Vegas. Weird. He was also arrested in the sting. He resigned from his church shortly after being released from the same $10,000 bond. Here's my only...
The twofer, an Israeli cybersecurity analyst or chief, actually. I think that's much higher than analyst, and a pastor at a church in the United States. Wow.
Jesus ain't say that.
Guys, if you're a foreign national and you're trying to lure a child in America to have sex, you don't post, bail, and leave. Normally, Pat, because I did a lot of research, your passport is seized, your travel is restricted, and you're considered a flight risk, okay? The fact that he was let to go back to Israel.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. I mean, this thing screams some sort of high-level involvement. And when I say high-level involvement, I mean somewhere in the government, high up. Like, this man who was just booked on charges, right? Indicted, right? And went to an arraignment. That's how you post bail, right? Only a $10,000 bail with bail, you only have to cough up a small portion of it because you can find a bondsman, right? I think it's like 15 or 20%. I actually don't know the exact number. But this is insane. And then they let this guy leave the country. What? How? How does that happen? How do they let that guy leave the country? Somebody high up in the government said, actually, it's fine. Let him go.
Within 24 hours means somebody, federal government, I don't know, Rob, can we try to find out who is the district attorney of Henderson County? And that's actually a really good question. In Las Vegas.
It's not, it wouldn't just be the district attorney.
It's weird, Pat. You can't, none of those.
I'm just going to point this out for Vinny and for everyone here. It wouldn't just be the sole burden of the district attorney, right? The district attorney can request certain bail, right? Request certain things from the judge, but the judge would actually be one of the final arbiters, at least on a state level, right? So it wouldn't just be the DA.
Guys, even if they posted bail, you can't leave the country, because who's to say that you're not going to be able to come back? You can't just leave. They're supposed to take your Tom. Do you know, like, you're supposed to take your passport?
There's flight risk. Bail is directly related to flight risk. Like Diddy, they said he's got all these private planes. He could go to Belize. He could go to somewhere. Remember that?
Yeah.
Now, he was acquitted of many of the charges, and there's some of the smaller ones.
Okay, we don't have time to get into all this, but there's one spot of this that I want. Where is this? Hold on. Where? I don't need all this Tom shit. Where does, because Vinny really wants an answer from Adam. Let's see what Adam had to say about this.
They arrest them. They charge them because of this report.
Yeah, we've seen those things. And the guy, like 10 guys come jumping out of the apartment and pin you down. And
and mind you, and I tried looking up what the other 6 did, Pat. None of their job. I wanted to put everybody on blast. Rob, could you grab all of them so we can show all 8 of them? Show all 8 of the guys. One of them, like I said, is a pastor. He's been fired. So now these are all the other ones are Americans. So they're here. You post the bond. You have a court date. Just like I'm pretty sure this Tom guy has a court date, but he's back in Israel. Okay? You shouldn't be able to leave this country with a serious felony charge like that, period, unless somebody was like, hey, listen, this guy works for our government. He works under, Bibi Netanyahu. We got to get him. We got to get him back.
Why'd they let him go?
That's you tell me, Adam. That's my only question.
So I do have feelings on this now because it's. I hear what you're saying, and I know how passionate you are about pedophilia. If this guy allegedly did what he did, throw this scumbag in jail.
I know.
But here's also the problem that I have.
I mean,
it's Israeli cyber direct.
Adam seems to be jumping the shark, or getting ahead of himself here. Right, jumping the shark is the wrong term, but he is getting way ahead of himself here. He's like, if he's guilty, put him in jail. Well, that's the purpose of a trial, Adam. And in order to ensure that he stands trial, he needs to be in the country. Can't have fled to Israel. It's going to be tough to get him in front of a jury. If he's not inside of the state of Nevada. It's going to be a huge problem. And we're not going to be able to determine if he's guilty or not if there is no trial.
Come on! Headline, here we go. Oh, by the way, there were 7 other scumbags that were arrested again. One was a little bit of pastor. 7 other guys. We don't need to talk about them. Let's talk about the Israeli guy.
He literally...
Okay,
I hate to defend Vinny. He's a complete psychopath. But Vinny already pointed out that there was also a pastor, an American church pastor, who was caught up in this thing as well. Right? They literally did like a... What's it called? Like a Dateline? What's his name? Chris Hansen or whatever type deal, like...
No, I'm just saying, like...
That's not it.
It.
No, Adam, because you know what? Those other 7 are booked, charged, and they have to go to court, and they're going to probably go to jail.
Okay, so
how
maybe
do you leave
you
one
become
guy
an international lawyer and figure out what the relationship is with Israel and Nevada. I don't know. What I'm saying is this. Multiple people were booked. Multiple people allegedly did this, and the only one we're talking about
Because he fled
is
the
the Israeli guy.
because he was
and if
allowed
we
to
want to
leave
have, if we want to go down the rabbit hole of who the goat of pedophilia is, look no further than the Catholic Church. So I'm not sure what game you're playing right now.
Okay,
but
see,
if you're trying to make it out
I'm
like
I'm happy you went there because this is the problem. This is the problem that you
Yes,
can't
go ahead.
address. Is
I addressed the problem. He's a
You
scumbag.
said, no, but you
Throw him
said,
in jail.
you said everybody.
But you fell for
in
the
it-
headline.
No. And Adam, you're getting emotional because you're making this.
Oh.
No, because
Go
Adam,
ahead.
I'm responding to a freaking headline that was all over the news on the weekend that I saw
Who wrote
on
the
my,
headline?
on my own. I
Who
saw it
wrote
all
the
over
headline? I
What do you
love
mean
it.
Who wrote the headline?
Who wrote
There was a
This is a constant right-wing or type of deal. It's like every time you're presented with something that you can't really address or you don't feel comfortable addressing, you just ask, where's that? Like Donald Trump does it kind of like, oh, that's a terrible, nasty question. What network are you from? Okay, fuck you. All right, not answering that question. Sorry, not going to do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
And then it turns out it's like Times of Israel and...
of different outlets, The Guardian,
this one that you're
Times of
reading.
Israel, the Jerusalem Post.
Exactly.
What
The
I'm-
Jerusalem
Exactly.
Post
What I'm-
is
The
actually
Jerusalem
Adam,
Post.
why is
calling
it
a crime out where it should be.
Why is it?
No, it didn't.
Thank
The
God.
Jerusalem Post.
The Great
said,
Jerusalem Post.
That's the article we're reading.
He was only held for questioning.
And that's, by the way, this came from BB's
This
office
was
saying he was
the
only
article
questioned.
you just read.
Okay, guys, let's do this. I'm not trying to make a 5-minute story a 20-minute story. Let me tell you where I'm at with.
PBD is ready to pull out the what's it called? What's the name of that chart that they that they had the your mental state chart? He's about to bring it out. All right, guys, a lot of yelling going on right now. You are currently you are in a weak state right now. You need to change your mindset. Okay, stop yelling at each other.
Here, it's very simple for me. Okay, and by the way, I'm the guy that interviewed the new owners of Pornhub and called them out, and it was one of the worst PR stunts that they.
Okay, all right. We don't have time for all of this. But suffice to say, Vinny standing firm on this situation. Gotta give credit where it's due. Great job, Vinny. But wow, I mean, honestly, I was incredibly disturbed by this. And I think this should be a bigger story. We should have explanations for this, right? Why did the Trump administration assist in a alleged child predator leaving the country? It's very strange. And amidst everything that's going on right now with the Trump administration, you would think they'd be more on top of this kind of thing. Right? Because this looks really bad. And the fact that this isn't something that we're all hammering at right now, like, what the fuck? Like seriously. Like, think about that. Like, he's already on the verge with his base over his handling of the Epstein files. You add into this the fact that this shit just happened, that an Israeli just left the country who is charged with sex crimes with minors. It's a fucking... That's huge. All right, let's see how Trump's numbers are doing lately. Rachel Maddow. From Monday.
The people protesting against Trump for him botching the situation with Ukraine and Russia, those people outside the White House today are in crowded company. If you look at the latest approval ratings, the latest polling, national polling on this issue, the latest Pew poll that's just out asked this question, for example, quote, how confident are you that Donald Trump can handle the war between Ukraine and Russia? Americans say they are not confident in Trump's ability to handle the Ukraine-Russia war. Americans are not confident in Trump's ability to handle that matter by an 18-point margin. He is 18 points underwater on his handling of Russia and Ukraine. That said, the whole Pew poll on what Americans think right now about President Donald Trump is just one thing after another that's that bad or worse. Are you confident in Trump's ability to handle things with Iran? Not confident by a 12-point margin. Are you confident in Trump's ability to make wise decisions when it comes to global energy issues? Not confident by an 18-point margin. Are you confident in Trump's ability to work effectively with our allies? Not confident by an 11-point margin. Are you confident in Trump's ability to manage our policy toward China, our relationship with Canada, our relationship with Israel?
China!
No, no, and no. Not confident in any of those things. Do you approve or disapprove of Trump's tariff policies? Oh, Americans disapprove of Trump's tariff policies by a 23-point margin. How confident are you in Donald Trump's ability to make good decisions about foreign policy? Not confident by a 14-point margin. How confident are you in Donald Trump's ability to manage the executive branch effectively? Not confident by a 15-point margin.
That's not great.
All in all, what effect is Donald Trump having on the way the federal government works in Washington? Americans say,
wow,
he is making
less
things...
than a third of Americans replied better. That's really bad. That's really bad. That's basically 1/4 of Americans say he's making it better, while more than half the country is like, actually, it's worse. All right. Keep this puppy moving. Oh, but before we get too far, since we were just talking Epstein files and all this other stuff, let's just go here. There we go. Same video. Wow, Trump's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is even worse. His poll for this is even worse than his handling of the federal government. My 7 in 10 people in the country are like, not a good job.
70% disapproval. Tonight, Fox News is reporting that the deputy director of the FBI, a former podcast host named Dan Bongino, is effectively out of his job. He is the FBI deputy director. They are adding another person with that same job title.
I gotta say, them ousting Dan Bongino, I mean, he's not fully ousted. He just now has a co-deputy director to deal with. But this is, I mean, this isn't, I mean, come on. This is absolutely the Trump administration trying to edge Dan Bongino out because he's been, you know, worried about going back to his podcast career in a couple years and is thinking to himself, you know what? If I don't actually try and push for the release of these files, I'm totally fucked. Which is, of course, something that the Trump administration is trying to do everything they can to avoid doing.
The FBI to be co-FBI deputy director with Dan Bongino. So you tell me what that means about whether or not Dan Bongino is out of a job. Bongino, of course, has reportedly objected to the Trump administration's efforts to block the release of records related to Jeffrey Epstein. Both before and after it was reported that FBI agents were assigned to redact Trump's name from the files related to Epstein's case. Bongino, a reported critic of the administration's decision on this matter, somebody who has confronted, reportedly, Attorney General Pam Bondi on this issue, among other things. MSNBC has not confirmed this reporting tonight from Fox News, but again, the Fox reporting tonight is that Dan Bongino...
If Dan Bongino suddenly dies in an inexplicable manner, I think we will all know what happened here. Same thing that happened to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, all right. Let's move on from all of that. Go here. Just for a little bit of fun. Figured I'd put this in here today. Oh, Trump has been gossiping up a storm on Fox News as of recent. Let's go here. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
Donald Trump was calling in to Fox and Friends yesterday to go over what the situation was
this morning.
This morning, rather, about his meeting with Zelensky and European leaders yesterday. What has come out of it was Trump is all over the place in terms of Ukraine. He presumably gave some assurances to Zelensky that the U.S. would continue to help Ukraine. I think the Europeans are probably going back to Europe and saying,
okay, hold on. We don't need this whole part. I wanted this one piece of this video. Like, I couldn't figure out where it was from. Yeah.
Away. He's pre-negotiating against himself.
The art of the deal.
Oh.
That was ghostwritten.
Tell.
Well, the war really started over NATO and Crimea. And they wanted Crimea back. That was given, not a shot fired by President Obama.
Gave it away.
It's perhaps the worst real estate deal I've ever seen. There's been a couple of them. I would say the Gaza Strip was a pretty bad one, too. Given by Israel so they'd have peace. So
Pause
they
it
gave
for a
away
second. Wait a second. I mean, not the point of this clip, but Gaza wasn't given by Israel. Palestinians were living there, and other Palestinians who had their land taken from them by Israel were essentially put into what amounts to, I don't know, the Warsaw Ghetto.
An open air prison is what it's been described, but I would say it's a concentration camp because no one's done anything wrong. They're refugees.
It's, it was basically a ghetto. And it wasn't like no Palestinians were living there and we just decided to put all the Palestinians here. It was
open land.
This was where we have decided to exile them to.
Also, it is a pretty bad deal that Obama got, the bad real estate deal where the Russians took Crimea and then he chose not to respond militarily, which I think was probably the right thing at the time. But what was
Trump saying we should have went to war with Russia?
Right. I mean, what? But who? The deal? There was no deal ever. This was Russia invading and annexing a part of Ukraine.
He thinks it's a negotiation that happened.
But
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this though. Like I'm standing by this. Like I don't think the United States should have gone to war with Russia, but considering that Ukraine was in the middle of being invaded illegally.
Illegal.
I still think we should have allowed them to use offensive weaponry on on Russian territory. I mean, there was all this talk over. Oh, well, it's gonna get Putin's gonna he's gonna take that badly. Well, I mean, how did that work out? We're 3 years later and it's still fucking going on, and they've taken more territory.
I got a briefing book, but there was no pictures. Go ahead.
They gave away a big percentage of their oceanfront property in order to have peace. How did that work out? Not so good. And Crimea is the apple of Ukraine. I mean, it's so beautiful. And Obama gave it away. Nobody ever mentions that. If I ever did that, the fake news would be writing about me day and night for years. He gave it away. He demanded that they let it go, and Russia came in and took it, just took it like from a candy from a baby. And it was really Obama's, not really, I mean, that was pure and simple, Obama's fault. What a terrible thing he did to that country. And so they lost their heart. They lost the heart and soul of the Ukraine 14 years ago, whatever it might be. And it was so unnecessary to do that. And that's when it really began, when Obama gave it away. And then
I'm trying to keep track here.
Just gave it away. All right, hold on. This isn't the spot that we want. I fucked up. Forgot where this spot is. But basically, Donald Trump's going on and on and on. And then he shifts topics rather suddenly, unexpectedly, perhaps.
He might take a very lovely young lady that he knows very well to dinner in Washington, and they don't have to. And she's sitting right next to you, by the way.
That's right.
But Mr. President, I don't want to get him in trouble, so I better explain exactly. We don't want any secrets here. But that's the greatest relationship. I hope I'm not breaking any news. This could be the biggest. Hey, this could be the most important thing I said. But let me tell you, those are two great, Ainsley and Sean, great people. And when they go out to dinner, I don't want to see them get mugged. Now they can go out, they can hold hands, they can walk down the street. They're both superstars. I want to know who makes more money. She's got to be making a lot.
Mr. President, we're so happy for them. But on a serious note, Mr. President, when you have those world leaders, because this is a topic of conversation for the whole world, when you have them sitting in front of you, that they...
Hey, do you want to talk about Obama more?
Maybe
First of all,
maybe you'd like to talk about this like over a year old news. Would you like to talk about your relationship real quick, Ainsley? And how you're going to be able to go to dinner again? Talk about how you and Sean have been forced to live in squalor at the compound that you two live in. You are very, very wealthy people living in a compound. Are afraid for your life. Can't even go to dinner. And I say I saved you. I just love how that's our president, people. That's our president. He's focused. He's focused on the most important shit. Okay, he will not be distracted by anything nonsensical. Okay, now let's get to one of the main topics of this video. Donald Trump's attack on history and how people are reacting to it. And boy, oh boy, we got a lot of different things here. We're going to start it off with France 24, but we got a number of different people to tune in on. Megyn Kelly, of course, she's got a hot take. Speaking of hot takes, her take did an entire 30-minute segment about this, which I found just to be utterly, beyond fascinating. It's just bewildering. And others. Let's start off with France 24 English.
This country cannot be woke because woke is broke, wrote U.S. President Donald Trump on his website, Truth Social, Tuesday. The latest target in his administration's culture war? The Smithsonian Institution, which encompasses 21 museums, 14 education and research centers, and the National Zoo, mostly located in Washington, D.C.
The museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segment of woke.
I'm sorry, this guy's Trump impression is terrible. The capital M museums throughout Washington, but all over the capital C country, are essentially the last remaining segment of all caps, quote unquote, woke. The Smithsonian is all caps out of control, where everything is discussed. How horrible our country is. How bad capital S slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. I forget what those are called. The double dash. Capital N, nothing about capital S success, nothing about capital B brightness, nothing about the capital F future. We are not going to allow this to happen. And I have instructed my attorneys to go through all of the capital M museums and start the exact same process that has been done with capital C and capital U colleges and universities, where tremendous progress has been made. This country cannot be all caps woke because all caps woke is broke. We have, quote unquote, the hottest country in the capital W world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our capital M museums. That's right. That's right, people. Can't let the museums be woke anymore.
Traditionally, the Smithsonian has operated with independence. The administration first targeted the historic educational institution in a 27 March executive order, which sought to rid it of a
Restoring
so-called
truth
divisive
and sanity to American history by literally just usurping different aspects and just glossing over. That's how we restore truth.
In a 27 March executive
Restore
order.
truth by removing truth. That's how it's done. Wow. Just wow. This is a brazen title directly out of the White House, restoring truth and sanity to American history by ignoring certain inconvenient parts for some people.
Which sought to rid it of a so-called divisive race-centered ideology. On August 12th, the White House sent a letter to the institution announcing its intentions to start the process by formal review.
Wow, France. All the way in France, they noticed our slide into authoritarianism. I think they're concerned about us over in France, not gonna lie. I think a lot of countries are concerned about us at this point. With the free hour is over, which means I gotta start the goal. Can't forget to do that. Especially because we are in trouble right now. That's not how you spell that. Jesus Christ. Can I type? There we go. That is how fingers are supposed to work. Okay, goal has been started. Now, of course, you can donate. You can get 2 for 1 on your money by contributing on Cash App or PayPal, or starting even a Patreon membership. I will accept those as well today to the goals. Of course, if you contribute to, like I said, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, that will count. 2 for 1, that's right. Goals to the galactic deficit financing goal as well as the content goal. Simultaneously, you can be achieving 2 tasks. Okay. Let's keep talking about this amending of history so that certain white people in this country can feel better about themselves.
Yesterday, in a post on Truth Social, President Trump described the Smithsonian Institution's 21 museums and National Zoo as, quote, out of control, for emphasizing, as he put it, how bad...
Well played, Narwhal. Immediately breaking the ice on the content goal. It should have been called the Goose Step to Restore Sanity. Well played. Well played, Narwhal. Indeed, that would have been a more apt and truthful title for their plan here.
Was. The president said he'd instructed his attorneys to review museum exhibits. That post is part of a larger pattern by the president in his second term to reframe historical narratives, in particular about America's history of racism and discrimination. As part of our series, Art in Action, exploring the intersection of art and democracy, and part of our Canvas coverage, I'm joined now by historian Peniel Joseph. He's from the University of Texas at Austin's Center for the Study of Race and Democracy. Professor Joseph, welcome back to the NewsHour. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Amna. Great to be here.
So the president complained online that the Smithsonian focused on how horrible the country is, in his words, how bad slavery was. He also said this as part of that post. He said the museums don't focus enough on the success and on the brightness and on the future. As someone who studies history and looks at this intently, what do you make of those concerns?
Well, this is really part of an ongoing narrative war that we've had in American history between those who are supporters of Reconstruction, multiracial democracy, and then redemptionists who are supporters of the racial status quo that existed long in this country, both during slavery and then during the period of Jim Crow after. So when we think about what the president is saying, what he's saying is that the real unvarnished truth about American history hurts too much for all of us to understand and to know and to learn lessons from those.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That diminishes our democracy. It diminishes American history, and it diminishes the post-war American order that has really created the most effective multiracial democracy in American history. And that history is both a tragic history, but it's also a triumphant history. And as somebody who's been a huge attendee at the Smithsonian since I was a boy, that history is always told in a very balanced way, where we talk about the evolution of American democracy, not just slavery and racial segregation, but also the civil rights movement and the suffrage movement and the women's movement.
Yeah.
And LGBT.
Absolutely. And the fact is they don't care that there's not context, right? That there is their objection isn't that there's not enough context. Their objection is to all the things that he's talking about right now, right? Like Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, all these people in the, Rust vote, they object to women's rights. They object to civil rights. Just flat out, right? Like, and because we became a multicultural society not vicariously, but through that mechanism of civil disobedience and activism and all these other sorts of, actions taken by different individuals over time, that brought us closer together and made this country better. They object to the premise. They don't think that actually did make the country better. That's the thing. That is the fucking thing. Oh, God.
QIA, how queer folks transformed this country, the disability rights movement, immigrants.
The museums are just one piece of a larger conversation around this. The conversation and reframing of slavery as part of America's history is just one piece of it too. But the president has focused on race a lot, even on previous attacks on the museum, and he's called them divisive. You've heard this argument before. It feels like we're hearing it more and in more public spaces where people will argue that, look, only a small percentage of white Americans were enslavers during the period of slavery, that slavery is thousands of years old. This idea that even talking about it is divisive in and of itself. What do you make of that?
Well, this whole subject is the subject of my newest book, which is called Freedom Season, How 1963 Transformed America's Civil Rights Revolution. And 1963, we remember it because of President Kennedy's assassination, Birmingham and Martin Luther King Jr., the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing. But it's really a year of debate and discussion and dialogue on what does American history mean and what does American identity mean. The best-selling book of that year is James Baldwin's The Fire Next Time.
Mm-hmm.
And what that book argues is an argument that the only way America can achieve a multiracial democracy is to confront that history of racial slavery. And it's confronting that history not by trying to create new scapegoats in this age of Jim Crow, but by saying the exact opposite, saying that all Americans should have access to dignity and citizenship, but because...
Yeah, once again, that's another thing that this administration objects to, right? They don't believe in multiculturalism as being a positive thing. They don't believe that all immigrants should have, equal rights or at least the ability to become American citizens or have due process or have the Constitution even applied to them in any form or fashion, even though there's multiple aspects of the Constitution that, of course, do apply to them. And I almost decided to listen, but we just don't have time for it. Can't listen to that right now, but I recommend listen. There's you don't even have to read it. You can find it. You can find it, that book on audio. That's how easy it is. You won't have to read. You can just find it on audio. Very easy. Fire Next Time. James Baldwin. Look it up. Hal Sparks says rights are bullshit. I don't listen to Hal Sparks. At one point, there's a couple of videos, so I'm familiar with the reference. I never actually wound up subscribing to him. I saw a couple of videos. They were good. They were pretty good. But I just never wound up subscribing to him for whatever reason. And ever since I started streaming, everybody in chat has been talking about how Hal Sparks is terrible. So I think I made the right choice. All right. Now let's go here to CNN.
I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race, and that museums put too much focus
I just realized. Please hold, Abby, because I actually put these in the wrong order. That's my bad. Okay, so yes, and I think the reason why is because I was looking for the full video and I couldn't find it. CNN didn't upload this, the full video to like their YouTube channel. For whatever reason. But so let's go to this, because this is basically at least a, not in full, but like a partial clip of this first. Let's go here. Let's talk about this debacle which happened on CNN involving Jillian Michaels.
So there was an extraordinary exchange on CNN last
Shut
night.
up, Megyn.
Where Abby Phillip,
nope,
who...
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. There we go. Okay, yes, Megyn. All right. Let's go here to the Megyn Kelly podcast. But she's got a super hot take on what happened on CNN earlier this week.
So there was an extraordinary exchange on CNN last night where Abby Phillip, who never misses a chance to bash the country's race relations, and part of the problem in creating bad ones.
I'm sorry.
Race last night where Abby Phillip, who never misses a chance to bash the country's race relations and is part of the problem in creating bad ones.
Wow. Wow. Megyn Kelly is blaming Abby Phillip for creating bad race relations in the country. Megyn Kelly. Wow. It's more, what do we still haven't landed on a word yet, but this is more projection gaslighting happening right here. Because no, Abby Phillip is not adding to bad race relations, as Megyn is saying. That's something that Megyn does on the regular. She's projecting her own bad character traits onto Abby.
Had she jumped...
Now, I've got plenty of problems with Abby. People have heard me have problems with Abby on a lot of occasions, but on this particular point, Megyn is way the fuck off.
Over Jillian Michaels, who, it's been fun to watch. I love Jillian. She's coming out of her like liberal bubble, and her journey is not yet complete, but she's over the past few years, she's really started to get it. Like, wait a minute, I think I've been really misled by my side. She's getting red-pilled like by the day. She's awesome. I love her.
She is awesome. I love that.
So she's on CNN on that panel, and she tries to
She's getting red-pilled, and I love it. I love her for that. She is so great. Oh my God, that is one thing about Republicans. They really embrace anybody. Like, it doesn't matter anything they've done in the past. I mean, you could have literally murdered children for a living. If you were a leftist at one point and then you decided you were a Republican all of a sudden, and you have enough of a following to have that matter or whatever, oh my God, they will welcome you with open friggin' arms. It's wild.
what Trump's doing at the Smithsonian, and she's noticed too what I was just saying. And here's how that went.
We're now literally reviewing parts of American history and parts of American culture to make sure it comports with dear leader and what the MAGA
Can you address
wants.
some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like,
he's not whitewashing slavery.
Oh.
So
He's not?
He's not. No,
Okay.
he's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
What are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. There's one.
Talking about the history of slavery is not just saying all white people bad. Oh my God. What a martyr.
Called Change Your Game has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports? Does that, and then it goes on to talk about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic science.
So
it's been completely captured.
First of all, I don't.
And it's totally partisan.
First of all, we don't have time to litigate
of
all of this.
Of course we don't, because then you're going to lose the argument.
No.
Everything is racialized, just like
we
you're
don't
trying
have
to do to me
time.
now.
Oh,
Good for her.
right. Oh, God. Wait, I didn't. I tried to pause it before that. Oh my God. That's God. God damn it. Oh, son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. Of course you don't have time to go. Fact is Jillian apparently showed up with like a list of stuff, like a freaking packet of shit to go over that she had objections to. We just gotta watch it really quickly, the very end of this video. This is the kind of content Megyn is putting out.
First of all, I don't.
And
think
it's totally
we don't.
partisan.
First of all, we don't have time to litigate
Of
all of
course
this.
we don't, because then you're going to
But I
lose
do,
the argument.
No,
and
no.
everything is
Here's what
racialized, just like you're trying to do to me now.
Good for her.
That's it. That's the whole clip. Good for her. She doesn't comment at all on the substance of it. She's just like, good
I'm
job.
Abby Phillip in New
Great,
York.
great,
Last week
great job,
on
Jillian. I love you. Way to get red-pilled. Way to get red-pilled.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
It's fascinating. Like, I was honestly, when I clicked that, I was expecting Megyn to have a take, like some kind of take. And I think it's intentional because she doesn't want to say. I don't think she actually wants to repeat the things that, because Jillian already did it for her. So she's like, I love Jillian. Jillian's great. She used to be a leftist and now she's red-pilled, and so I love her. She's great. What a great woman. And then, good job. And that's the whole thing. She doesn't, one time, Megyn does not comment on it. And I felt that the lack of comment was somewhat revealing. Because she knows that this take is fucked. She knows that this is a ridiculous take. Inherently. Doesn't want to have to make the argument herself. XQC says more. Chat. No, you don't know. Chat. You don't get it. That's my best XQC impression for now. All right, let's go to CNN now. See what Abby had to say about that horrifying debacle.
I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race, and that museums put too much focus on the role of white people who participated in that terrible institution. And now tonight, that same argument is being pushed by the President of the United States. Donald Trump says that one of the reasons for his crackdown on Smithsonian museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. What we try to do on this program is create a platform for discussion and debate that reflects the very real differences that exist in this country. It's what echo chambers in our society fail to do, frankly. But on this topic, it's important to say objectively, slavery was indeed bad. It was evil, the nation's original sin. And it is impossible to understand the true history of this country without fully grappling with slavery's impact. Simply because of their birthplace and the color of their skin, the bodies and spirits of black men, women, and children were exploited for profit and power. They were forced onto ships, bound by shackles and collars that ripped off their skin. One older man described it as iron entering our souls. Some chose to jump into the waters infested with sharks rather than feel that iron. Now, once they arrived on this very soil, they were forced to work by way of the whip, despite being starved, sleep-deprived, threatened, tortured, physically and psychologically. They were auctioned off, humiliated, fearful, and separated from their families and their children. Black women and girls were raped and sexually assaulted. Many were brutally murdered and mutilated. Now, this endured for decades, centuries. And even in the places where slavery was not legal, institutions from our banks to universities were built on enslaved labor in both the North and in the South. And for many of the white Americans who did not personally own slaves, they benefited from a caste system that concentrated wealth and political power in their hands. So, when we acknowledge the existence of black people who operated George Washington's Mount Vernon or the black hands that built the White House, we are acknowledging the existence, the perseverance, and the contributions of the souls that white supremacy sought to erase. Those people built families, they developed a culture, they were the keepers of the faith, cultivators of community. And they are the ones who deserve credit for forcing America to rid itself of the stain of slavery. Now, all of this information These stories are from the Smithsonian's African American History Museum. And I share this not as a lecture for you, but as a lesson. America, the superpower, is largely possible only because of the superpowers of people who went lifetimes without the same rights of generations who were boosted from their backs. True history should include everything. Yes, the evils and the horrors too. And museums are supposed to be places that protect those stories, the images, the lessons, the very things that inform so much of our current state of our republic, from racism to poverty. No matter how painful, or in the president's words, how horrible the lesson. Now, just listen to one formerly enslaved man describe what slavery is like in his own words.
Yeah, no, it's fucking this whole situation is fucking insane. Okay, this is 1984 George Orwell shit. I mean, anybody who's looking at this and applauding it is fucking delusional, especially Republicans who supposedly love free speech. You know, oh my God, oh, they love free speech. Unless that free speech is inconvenient to them in any way, shape, or form, even if it's just the narrative that they tell themselves internally on a daily basis. If it's, you know, like, but it's insane. It is insane. Just broadly speaking, to try and whitewash or remove the discussion of slavery in the context of American history, it's fucking insane, right? It's ahistorical. It is literally just denying history to avoid topics that make you uncomfortable or empower other people that you don't want to be empowered, whatever it might be. Like it's fucking wrong. But then when you add on the fact that this is at the African American History Museum of the Smithsonian, makes it even more farcical. There is no reasonable explanation for this, right? You are literally just erasing the history of African Americans, and it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. There's no justification for this shit. I don't care if this history makes you sad. It should. Let's be real.
You know what I'd rather do? If I thought that I'd ever be a slave again, I'd take a gun and just end it all right away. Because you're nothing but a dog. You're not a thing but a dog.
We are here in the studio with our panel, Leah Wright-Rigueur. I was actually surprised to see President Trump basically saying the quiet part out loud, that this review of the Smithsonian is not about even just something vague about reviewing history to make sure that it's fair. He wants to make it so that it talks less about slavery. What does that say to you?
Well, I think it's an effort. It's part of a larger effort to both sane-wash and whitewash American history, and essentially erase all of the parts and disappear all of the parts that make Americans, that make President Trump uncomfortable, that feel distasteful, that are a reflection of the actual real and horrific parts of our history. And I find it a little ironic. You know, earlier today, as I was listening to some of the commentary, my first thought was, wait a second. I wonder if the president has actually ever visited any of the Smithsonian museums. And then I remembered that in 2017, he actually took a tour of the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Let me just play, actually, what he said during that tour. Listen to this.
I had the privilege of visiting the National Museum of African American History and Culture right here in Washington, D.C. It's a new, beautiful Smithsonian museum that serves as a shining example of African Americans' incredible contributions to our culture, our society, and our history. It also tells of the great struggle for freedom and equality that prevailed against the sins of slavery and the injustice of discrimination. The work and love of the people who helped create such a masterpiece is a testament to the legacy of so many leaders it honors.
Wow.
So was it that he didn't believe what he...
It's an incredible reversal. Donald Trump 7 years ago. actually acknowledging the importance of the museum and of this history. And now all of a sudden, actually, too much. That's too much. Sorry.
From the teleprompter as he recorded that video, or what?
You know, I'm really struggling to understand in a lot of ways, particularly given that the tour that he took with director Lonnie Bunch was actually a reflection of really the mastery that and really the care and the patience that historians, that scholars, that curators put into the Museum of African American History and Culture. It is not just about the horrors of slavery, although it tells that very important story. It actually follows this really brilliant model where you move through the museum and it tells the story not just of enslaved Americans in America, but also of the resilience, of the triumph. And in doing so, it tells a story that is very much about democracy and about a quest for democracy and the way that Americans both built this country, but also the story and the narrative of like a truly American experience. And so for the president, I think, to just simply erase that and push that away tells it, particularly after praising it a few years ago, tells us that this is part of a much larger agenda. This is part of a much larger agenda to erase things that really, I think the country is just refuses to deal with and is really uncomfortable with.
Yeah, and it's all over the place, you know, and it's not just Donald Trump, right? It's the people around him. It's people like Stephen Miller, Russ Vought, you know, all of these other just insane individuals, hateful people that are surrounding him. You know, he's a very, what's the word? Suggestible person. You know, the art of the deal is bullshit. I mean, Donald Trump, you could probably suggest, you could probably butter him up and suggest to him a number of things, you know. He'd just go right along with it. All right, let's keep talking about this. Abby released another video on CNN yesterday.
Jillian Michaels, the former star of The Biggest Loser and now a MAGA influencer, was on Newsnight last week, and we were having a discussion on the show about Trump's attempts to influence parts of American culture, like the Smithsonian, like the Kennedy Center, and the arts, when suddenly the conversation turned to slavery and race. And Jillian argued that everything in the culture has become now about race.
He's not whitewashing slavery. So he's not? He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does.
Then what really shocked all of us at the table was that she seemed to try.
She is like honestly, I don't know very much about Jillian Michaels' background aside from that she works out a lot and that the Biggest Loser factoid. But when she says stuff like that, it makes me think that she doesn't spend A, a lot of time in museums, B, didn't spend a lot of time on education, but, you know, in the United States, there is no one else to blame. Like, I don't know who she's hoping for us to blame for society and oppression in the United States, but it's only one group of people. Especially when we're talking about the time in which we are discussing, it is one group of people, all right, in America. Like, sure, if you want to talk about slavery in other places, which we'll get to later, that's a different place in the museum. Put that somewhere else. Like, you don't need to it's wild, but it feels like they want like some sort of asterisk at the bottom of every reference to American slavery and be like, it wasn't white people's fault. Slavery existed for many years before. She has an adopted black daughter. Oh, Jillian Michaels, I take it back. Not racist at all.
To be minimizing the impact of racism and slavery on American history.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
That's an incredibly misleading statistic because even the Americans who did not own slaves also participated in slavery by benefiting from the economic system of slavery, the political system of slavery, and culturally treating Black people as if they were not human. But Jillian didn't acknowledge any of those things, and that, I think, is really what shocked so many of us at the table. Since then, she's doubled down, and she's even said that she had reached out to the White House before coming on the show to ask them about which Smithsonian exhibits they wanted to dispute. She acknowledged that none of the talking points provided by the White House, according to her, had to do with slavery, and yet she still decided to downplay it at the Newsnight table.
Yes, she certainly did. Now, I'm just looking it up right now on Jillian Michaels. She apparently went to college, but it does not say what degree she attained. It's not even clear that she actually attained a degree. It just says she went to college and then went into business at some point, very shortly after that. Does not mention what that degree, if any, exists, was even in. Seems like she's been mostly focused on just doing media appearances for most of her life. Okay, now let's go to this. This is gonna be fun. Everybody, if you're not buckled up already, first off, safety first. I don't know what you're doing over there. You should be buckled up. But prepare yourselves. You might want to get the shoulder straps involved in this one. Let's go to the Valuetainment-linked podcast. Her Take. Boy, oh boy. Their takes were very bad. A few days ago, they felt it necessary to break the mold of Her Take and invite a man on here. You'll be shocked to find out it's a black man that they've invited on. I'm sure there's just a happenstance. It's, you know, they're not just using a black man to help promote their insanely bigoted and idiotic agenda. Okay.
I don't want reality.
Can you pull up the opening of my clip with Abby Phillips? And I want to set it up as follows.
Okay.
Notice that I don't bring up slavery. They do. Notice that all the things I'm citing, actually, only one thing I brought up was Benjamin Franklin that even references slaves. So when this woman says we're whitewashing slavery, I said that's not what he's attempting to do, with the intention of showing things that have nothing to do with slavery. Then it becomes a conversation about slavery, in which case I then turn around and say, you know, hey, not all white people are the devil. Only 2% of all white Americans own.
She keeps quoting that statistic, which I don't know where she's getting that from, but it's not the right statistic. It's closer to like 1 in 5. It's much closer to 1 in 5 in the entire United States, but whatever. She's not an academic. But prepare yourself. Continue to prepare yourself for this one. But Jillian, she's like, look, I didn't even bring it up. Why is everybody talking about slavery? I didn't bring up slavery. But that's actually not what Abby... we're going to watch the clip. They're going to watch the clip again here. Let's go.
Owned slaves. And yes, I appreciate it was like 25% in the South. But
South,
that's because other states in the country had banned it as being morally reprehensible. So take a look at this real quick. We're going to set this whole thing up, and then I'm going to pass to you, and you can let it rip. Have at it. On me, on the situation, whatever you think.
He's gone into the Smithsonian. He's effectively now has some random person deciding what is appropriate for the Smithsonian to teach in terms of American history, things that don't offend parts of the MAGA base, right? So we're now literally reviewing parts of American history and parts of American culture to make sure it comports with dear leader and what the MAGA
Can we address some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like,
he's not whitewashing slavery. So he's not? He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact
By the way, I hate this woman, Julie Roginski. Unfortunately, we have to bear with her on multiple occasions here tonight. I apologize for that. This is complete ahistorical nonsense, right? Like, one race was absolutely 100% responsible for slavery in the United States. The context in which we are talking about this, it's like, she's a fucking idiot.
When you anti-slavery, let's talk about the fact that you get into all these other things. Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
Okay,
well, it was so it became about slavery. Then she accuses me of bringing it up, which I didn't bring it up, and then I.
Okay, actually, they cut it before they actually get to the part that completely negates what Jillian is trying to say, and I'm almost tempted to go back to the other clip we watched of this to watch it, but we already watched it, so if you need to double check me on this, if you think I'm making it up, feel free to go back and check it. But Abby Martin, Jesus Christ.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Abby Phillip said. She did not accuse Jillian of bringing up slavery. She accused Jillian of bringing up race, which she was in fact, because I watched the whole thing, she was in fact the first person to bring up race, right? Sure, I mean, slavery in the context of the United States, very much a racial discussion, but she was the first one to actually use the word racism. I invite you to go back and watch it again.
Then she accuses me of bringing it up, which I didn't bring it up.
Yes,
and then
you
I
did.
was like, you're strawmanning my argument. I never actually brought this up. You brought it up, and then you're making the same case.
She's making a like, what do you call this? This is like what's this called? Like, oh God, like she's created a straw man. She's creating a straw man here, okay? Like, she is accusing Abby Phillip of accusing her of bringing up slavery, which she didn't. Abby Phillip accused her of interjecting on race, and that's absolutely what Jillian did. She is arguing against a straw man that she just made up.
That white oppression, white is bad, when this whole thing was actually not about slavery.
In that 50-page document that the administration sent you in regard to what they have issues with.
There's maybe one reference to slaves, and that's Benjamin Franklin.
But the other stuff is like
all the stuff I showed you.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Literally all.
So why does she
trans
think
stuff, like gender identity stuff, gay flag first in the door, eliminating Castro, the white culture.
And this is what I was talking about. Oh my God, look at the eyes on Jillian. She is furious right now. Jesus Christ.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
So that was what I was referring to earlier. Because when I watched this, it's like it seems like Jillian showed up with a packet of things that she wanted to talk about, which is why Abby was like, we don't have time to talk about every single one of your objections to what's in the museum, okay? We're talking about one thing right now. You psychopath.
Card. This is, and that's why I was saying that's not what he's trying to do. And I was trying to show all of these different things that had nothing to do with slavery. But then when I got pulled into that conversation, I was so goddamn sick of hearing how all whitey, like
nobody said that.
Oh my God. I'm like, not
all whitey. Oh, it's all whitey. Literally nobody at the CNN roundtable was saying that all white people in the United States currently were to blame for slavery. Okay. More straw manning.
Jillian,
the vast majority of us don't suck, and they didn't suck then. Yes, we did horrible things.
I disagree. And I'm not talking about white people. I mean people in general. A lot of people suck. I don't know about vast majority, but Jillian, you definitely suck. All the women at this table definitely suck.
White people did horrible things. We're not the only people to do horrible things, but we did it at the same time. One would hope that you would take inspiration away from the fact that there were also good guys who were white fighting against it, making it illegal, banning it.
Yeah, and if you go through the museum, I haven't been to the Smithsonian in quite a while, but if you were to go through the African American History Museum at the Smithsonian, I'm fairly certain they would discuss I can almost guarantee there's an exhibit or two talking about white people who were involved in things like the Underground Railroad and, the history of states making it legal or illegal. It was probably, it's insane that she thinks that there's no context given at the fucking museum. She's just like living in some alternate reality. Like, oh, they won't even give any of the white people credit for being good ones. It's like, Jesus, are you just not familiar with the history at all? Because sure, I'm willing to say, yeah, there were some good white people who were like, you know what, slavery's bad. Let me see what I can do, right? But then let's not forget the millions and millions and millions and millions of white people that were in the United States during slavery and Jim Crow, who were, a party to all sorts of horrifying things. And did not object to it, and in fact benefited from it, and I don't know, say attended, lynchings, and they may have, in fact, they may not have owned slaves, but I can guarantee you, I don't know, I can't put a number on it, but I can guarantee you that the vast majority of white Americans in the United States during slavery, during Jim Crow, absolutely held racist beliefs. Absolutely did racist things to black people, may have participated in lynchings, may have just been just outwardly racist against black people. They may not have owned slaves, but they certainly participated in the edifice of that institution. I mean, it's fucking insane. It's like this woman is just living in some fucking alternate reality cooked up by Joe Rogan or something.
Their states and willing to die for it. So now, go. Hit me where I'm missing this, please.
You keep acting like I'm going to hit you. I'm not going to hit you.
You know
Even
what
if I disagree, I'm not going to hit you.
I want to know,
yeah.
Where am I getting this wrong?
Yeah. So let me talk about what I think is underneath this whole discussion.
Please.
We actually have to go back to almost...
Now, I didn't have a lot of time to look into this guy. I had never heard of him before, but, like... he seems to be some sort of like a prosperity type of guy, like prosperity, like online, like social media presence type of dude who's like, oh, if you do this, you're gonna, you just need a different mindset. Then you just need a grind setter type of dude. It would seem like, I don't think it's a coincidence that he's black in here right now. All right, get back to it, Uncle Tom.
Origins of American slavery,
okay.
Right? Because basically, this is obviously super simplifying it, but what happened was Europeans who were white came to West Africa.
Right.
They saw West Africans. They said, okay, these people are less advanced, and this must be fundamental to what they are. They're just a different class of humans, right? And they're inherently worse in all sorts of ways. That was the European mindset.
Got it.
Right? Now, fast forward hundreds of years later, I think what's happening is actually kind of a reversal, where now there's people who are saying, oh, white people are inherently worse in some way.
That's
but
true.
Instead of it being technologically
that
worse
is not what's
or
happening.
Civilizationally worse.
That is not what, this is an insane take for this man. He starts off, like, when I first heard him talking, I was like, oh my God, he's actually about to say something intelligent. And then he starts from a very real, legitimate historical premise. And he's like, and now everybody's just like, oh, everybody just hates white people. And it's all like what just happened in your mind? Like, where did the schism just occur? Like, he starts off with like actual legitimate shit. And then he's like, what about this? Oh my God,
happening is actually kind of a reversal.
Reverse
where now there's
racism.
people who are saying, oh, white people are inherently worse.
No one's saying that.
But instead
no
of
one
it
is
being
fucking
technologically
saying that.
worse or civilizationally worse, it's morally worse.
No one is saying that. Literally no one is saying that. I don't know anybody, like, especially certainly like in the like influencer space, who is like actively saying that white people are morally worse. Like, in present day 2025, just broad brush, all white people are terrible. Okay? All white people are going to hell.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus ain't say that.
Happens is anytime we have these discussions, because we're talking about race, we're actually focusing on the wrong thing when we need to be focused on the software, not the hardware. There's nothing about being inherently white or inherently black that makes someone inherently morally...
They should change the name of this podcast from Her Take to Terrible Take. straw man take. Like, they're just creating fictional boogeymen. Oh, everybody, like, oh my God, everybody is trying to blame current day white people for every aspect of oppression in the United States. It's like, well, you're kind of, you've completely diverted from the path of intelligence and moved on to just fictional stories.
Superior or inferior. But every time we talk about oppression and hostility and hatred, we racialize it inherently.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
It's race essentialism. So we say, oh, all white people. Well, what about Slavic people? Like Slavic, the word literally comes from slave. So Slavic people, like in Eastern Europe,
That's not true. The word Slavic does not come from slave. It's actually the reverse. The word slave comes from the word Slavic. The word Slavic, I think it means to talk. Or something like to that. I don't know. I'm not a, I'm not a linguist, but I'm fairly certain that you look it up for me. But I'm not shocked. The guy who's claiming that discussing African American history and slavery in the context of United States history, this just having a real confusion about. Which word is based on which word?
By the Ottoman Empire.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So
oh my God, I love you so much.
Yeah, so,
oh
my God, I love you so much.
All throughout history.
Anna has literally lost it. Like,
yes,
I mean,
yes. Oh my God.
Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like I've been on Team Anna for quite some time now. But I am ashamed to think that at one point I really liked Anna. Like over a decade ago, I was like big Anna fan. I was like defending Anna to people in like real life. Be like, what do you mean? What do you mean? She's not that radical. She has some very reasonable views. And now she's gone all the way to completely cross the Rubicon and built a compound on the other side of the river over here. Like by the way, prepare yourself for I think it's gonna take a minute for Anna to get into this, but prepare yourself for what Anna's goddamn take on this, because it's maybe one of the most pathetic aspects of this whole video.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so,
yes.
so the slavery all throughout history, but what happens is in America, we become so hyper fixated on what happened in America, which is important. Of course we should mention slavery, and you never denied that.
No,
but I think the point that you were trying to make, and is difficult in that environment, is there's a much broader context here.
Yes.
And the evils of slavery are not particular to melanin.
I literally said that. I'm like, you cannot paint only one race with this.
Yes. So
not all white people.
Exactly.
Perpetuated this.
Okay.
Exactly.
Jillian,
so just to
hold
finish
on.
here.
Yeah,
so in the analysis of American history, of course, we need to acknowledge that
100%.
yes, there was a racialized institution of slavery, and in that racialized institution of slavery, white people were placed at the top of the hierarchy, and black people were placed at the bottom. That doesn't mean that current white people identify with that mindset, because it was a.
That's like, first off, some white people abso-fucking-lutely do. I don't know what this dumb motherfucker here is, like, what reality he is living in, but there are plenty of white people who believe this. I mean, first off, Trump is putting back up Confederate statues. Like, there's literal, like, Nazis who walk the streets in places like Tennessee and other places like that. There are absolutely, I don't know, I couldn't give you the exact number, but there must be, hundreds of thousands, if not more, white people who absolutely still believe exactly what he's saying does not exist anymore. We solved it. Racism is over. It's over. Narwhal by Nature with a sweet, sweet super chat getting us to 2, and actually more than 2, because I just noticed that somebody donated on PayPal. So I gotta go back here and update the goal. 95 now. All right, we're at 95 of 375 on the galactic deficit financing goal. Okay. And also, that gets us to, after Narwhal's sweet, sweet super chat, gets us to 2, 4, 6. We are at 6 of 10 already, people. Great job. All right. Right. Let's go back to this.
culture. It was a software that was adopted, and it happened to be adopted by these people. But all throughout human history, people have been justifying slavery through different methodologies. This is just the American way that we did it. We should be aware of it so we don't repeat it.
Yes.
But we shouldn't be so fixated on that we conflate someone's color of their skin with their ideology.
Can I just want to follow up on one thing he said before we lose the thread. What you just said about
All right, Anna, shut your stupid mouth.
A fucking bitch.
I gotta say thank you to Morbius for gifting a sweet, sweet galactic membership to the community. Who got it? Gen X George. Well, enjoy that, Gen X George. Sweet, sweet galactic membership, which comes with a feeling of galacticness as well as 18 sweet, sweet space emotes for the chat. And that also gets us to 6.5.
Follow up on one thing he said before we lose the thread. What you just said about the persecution of Slavic individuals by the Ottoman Empire, that like really spoke to me and resonated because my parents came here in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They were refugees because of the fact that they were under Soviet rule in Armenia, so they were oppressed under Soviet rule. But prior to that, the Armenian people suffered a genocide and persecution by the Ottoman Empire. And so the history of, my background, my ancestors, was one of persecution, slaughter, just terrible treatment. So when,
this is a
when
human
all of that
problem.
gets erased, and the only thing that matters is
this is a strange claim that Anna's making for multiple reasons. But nobody erased the history. No one is proposing the erasure of the history of the Armenian genocide. One thing that struck me, though, while Anna is complaining about the supposed erasure of the Armenian genocide, which I just don't know where that's coming from, I thought to myself while watching this the first time, I was like, wait a second, Anna, you're complaining about the erasure of the Armenian genocide, but you work at a network called the Young Turks. And if people here are not familiar with the history, the Young Turks were kind of intrinsic in the Armenian genocide, doing the genocide part. So it's a weird take from her that if she's so upset about the erasure of the Armenian genocide, maybe she should have objected more to the fucking name of that network over the last 15 fucking years that she worked there. Just an idea. I'm just coming up with ideas here for Anna.
literally the color of my skin, and I get lumped in with like the Europeans who brought slavery here to the United States. I just find it deeply offensive, and what it does is it creates this environment of it breeds more racism. Honestly.
Yeah, Jillian, I've been trying to speak for. I just want to say, I was trying to tell you this yesterday. I was infuriated by the way that they treated you. What you essentially did was seek to knock down one of the core.
Infuriated by the way that they treated her. By what? By challenging her claim that somehow white people weren't actually doing slavery or benefiting from slavery. I always forget this woman's name, but she is a fucking moron.
Tenets of their existence, and that is minority victimhood. The fact that they cannot take any responsibility, and you're taking away one of their
their responsibility. What is this dumb fucking bitch? What is she claiming? CNN has responsibility to do what exactly? To not push back on claims that slavery wasn't pervasive in this country, or that the edifice of that was not problematic, or that we should or should not talk about. What exactly? What responsibility do they have? What the fuck is this dumb bitch talking about? I'm so mad at these women. They make me so angry. I hate watching this podcast, but because this is literally a podcast where Jillian Michaels is in charge, I had to watch this whole thing. This whole thing made me fucking furious. I don't know how anybody can watch this and be like, oh, this is smart stuff. Wow. So many great takes. I don't even know which take to take.
one of their categorical imperatives, their racial grievance. They rely on that in order to not have to look at themselves and take any sort of responsibility for their own problems. That's what I firmly.
Oh my God, you dumb! Oh my God! Did you hear what she just said? She's like, she's basically saying, why won't black people just take more responsibility for their problems, for their own problems? Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, come on, black people. This is the Kanye take. Okay, this is the Kanye take. Slavery was a choice. What the choices were, I
believe. I want to show. Oh, I'm sorry, Lindy. Were you done with that thought?
Yeah.
She was not done with that thought, Jillian. She was not done with that thought. You definitely interrupted the fuck out of her.
How rude. I can't remember how many days prior.
Thank you.
And it really spoke to me because it's about this vicious cycle. Can we play the end of this video and then I want to talk about this for a minute?
Yeah.
It turns every problem into white supremacy while defending black degeneracy.
Wow.
And when the pendulum swings back, white people react with hostility. And then they defend white degeneracy.
Okay,
the only way out of
Jesus
this
Christ.
is to stop making morality about the color of people.
This guy is a fucking moron. Wow. That was one of the most wild takes. Jesus fucking Christ, Uncle Tom. You need help. You need help. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So now, we had already invited Kaizen
Black
to the
degeneracy
show.
is the problem.
This video came after that.
What a shock. What a shock that this is the guy that they brought on. A dude who'd already posted a video claiming the actual problem is black degeneracy and everyone being fine with that. Holy shit. It's one of the most racist 30 minutes that I've had to endure recently.
I remember watching it, and it spoke to me because what is alarming to me about this is twofold. Number one, I have a black daughter, and I'm sorry for all the people that spammed the shit out of my Instagram.
I have an adopted black daughter, okay? I'm a great person.
Aren't I a good guy?
Said to me, I hope your daughter's ashamed of you. You know what I hope more than anything? Is that my black daughter doesn't fear all white people, including the one.
Nobody is telling your daughter or any other black children to fear all white people, okay? Like, and that's certainly didn't happen on CNN, and it's certainly not happening at the Smithsonian, which is the discussion that we're having right now. Like, that is not happening. All right. In the context of the situation, that is not happening at all. There may be some people who are telling that to their children, but the fact is that's not happening, and nobody is suggesting that to Jillian Michaels' daughter. Okay, we're just we're talking about history, and the fact is that history is difficult. It's difficult to reckon with, but it's real. Okay. And it's not this fantasy that these people have cooked up in their fucking heads. All right, and it's not. Discussing these things is not the same thing as telling people to be afraid of all white people. Okay, sure. I mean, it does bring up the feelings of fear for a lot of people for good reason, right? And the fact that there are still people around this country who still go to Klan rallies or who fly Nazi flags or espouse insane fucking racist ideologies that maybe some people that honestly some people should be worried about. Like, there is in fact a group of white people in the United States who are problematic and who people should be at the very least concerned with and vigilant in watching what the fuck they're up to. Okay. But this is not all white people, and nobody's fucking saying that. It's another straw man that they're just fucking pulling out of their asses because they literally don't have any genuine arguments or defenses of what Jillian is trying to say here. It's the only way to make these arguments is to just make it fictional. Like, they can't actually address this in a real way.
In her family, so fuck you. Now, on top of that, I have a white son who has white friends that are feeling marginalized.
I'm sorry. Why does saying I have a white son deserve a clap and an amen?
Jesus, I say that.
Like, what? What is so brave about that?
This, and my deep alarm is that it will breed a new generation of racists. And he is not, of course, but my point is, this is why young boys are finding their way over to the Andrew Tates of the world. In our house, it's Joe.
Gosh, I take it all back. Oh my God. It's almost like I didn't hear this part of the video. Jillian is actually just an adamant anti-racist. She is just she is just beside herself. She is just worrying day in and day out. She is just beside herself, thinking, oh God, how do we solve the racism problem in this country? Oh, we have to end it. We cannot allow more racists to run the streets.
And Sean Ryan, I'm quite happy with that. But my point is that it's everything that you talk about, and that is my deepest concern, is that when you continue to push this narrative, you are creating a new generation of racists, and you are stoking the fires of racial division.
Yes, and some.
So by I'm just going to bring it back to the actual context that we're talking about. So by discussing slavery, discussing Jim Crow, discussing the lynchings, and the lack of rights, and the path from that place to where we are now, the discussion of that is somehow in Jillian's mind propagating more racism. Actually, if we just stop thinking about it, this is the reverse of those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. This is the opposite of that. It's like, as long as we forget the past, then it'll never happen again. That's Jillian's take.
Needs to have the courage to say it ends here, because what has happened here is, look, Black people in America were brought here in chains. Everyone understands that, and nothing will ever erase that. That was horrible. It was evil. And what I see now happening is the resentment that naturally comes from that event is just being transferred between racial groups. So I put a picture up of the Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf incident. So for people who are not familiar, there was a white teenager, black teenager, white teenager confronted the black teenager because he was in the race at a sporting event.
Okay, we don't have time to go through this whole thing. Also, God damn it. Hate to say, but we have to take a break. Oh, that is inconvenient, because I was really getting going on this thing. Okay, don't worry, we'll be right back with more of this insane Jillian Michaels situation after these brief space messages. Where's my sound? All right. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Of course, the more members that we get, the more emotes we get. But of course, if YouTube is not for you, Cash App and PayPal, also great ways to contribute. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon, where a myriad of space benefits awaits. For the low price of 10 cents a day, you can get access to a whole bunch of sweet space benefits, stuff like an avatar on stream, shoutouts at the very end, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. You know what that sound means, chat? It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Second half is about to begin, so you better get back, back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay. Chat, we left off the Her Take pod. Watching this. A group of women debase themselves, and I'm afraid we're gonna have to go right back to it. Here we go. Buckle up those seatbelts, Space Fams. It's time. By the way, I love how they have a sponsored, like, this is not even, like, I love instead of having a, oh, what do you call these? I always forget these. Watermark. Instead of having a watermark of their logo, they have a watermark for a fucking crypto ad over the whole podcast. It is wild. By the way, crypto has been tanking in recent days. Wonder how long that crypto money is going to be flowing for.
My son.
Wow.
And that just shows the level of like pressure that people feel to virtue signal, that in a time of grieving, of losing your son, you're afraid of being looked.
What do you call what they're doing right now? If what people are doing, you know, it counts as virtue signaling. Oh, actually, I just remember what this is in reference to. You know what? Fuck it.
In a bad way from the public.
I just think that
it's
the
really
only
sad.
way that this country is going to have a future is if we actually start respecting each other and have a shared identity as Americans.
Yes.
Respect each other because of the fact that we're all Americans and we should look out for each other. But we don't have that shared identity at all.
You know, Anna, you've really lost it. I mean, sure, it's been a slippery slide for Anna, but this is fucking wild. Because how are we supposed to have a shared identity if we are amending certain parts of history to make a group of people, like a subgroup of another group of people, feel better about themselves? How is that beneficial to this sort of fabric that Anna is describing right now? How is ignoring the history of one group of people beneficial to this idea of a, you know, a tapestry of America, right? Like, it's insane because it's no longer a tapestry, right? Like, because actually, like, when you do this, you're pulling tiles out of the quilt. It's really just sort of a sheet now. We've removed all the interesting tiles on the quilt, and like, actually, some of these tiles, we shouldn't talk about those because that tile, oh, your cousin did that tile, and that's a bad tile. Let's not talk about that one. It just runs completely contrary to this planiverse. Oh, we need to be able to have a shared identity, even if that shared identity is completely rewritten so just for the convenience of a group of extremist, hateful people, basically. Because the opposite argument, but basically, like, I mean, they're basically suggesting that the discussion of history makes you racist. The discussion of history makes you hate other people, right? It's fucking insane. It's one of the most baby brain, sort of like childish sort of takes of all time.
And that's what I think is going to eventually destroy this country entirely.
It's going to destroy the country.
If I may, do you know, this is not a...
All right, I got enough from this. I think we got enough out of this particular video. I think you get it. Anna's takes, just uniquely terrible. Jillian Michaels attempting to defend herself through straw manning and other sorts of insane rhetorical devices that really did not play super well for her. Suffice to say, the rest of the next 15 minutes is approximately the same as the first 15 minutes. But let's go here real quick. DL Hewley posted on his channel. Let's see what he had to say.
Slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like,
he's not whitewashing slavery. So he's not. No,
okay.
He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you
anti-slavery,
let's talk about the fact.
By the way, that's the one thing that we basically glossed over, was them really diving deep on slavery, like talking Ottoman Empire and all this other shit, and how, you know, slavery existed, and, you know, like in other places for thousands of years, and blah blah blah. And it's like, no one's here to suggest that wasn't the case, but like that's for a different part of the museum, like, and that's something that they seem to be intentionally not getting, right? The discussion of, I don't know, the Ottoman Empire should have its own wing, right? You want to talk about Greece and whomever else, Rome. You want to talk all those sorts of instances of slavery. Let's get into it. Okay? But there's no reason to bring that up as some sort of weird counterbalance to the discussion of, like, it's not even a counterbalance. It's an attempt to like ameliorate the institution of slavery in the United States vicariously through history, in some cases from over 1,000 plus, more than 1,000 years ago. And it's really distasteful, in my opinion. I mean, it really is. Like, it's an intentional obfuscation of the reality that was experienced in the United States. It's just intended to be like, you know, oh, look, like, I know it's bad, but people did bad stuff. People did, you know. And by that same logic, I mean, we could make a lot of other really horrible arguments, right? Like, if other people are doing it, you can do it too. Yeah, okay. All right, fine. Well, if that's the case, then, you know, oh my God. Like, what's allowable? I mean, I guess everybody should just start doing genocides and ethnic cleansings and, you know, coups and occupations, colonialism, imperialism, you know, whatever it is. Someone else is doing it somewhere. Might as well do it, you know? Why should you bear the burden of not doing it when everybody else is doing it? Or if people did it in the past before you. It's a tradition.
Slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
That was Jillian Michaels, the former star of The Biggest Loser. It makes sense that a reality star would be an expert on race, being as how NBC reality star is now the president of the United States of America. It's exhausting watching people constantly try to put an asterisk on race. Only 2% of Americans. I don't know. She obviously spent more time in the gym than she did in the library. But if she did, she'd know that it was up to 20% of Americans that owned slaves. And in the southern region, it's about 48 to 50% of people that own slaves. Everybody else owned slaves, but nobody did what America did. Nobody did it like us. America's the only country that fought a war to keep people enslaved. America then subsequently wrote laws to keep people enslaved. It isn't what you did then, it's what you're even doing now. Right now, the President of the United States of America renamed army bases after who? Confederate soldiers, right? Confederate soldiers. Right now, the President of the United States of America signed an executive order allowing them to resegregate bathroom, another tip of the hat to slavery. Now, I don't understand why you argue about what you have done. It's what you're doing now. The Electoral College, you want to give that up? Because that is a tip of the hat to slavery.
Absolutely.
It isn't what you have done, it's what you continue to do. Gerrymandering districts is racist and biased and a testament to slavery. It's all of it. All of it's connected. And you keep talking about the history, the past, and it's what you're doing right now. Right now on that show, you're seeking to mitigate the damage it's done, but not admitting what you continue to do right now. Nobody did what America did. America came up with a civil war. America taught Germany, Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany learned hate from us. South Africa, apartheid South Africa, learned hate from America. So we exported hatred, and we continue to do it now. D.C. is under attack because it is a black city. That's why. It can't be a state because it is a black city. So it isn't what you have done, it's what you continue to do. No.
Abso-freaking-lutely, DL. Absolutely. 100%. All right, we got one more video on this before we switch topics. Jameli Hill, right? Hold on, we don't need to watch this whole thing. Let her take it from here. Yeah. All right.
Pro-slavery argument provided by people like Jillian Michaels is, hey, everybody was doing it. Slavery was all the rage. What were we supposed to do? I mean, slavery was practically the skinny jeans of our time. As much as I would love to take a sledgehammer to everything Jillian Michaels said, it is far more effective for me to simply present the only response that matters from award-winning journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones, author of the 1619 Project. Enjoy.
Let's take the fewer than 2% of white people own slaves at face value, though we know that number is technically incorrect. And let's apply that standard to any other industry. What percentage of Americans own social media companies or technology companies such as Apple? It's a tiny percentage. I'm doubtful if it's even 1% of Americans. And yet no one would credibly argue that social media companies are not ubiquitous across American life, that they don't play a major influence on our political, social, and economic life in America. And in fact, what we know is that more than 70% of Americans use social media, though hardly any Americans own social media platform. There's a reason that the heads of Meta, Apple, and Amazon, Google, and X all took part in Trump's inauguration festivities, with several of them standing on the actual dais during Trump's inauguration. These men also happen to be amongst the wealthiest in the world and demonstrate how a small cadre of super wealthy men can have an outsized impact on American politics and culture. This is just critical thinking, y'all. So if we want to play the numbers game, the much more important measure is what percentage of Americans own slaves? No, but what percentage of those empowered did? So here we go. Before 1865, the end of slavery in the United States, 63% of U.S. presidents had been slave owners at some point in their lives. More than 1,800 members of Congress owned slaves, meaning between 1789 and 1819, more than half of the men elected to Congress each session were slave owners. What about the Supreme Court? 26 of this nation's first 30 Supreme Court justices were enslavers. And about half of all the Supreme Court justices before the Civil War were enslavers. So many Supreme Court justices were enslavers that if we added up all the Supreme Court justices coming all the way to this present court, 1 out of 4 of all Supreme Court justices in this nation's history were enslavers. I mean, let's just look at our money. All but one of the people on our cash currency engaged in African slavery. Look at the $1 bill, $2 bill, 10, 20, 50, 100. All these men engaged in slavery. It's weird that we didn't value all those non-slaveholding white people enough to put them on our money. The majority of the most powerful men in this country, the men who made the federal laws, interpreted the laws, and enforced the laws, built their wealth on African.
I just gotta pause. I mean, she's 100% right. Where like all these. Remember, like 2 seconds ago, where Jillian was like, "Oh, what about all those good? What about all the good white people? All the ones who didn't own slaves and who, you know?" She didn't mention the Underground Railroad. I was the one who mentioned it. But still, like, why aren't they on our money? You know? Oh, no, they're not as important. Not as important as the slaveholders. But those figures that she just went through are astounding, right? When you think about it like that, you know, like a massive portion of people who have been on the Supreme Court benefited directly, like not just benefited directly, but literally owned slaves. Like you know, like that a litany of Congress people. Like it's a ridiculous number. I can't remember the number she said. It was like in the thousands. Like it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Just how many people in our government in the past were involved in slavery. And yet the Trump Republicans, all these insane cultists are like, oh, we can't talk about slavery. It makes people uncomfortable. It's like, dude, slavery is intrinsic to American history. Not talking about it is just denying the past. It's just denying reality.
I don't want reality.
Oh, that's true. Republicans don't like reality. I forgot about that.
Put them on our money. The majority of the most powerful men in this country, the men who made the federal laws, interpreted the laws, and enforced the laws, built their wealth on African slavery. And I assure you, that number says much more about the country we inhabit than that 2%. But let's not stop there, because even limiting the boundaries of the conversation to those who owned other human beings is highly misleading. Much like technology today, slavery in the United States was a national endeavor that undergirded not just our political system, but our entire economy. During the height of slavery, it was not the Northeast, Boston or New York, but the Mississippi River Valley in the Deep South that had more millionaires per capita than anywhere in the nation. And the Confederacy, had it succeeded at being a separate country, would have been the fourth richest nation in the world when the Civil War started.
There we go. A little woke history for you, aka facts.
For crime statistics,
Facts that are uncomfortable to certain individuals, especially the next dudes that we're going to be looking at. My God, look at these three fucking weirdos. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, like, these are all just, simple facts, historical facts that the Trump administration is now trying to not just actively ignore, but suppress. Why shouldn't people be able to learn this history by going into the goddamn Smithsonian Museum? On top of that, why should the president be able to fucking dictate what a museum does and does not do? I feel like we're already getting too used to the authoritarianism in this goddamn administration. But we gotta stop. We gotta stop accepting it. Like, this is unacceptable. Just on face value, the Trump administration should not be dictating to colleges, universities, or anybody else what their curriculum or exhibits should entail. Okay, but beyond that, this is an intentional suppression of facts and history. Something which I thought, Republicans loved. I thought it was facts over feelings and all this other stuff, free speech, and now we have an authoritarian federal government with a long arm overreaching into private and other sorts of dealings. By the way, I just noticed somebody donated on Cash App. Mish, thank you. That gets us both two. That's two more. It's two more on the content goal, which, what does that get us to? 8.5? Or is it 9? Is it 8.5 or 9.5? God damn it. I think it's 8.5. So we're getting real close. We're getting super, super close. 1.5 left, and we've got like a good 2 hours left on this, I think. Hour and a half. We got an hour and a half. That's easily achievable. Smart thinking, though, Mish, contributing both to the galactic deficit finance goal and the content goal. That's smart thinking right there is what that is. Getting 2 for 1 on the Dallas. Okay, now let's go here. Move away from the discussion of the Smithsonian Museum and the erasure of Black history in the United States to 3 men who are definitely made uncomfortable by the discussion of Black history and perhaps of their predecessors' involvement in slavery, among other things. That's right. I'm talking about J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, and Stephen Miller, who were visiting troops at Union Station in Washington, D.C. Yesterday? Yeah, technically, Wednesday. They had some stuff to say about crime statistics. Let's see what these 3 douchebags want to say.
Were crime statistics manipulated by the DC police?
Well, I think that crime statistics all over our country were massively underreported because a lot of people would pick up the phone, they'd call somebody, they'd try to get help, and nobody would show up. If you look at wait times, at 911 response times all across our country, but certainly in Washington, D.C., they were way too long. And that wasn't because of the D.C. police, that was because there was too much crime and too few law enforcement agents on the street to bring order and decency to this city. You talk to these guys. I talked to 3 police officers earlier. I talked to the National Guard.
I talked to 3 whole police officers, says JD Vance. That's it's not anecdotal at all, okay? This is cold hard statistical facts. I talked to 3 whole police officers, goddammit. That's representative of the whole situation. I'm sure they weren't at all ideological or interested in getting more funding for their budgets or any. They have no ulterior motives. They're just 3 smart and intelligent, what I assume is men, and oh god, yeah, I'm sure that's representative of the whole situation. Oh, thank God, JD doing the hard work here, talking to 3 whole police officers rather than actually looking at the statistics.
Happy that they've been empowered to do their job, which is to make American streets safe for American citizens. And I think that empowerment is going to keep on going until we make America, and D.C. in particular, a safe place again.
What evidence do you have or that the DOJ has? Are you going to be releasing it?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to be releasing evidence of this?
Of what? DC has...
Wow, JD's really struggling with this very, very easy question. Easy to understand, easy to respond to, unless you're trying to avoid actually responding to it. Aww.
I'm sorry?
Are you going to be releasing evidence of this?
What now? Of what? The DC has a terrible crime problem? You just gotta look around, obviously.
Look at Pete Hegseth, he's having a ball. Look at this snide motherfucker laughing. He's like, evidence? You want evidence? You need evidence? Can't your eyes see the crimes?
Of what? The DC has a terrible crime problem? You just gotta look around. Obviously, DC has a terrible crime problem.
Hilarious.
The Justice statistics back it up. The FBI statistics back it up. Just talk to a resident of this city, this beautiful, great American city. Don't they deserve... we talk about human rights. We hear these people outside screaming, free DC. Let's free DC from lawlessness. Let's free Washington, D.C. from one of the highest murder rates in the entire world. Let's free Washington, D.C. so that young families can walk around and feel safe and secure. That's what we're trying to free D.C. from. And as Stephen said, it's kind of bizarre that we have a bunch of old, primarily white people who are out there protesting the policies that keep people safe when they've never felt danger and they're...
Oh, wait. The old white people out there have never felt danger, but I thought that DC was the most dangerous place in the world, JD. So how is it that these old white people have never experienced danger in their life? If they've been in DC, they must have been, just accosted on a constant basis, according to JD's own perception of reality. My God. And it's shocking to find out that old white people are actually the problem in this country. That's the first time I've ever agreed with J.D. Vance, at least in that particular thing. Oh my God, old white people, what's up with you? Quit ruining the country, old white people.
Come on!
Oh my God.
I'm staying in the race.
Old white people are the problem. JD Vance. Thank you, JD. Now, if you could just get your boss to step down, because he's an old white guy who's probably never actually felt, well, actually, he did get shot, so that was probably the first time. But yeah, probably never felt fear in his life. Donald Trump also decided to do a little propagandistic visit, boost morale with the National Guard troops in D.C. This was earlier today, Associated Press from 6 hours ago.
Well, in recent weeks, residents of Washington, D.C. have seen a growing number of National Guard troops on the streets of the nation's capital. It's all part of the president's federal takeover of the D.C. Police Department. And this evening, those troops and other law enforcement officials were joined on patrol by none other than the commander-in-chief.
By the way,
Ed O'Keefe.
I just realized. I'm sorry. I just glazed this because we switched topics technically, but I just realized something. Oh my God. JD Vance is one of those people that Jillian Michaels is upset about. Incredibly upset. People who are just blaming white people, just blanket blaming white people, old white people. JD Vance at 2. Wow. Oh my gosh.
The president thanked dozens of federal law enforcement officials working out of U.S. Park Police headquarters in the Anacostia neighborhood of Washington. That's closer to where a lot of the violent crime in this city can occur, not where we've seen National Guard troops deployed. The president's visit.
Sorry, we don't need this one. I didn't mean to go to that. We don't need this. Let's go here. AP. Here's the AP.
Okay, hello. It's a healthy, attractive-looking group of people. It's good. Well, I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. I wanted to do this. We've had some incredible results. The results have come out, and it's like a different place.
It's like a different place.
City. It's the capital. It's going to...
It's very different. It's, can't put my finger on it, but something's very different right now.
The best in the world. We're going to do what you're doing with law enforcement, and very importantly also, we're going to physically do it. We're going back to Congress for some money, and we're going to redo a lot of the pavement, a lot of the medians, a lot of the graffiti's all coming off. I've never received so many phone calls thanking me for what we've done in Washington, D.C., from people that haven't gone to a restaurant literally in 4 years. And they said, you know, what you've done it's unprecedented.
Who are those people that Donald Trump is referencing? I really would like to speak to them. I would like at least one of them to come forward and say, I haven't been able to go to a restaurant for 4 years because of crime. I mean, oh my God. How much of a weak, like, pathetic, sort of rot-brained sort of person do you have to be to have not left the house for 4 years solely on the basis of crime? Also, how do you not leave a house for 4 years? How rich do you have to be to never leave the house for 4 years? Like, are you kidding me? Like, 4 years in D.C., paying bills? I'm assuming that these people Donald Trump is quoting, supposedly, are in D.C. One would assume, based upon the context of this comment. I wonder what that would cost. 4 years without leaving the house. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, one would assume. Especially if you're not leaving the house to buy groceries, right? You got to add on top of the fact that you're like Instacarting and DoorDashing everything. Like, oh my God. Cost must be astronomical.
People are now coming in. They're making reservations to come in. They want to be in Washington, D.C. One of the things we're going to be redoing is your parks. I'm very good at grass because I have a lot of golf courses all over the place. I know more about grass than any human being, I think, anywhere in the world. And we're going to be regrassing all of your parks, all brand new sprinkler systems, the best that you can buy, just like Augusta. No, it'll look like Augusta. It'll look like, more importantly,
be
Trump
as good as
National Golf
Augusta.
Club. That's even better. But
It's
we're
even
going
better. Trump
to have
National
all
Golf
brand.
Club actually better than Augusta. Wow. I don't know if everybody understands what just but Augusta is where they play the Masters Championship every single year. Donald's like, actually, Augusta sucks. Okay, Trump National Golf Course, very best 18 holes on the planet.
Importantly, Trump National Golf Club. That's even better. But we're going to have all brand new, beautiful grass. You know, like everything else, grass has a life. Do you know that? Grass has a life. You know, we have a life and grass has a life. And it's going to happen fast.
We have a
It's gonna
life
go
and
up
grass has a life. Grandpa is literally starting to like, he's made it 7 months and his brain is so addled at this point that I don't think he knows what he's saying anymore. I really don't. He like, what the fuck is this guy going on about? Grass, we have lives, but so does grass.
life. You know, we have a life and grass has a life. And it's going to happen fast. It's going to go up like a miracle. So you do the job on safety and I'll get this place fixed up physically. And we're going to be so proud of it at the end of 6 months. But let's say at the end of a year, this place will be maxed out in terms of beauty. And you people are winners. And I just think it's such an honor to be with you. And we're going to make Washington, D.C. great again. We're making our country great again. The country is very close to being great. When they say it's the hottest.
Now, initially, before this actually happened, there was a claim that Donald Trump was going to walk the streets with the National Guard. That seems to have been foregone. I could be wrong. Maybe he'll do it. But I also, what I found funny about that claim that he was going to walk the streets with the National Guard, it would seem to, I mean, you would think it would fly in the face of the entire narrative that they're trying to spin here. Because if the streets are so dangerous, I mean, why would you let Donald Trump, the president of the United States, walk on the streets? But that was just an insane, I mean, like, he starts off like, you're all so amazing and it is such an honor to be here. Have you heard of grass before? Golf courses. We're gonna make DC into a golf course. We're gonna fix all of the pavement and the barriers, the medians, and all of the nasty graffiti. Have you heard of grass? Do you know grass requires a lot of care. You would not imagine how much money I have to pay people to make the grass at Trump National, the very best golf course in the whole world. It's incredibly expensive, but we're gonna go to Congress. We're gonna get a bunch of money, and we're gonna do just that. It's gonna be very good, very great. Everyone's gonna love it. Benjamin Netanyahu, Viktor Orban, and Vladimir Putin are gonna be able to come here, and they're gonna be absolutely floored. They're gonna be utterly. Just aghast at how much better the Washington, D.C. is than Moscow or Tel Aviv or any of the other places. I just realized this, Tel Aviv isn't the capital. Jerusalem is the capital of Israel now. God damn it. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's already grass and cherry trees. Look, okay, look, you can't expect orange dementia grandpa to know what's in DC. Okay, it's not like he's leaving. If he's leaving the White House, it is to go to is to get on to he does not. If you think no, I mean, of course, I don't think you think this, but like Donald Trump is not like he's not going to the store to pick up cigarettes or like whatever, a Coca-Cola. You know, I don't think he really leaves the premises of the White House unless it's to get onto a helicopter, to take him to an airplane, to take him to Mar-a-Lago or Bedminster or one of his other golf resorts. Like he doesn't know what's in D.C. He does not know what's going on in D.C. He's listening to Stephen Miller, and Stephen Miller's telling him that D.C. is a goddamn hellhole where crime is festering and exploding. All right. Now let's go here. Talk political games that are afoot right now. But before we get to the redistricting of states, let's go here and talk about political parties, specifically Elon Musk, who has apparently backed down from his earlier touted goal and desire to start a new political party in the United States. Right after him and Donald Trump, had their falling out, he was like, fuck it, fuck Republicans, third party. And as of yesterday, apparently he's backing off of those plans.
Awful. Weak.
Musk backs off plans for third political party, according to reports. Elon Musk is reversing course on his plans to form a third political party and is telling associates to instead focus on his accomplishments, according to a new report citing sources who said Musk is considering financially backing Vice President J.D. Vance if he decides to run for president in 2028. Musk has expressed concerns about angering Republicans if he followed through with his plans for a new American party, the Wall Street Journal reported Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, this is an astute observation. I'm not going to lie. Elon at least is capable of getting his finger on the pulse once in a while. And in this case, I think he does realize that Democrats, liberals, whatever, leftists, hate him more than Republicans do, right? Like, and so if he alienates Republicans, he's not, I mean, not that he has any friends, but literally he's going to be not just in a K-hole all the time. He's just going to be in a dark and lonely place forever. Citing unnamed sources with knowledge of his plans, who said Musk hasn't ruled out the possibility of forming... Oh, he hasn't ruled it out, but he's not doing it. That makes sense.
Not gonna do it.
Musk announced last month at the height of his feud with President Donald Trump, he informally launched the party, which he has said he would use to target Senate and House races, though he hasn't registered the American Party with the Federal Election Commission. Despite cutting ties with Trump, the Tesla CEO has reportedly stayed close to Vance and has floated the possibility of contributing to his 2028 presidential campaign. Musk forged a close relationship with Trump after contributing to his 2024 presidential campaign. Then went on to work in the White House, heading up the Department of Good. Yes. Okay, we don't need the rest of this. Thank you, Forbes. I love that, you can just give people a lot of money in politics and they become close friends. You can just form a very close bond all of a sudden.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Follow the rich white man.
All right, let's get to the redistricting fight. It's not shocking to me, actually, that the American Party has already flopped. Even Elon Musk. That's the two-party duopoly for you. I just find it hilarious, though, that, Elon, like in so much of his, outward-facing bravado is really just nothing. It's based upon a complete lack of self-confidence among everything else. All right, yes, to the redistricting fight, which has been ongoing this week. All right, BBC News from 15 hours ago. Texas approves new electoral map favoring Republicans.
Well, it seems like Texas Republicans have a clear path forward to pass their new congressional maps as soon as today, as lawmakers are set to reconvene on the House floor. Some Democrats are already there after ripping up so-called permission slips for police escorts in solidarity with State Representative Nicole Collier. The Republican-imposed slips were part of a surveillance plan to ensure that Democrats return to the special session today. Collier spoke about her party's resistance on the takeout last night.
We've sparked a movement. Since we started two weeks ago, gerrymandering has become a household word. That wasn't happening before. Now people are seeing this for what it is. We won't go back to the Jim Crow era. We want to make sure that we preserve the freedom. And so we may not win this battle, but the war continues.
And we've got CBS News political reporter Hunter Woodall live in Washington with the latest. Hunter, good morning. So as we mentioned, the Texas House, they're reconvening today. What can we expect?
Well, good morning. And when you look at, you laid this out very well at the top here, essentially the hurdles are coming down for Texas Republicans who are trying to pass these new congressional maps in Texas. Now, these new maps would essentially take 5 Democratic seats and shift them in a way that they would favor Republicans. Democrats obviously have been calling national attention to this over the last few weeks, but as they return to Texas this week, many of those hurdles have come down, and all the evidence that we're seeing is that these new maps are likely to pass, like you said, as soon as today. Now, Texas Democrats have signaled that they're trying to build a legal case against this. Their next hope is trying to overturn these maps in the courts. Republicans are obviously emphatic about getting these maps through, and it looks like all the energy is there to get that to happen relatively soon.
Mm-hmm. They did indeed do that earlier today. Now, of course, the other side of all this is that California and other Democratic states are looking to reverse, or not reverse, but at least fight back against this with their own redrawing of electoral maps in their states. But before we get to that discussion, let's go here to BBC News, talk about what happened earlier today in Texas.
Thanks for being with us. The Republican-controlled state house in Texas has passed the new congressional maps, which they hope will deliver them 5 extra seats at next year's midterm elections. It's a hugely controversial move, which has sparked battles over redistricting across the country. In California, Democrats are moving to carve up their state map in retaliation. In other Republican states like Indiana, Missouri and Florida, they too are talking about tweaking congressional maps to create more Republican-controlled seats. So what does it mean for politics in the United States? Well, I'm joined by David Goodman, Houston bureau chief of the New York Times, who's been following this story. Thanks for being with us, David. We have sort of boundary changes as well, but it's supposed to be controlled in the UK according to population. Can you just explain briefly the process in the US?
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, in the United States, it actually varies by state. And the state legislatures are able to set the boundaries in many cases, and that becomes a partisan political project. Now, normally this happens only after the once-a-decade census, where the population numbers are adjusted, and you sort of figure out where the lines are supposed to go. Because in the House of Representatives, each member is meant to represent the same number of people. There's a one-person, one-vote principle. But some states, like California, previously had independent.
Okay, there we go. So yeah. Shortly after getting a quorum, very shortly, like within 24 hours, the Texas Republicans approved the new electoral map. So there we go, gerrymandering done in Texas. It's official. Now let's talk about what Democrats are doing about all of this. Starting here, 9 hours ago, NBC Bay Area, California set to act fast after Texas advances congressional map to boost the GOP.
Right now, California state senators are preparing to vote on 3 bills that could put California's redrawn congressional maps before voters in November. But first, the redistricting measures have to make it to Governor Newsom's desk.
Yeah, but first, redistricting measures will making it to the governor's desk as NBC Bay Area's Chris Sanchez joining us now. And Chris, certainly a lot to deal with here.
So, yes, and it's happening as we speak right now. That debate continues not only in the state assembly in Sacramento, but also in the state Senate, also in Sacramento. Now, before we did talk about this issue there in Sacramento, more than one speaker before those bodies said they did not choose this fight.
And hours later, that vote was approved. Here's CBS News from 3 hours ago. Newsom signs bill putting new California congressional maps on the November ballot.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Meanwhile, the Texas State House is voting right now on the controversial new congressional maps. Those maps could give the Republican Party up to 5 more seats in Congress, something the White House has pressured the Lone Star State Republicans to get done. Let's bring back CBS News reporter Erica Brown live for us outside the White House. Now, in the last hour, Erica, Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill sending California's new maps to the state ballot this November. So what happens between now and then?
Well, for now, California can't do anything else. The state legislature has responded to the Texas move by House Republicans to redraw maps that will be favorable to them, acquiring about 5 more seats in Congress. So the California state Democrats did what they could to offset those potential gains with this bill that could give California Democrats up to 5 more seats.
All right. Well, immediately, if not sooner, within the same 24-hour period of Texas approving new gerrymandered districts in their state, California released the map, voted on it, and Gavin Newsom signed it into law. Although I guess not really. I mean, into law. It's signed it onto the. How do you put that? Approved putting the new maps onto the ballot in November. Same idea, but just a little bit more democratic because California is actually asking people how they feel about this plan. Will ICE be at the voting booths? If they are, I don't think they would have. I mean, they would have no justification, A, to be there. B, God, it feels like voter intimidation, but instead of it being private citizens, it would be a goddamn federal agency. I don't even know what the law would say about that, but it sounds fucking illegal. Like, no one's supposed to be armed outside of, it's like, it's a crime to be armed at a polling station. I think in almost all states. I could be wrong on that, but is it California law that it needs to be voted on? What do you mean? Like the independent, I think so. I'm fairly certain that people need to vote on it. All right, like the whole state's going to vote on it in like a referendum type vote in November. But because of some of California's laws, I do think it is. I think it's a necessity that they do this. Otherwise, they'd be usurping the the state laws. I could be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain. Okay, let's see here. Oh, this is a troubling. This story was. I saw this, like, this is the Onion. It's like, dude, this can't be real. But unfortunately, I'm sorry to report to you folks, this next story you're gonna watch is very, very real. Oh shit! Before we get to that, oh, should I do this in reverse order? Fuck it, doesn't matter. Although the next story is wild, it would be good to have something positive to watch after it. But too late for that. I've gone too far. Let's go here. Before we get to that story I was talking about, the Onion story. This is not that. This is a different story. This is in New York. This actually happened over the weekend, where crowds came to participate in protest in NYC. The Stop Starving Gaza protest. CBS New York's got the coverage for us.
Today, a march in solidarity was held with the Palestinian people, drawing hundreds to Bryant Park. That was earlier today. Supporters came out. You can see supporters came out in large crowds to send a message to those in support of Israel, calling for an end to alleged starvation practices in the region. Many marched not only to defend Gaza, but to call for an end to U.S. aid to Israel in the war.
Every child, for every family, for every brother, sister, father, mother who has been brutally killed in Gaza. We have hundreds more to march in the streets in their honor. Because above all else, we are sending a message to the world that the people of Gaza and the people of Palestine are not alone.
Well, there we go. People in New York still fighting the good fight, still protesting against what is happening in Palestine. The fact is, I mean, that is, in this moment when we are dealing with fascism, authoritarian takeover of the country.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Like, this is, I mean, incredibly, it's beyond brave. It is, I can't think of the word right now. Like, it's heroic, but that's not quite the word I'm even looking for. But it's just truly fucking commendable that people are still going out and fighting this fight while we are also fighting all these other fights simultaneously. But it's the fight that we need to be fighting. We can't give it up. That's why we talk about Israel practically every single stream. So long as we make it to the Earth half, we've got fucking Israel news, Palestine news every freaking day. I refuse to stop covering it until that situation comes to a close. All right, now let's go to this fucking story that it still feels like a fucking Onion story. Like, this is it's 2025, right? Not 1200 or whatever it was. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta look a statistic up real quick because I cannot remember for some reason. Oh, sweet. Sorry, I just noticed something. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, not the 12, the 1300. Sorry, I knew it was close. I knew it was close. Okay, the 13. Okay, it's not the 1300s anymore, but this next story does exist. This is a real thing. Oh boy.
I don't want reality.
Well, you're gonna have to deal with that. Let's go here to NBC News from yesterday to California, where apparently a Californian has tested positive, not for COVID, not for some other disease. And considering the time frame, I think some people are starting to figure out what's happening here, perhaps. But someone in California just tested positive for the bubonic plague.
This is ridiculous!
I think it's crazy. I didn't even know the plague was still something that was going on.
For both visitors and residents of South Lake Tahoe, it's shocking to hear about a case of the bubonic plague.
This was very news to me, and that's scary.
But the cases are rare, but they do occur.
Heather Orchard, the nursing manager for El Dorado County Public Health, says plague bacteria are commonly found in higher elevation areas. It's carried by rodents and often transmitted by fleas.
So this person was camping in an area in South Lake Tahoe and was bitten, likely by a flea.
That person is now getting medical treatment and recovering at home.
A lot of the symptoms are very common: nausea, vomiting, muscle aches, a bite that they may have noticed.
While these cases can be serious, they are curable.
It's treated with antibiotics and it's early identification.
The last human case of plague in El Dorado County was in 2020, but officials are routinely tracking it. So far this year,
It's horrifying. Honestly, I thought we had gotten rid of the plague. I'm not gonna lie.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I mean, it's just a fact. I just thought, I was like, it's 2025. That's a thing of the past. That's from 1,000 years ago. 700. Who's counting? Jesus Christ. And knowing this administration, I'm sure that we'll try and get some herd immunity on this bubonic plague situation. Jesus Christ.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Just have everybody just go out and get bitten by bubonic plague fleas. Maha, indeed. Jesus Christ. Measles outbreak. Now a bubonic plague outbreak that really escalated real fucking quick. Jesus Christ. It's not funny. I just need a laugh. Okay. All right. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on from the bubonic plague to talking the economy. Oh, that's right. I remember that now. That's right. I haven't watched that since House was on TV. Oh my God. How old am I now? Jesus Christ. I'm getting too old. It's gonna be I don't even want to say it. Oh God. I'm gonna be over the hill in no time. Jesus Christ, I'm getting old, people. My 30s are just speeding by me right now. What was I doing? Oh, right. The economy.
Follow the rich white man.
To Reuters from yesterday. Trump attacks Fed Chief Powell once again. Claims that he's hurting housing. Fantastic. Okay, let's go here.
Donald Trump has resumed his attacks on Federal Reserve Chief Jerome Powell. Posting on social media, the US president wrote, "Could somebody please inform Jerome Too Late Powell that he is hurting the housing industry very badly? People can't get a mortgage because of him. There is no inflation, and every sign is pointing to a major rate cut." Trump has regularly accused...
Oh my God. Now, I find this, I'm not going to reread it for you since I just said the whole thing. Oh my God. But I would point out that Donald Trump capitalized the R and the C in rate cut, as well as the M in mortgage, the H in housing. I mean, grammar and Donald Trump do not agree most days. But fact is, every major factor is not pointing to a major rate cut, but of course Donald Trump doesn't understand economics, or certainly doesn't want to understand economics in this moment. But many things, which are, including inflation, are pointing to the need for the reverse of that potentially. It depends on where we fall in the next 24 hours, because there's going to be more data coming out Friday, which it technically is for some already. Let me just look at what's coming out today again. Friday, August. No, that's the wrong day. August 22nd. Right, saw Friday. Oh, wait, no, it was Thursday that they came out. Oh, yeah, and the data was bad in some cases. But, yeah. Although some of this data would, in fact, justify it, but we still have the inflation numbers bad. The inflation numbers this month have all been bad. I'm sorry, there was no, there was inflation technically numbers this week on manufacturing, and those numbers went up. They were higher than expected, and in some cases, like 10% higher. So the all of the numbers on inflation coming in right now are suggesting that we need a rate cut. I'm sorry, a rate hike, while the job numbers are coming in suggesting that we need a rate cut. So it's the Federal Reserve is caught between a rock and a hard place in this moment. Initial jobless claims were up this month, up from last month by 235,000 initial jobless claims this month. That's 10,000 more than there were last month, and 10,000 more than were expected by economists and all those fucking people. So yeah, Federal Reserve's in a sticky wicket.
Every sign is pointing to a major rate cut. Trump has regularly accused Powell of being too slow to cut rates.
He's a terrible Federal Reserve Chairman.
But his claim of zero inflation isn't accurate. Though recent data has painted a mixed picture, price rises remain stubbornly above the Fed's 2% target level. Now Trump's latest salvo comes ahead of Powell's speech at the annual Jackson Hole get-together for central bankers. Every word there will be scanned for clues to his next move. Investors are widely betting that the Fed will cut rates by a quarter point next month, with perhaps another similar reduction later in the year. That would still be far less than the multi-percentage point cut that Trump has called for. Bank policymakers face a difficult decision as they wait for evidence on the impact of Trump's sweeping global tariffs.
Yup, that's what they've been saying. That's what we've been saying. I've just been reiterating the things that Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve have been saying, but these are all just facts, that inconvenient facts to the Trump administration. Their own actions are the reasons for why, or one of the main reasons for why the Federal Reserve is not cutting rates like Trump wants.
Oh, illegal.
All right. Speaking of the Federal Reserve, let's go here. The Federal Reserve was meeting today. This not just today, but over this week. Federal Reserve, Federal Open Market Committee members all met in Jackson Hole. I believe Jerome Powell is going to be giving a speech today, which should give us some inkling of where things are headed. But let's go here. Not to Jerome Powell, but to one Federal Reserve governor who says that she will not allow herself to be bullied by Donald Trump.
This is the very definition of
The governor of the Federal Reserve, Lisa Cook, has said she refuses to be bullied into stepping down from her post by the president. Donald Trump called on Cook to resign on social media after an accusation from one of his officials that she had committed mortgage fraud. Trump appointee Bill Pult claimed that Cook had claimed 2 primary residences in 2021 to get better mortgage terms. Cook said she was gathering information to answer any legitimate questions. If Cook is forced out of the Federal Reserve, it could give Trump a chance to appoint a loyalist and exert greater control on...
Now, I mean, technically doing that is in fact a crime, but I find it highly unlikely that a Federal Open Market Committee, a Federal Reserve governor, would do something so brazen. I find that to be ridiculous, a ridiculous claim. I feel this claim coming from the Trump administration on this feels like, you know, first off, they just want to replace the Board of Governors with loyalists so that they can direct the Federal Reserve to do what they want rather than having it be an independent organization. And so they're just coming up with whatever they can. And this seems to me like a doge, like a doging, like they AI'd it. Like, you know what I mean? They probably, like, you know, put AI on the task. AI came back with a bunch of hallucinations like, oh my God, oh my God, she had 2 primary residences. It's a crime.
Illegal.
Okay, let's go move from monetary policy to talking about the tariffs. Actually, before we get to the tariffs, let's just go here to Las Vegas, see how summer's going for people in the place where What's the where everything stays? That's right. That's Las Vegas's motto. Let's go to the place where the things that happen, well, they stay there. See how that summer fun's going.
What happens in Vegas could spell trouble for the U.S. economy. The subject of chatter on social media for months now. Empty streets and casinos. One even saying
that was well played.
Is actually dead.
You know, that was well played. I'm not gonna take that away from her. That was a well played pun. Play on their catchphrase. What happens in Vegas may leak out to the entire country.
Trouble for the U.S. economy. The subject of chatter on social media for months now. Empty streets and casinos. One even saying Vegas is actually dead. Another calling it a ghost town. While maybe a bit extreme, the numbers do back up a summer tourism slump. Visitors coming into Las Vegas in June down more than 11% compared to last year, and down more than 7% for the whole year.
It's slow.
Oh my God. That is an amazing point from Narwhal. I breezed past that. But that's a phenomenal fucking point. That is a great point. I cannot lie. I cannot lie whatsoever. Holy shit. That is such a great point. For the Trump administration to accuse others of bank fraud is truly, I mean, gallsome. I mean, it is, wow, brazen. Like, Donald Trump has been accused just of fucking, like, I don't even know how many times, a myriad times of like having misrepresented assets and other things to banks in order to get more favorable loans and other things like that. Oh, that's a really good point. Glass houses.
When I drive down the strip going to work in the morning, and I barely see visitors out there.
Hotel room occupancy and convention attendance dropping by the tens of thousands.
Judging from all the videos and movies.
Now this is Vegas.
You know, Vegas is just crazy and there's party everywhere, and then we arrived here and it was like that city.
So is this the canary in the casino for the nation?
Las Vegas has tended to be the bellwether for the rest of the country when the business cycle slows down.
Back in the Great Recession, the worst month for visitors to Vegas, January 2009, down about 11% from the year before. And the ripple effects were huge, with the housing bust wiping out 15 years of booming home values in the area.
We tend to get hit the first and the hardest, and then slower than others to recover.
In part because hospitality and tourism make up more than a quarter of the city's workforce. But over the last decade, it's been rebuilding and rebranding, trying to diversify the economy, snatching up sports teams from Oakland, transforming the Strip into an F1 racetrack.
We're underway in Las Vegas.
And the high-tech sphere that's become a hot concert destination and a new landmark of the city.
I love how they think of that as branching out for Las Vegas. That is all in the same wheelhouse. It's just entertainment. It's just entertainment by a different name. Ooh, because it's like, oh, I'm sorry. Did Las Vegas not have a movie theater? Oh, okay. So they did. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Branching out. A fascinating term in this. But those numbers are terrible. Double-digit figures down, and that's not good. And it could be a bellwether for the future of the U.S. economy. It has been in the past. The fact is, a number of things are all sort of turning the wrong way for the economy. AI and other things like that struggling, crypto struggling right now. The fact that we have, in fact, integrated crypto into much of our economy is truly horrifying to me. Especially with the Trump administration in power right now. I think we could see a full-blown multi-trillion-dollar crypto bailout if it were to it'd be utterly devastated. I would not be shocked. I'd be horrified, but I wouldn't be shocked. All right, let's go here now. Move on from tourism and gambling. Talking about things that are probably hitting more people in the United States right now. Let's go to talking about those tariffs. And apparently Home Depot released a statement 2 days ago. I think it was amidst its earnings report, which happened earlier this week, I believe. And unfortunately for Donald Trump and for, well, the rest of America, but for different reasons, Home Depot said that it will be raising prices due to Donald Trump's tariffs.
Illegal.
Higher prices at Home Depot. Until now, America's largest home improvement retailer had offered limited guidance on the impact of tariffs. However, the company's CFO told CNN that some of its prices could be going up because of the cost of the Trump administration's taxes on imports. For more, we're joined now by CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. Tell us more about this, Vanessa.
Yeah, well, America's largest home improvement retailer cannot escape tariffs. As you mentioned a few months ago, they really were waiting and seeing, not really commenting on how tariffs might affect prices. But now we know they are going to have to raise prices on some of their inventory. Here is Billy Bastick. He's the executive vice president of merchandising. He spoke just moments ago on the earnings call about raising prices. Take a listen.
Some of the imported goods, obviously tariff rates are significantly higher today than they were when we spoke in May. So as you'd expect, there'll be some modest pricing in some categories, but it won't be broad-based.
And so here's a state of Home Depot's inventory right now. Less than 50% of the inventory they get from abroad. Some of the majority they're getting from right here in the United States. But for a while now, the company has been aiming to diversify their supply chain so that one single country only produces up to about 10% of the inventory. That really helps move the supply chain.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll solve the situation. I mean, it would solve the situation if, you know, there was like some sort of a supply shock, right? But this isn't a supply shock, right? This is a different situation. So I'm not sure this is going to solve that because the tariffs are, you know, on basically every single country on the planet. So I don't know if that's going to really solve it. But yeah, if you're planning on doing home improvements, it might be a little bit more expensive. By the way, I just noticed that somebody donated PP, I think, yeah, on PayPal. Which is, of course, a very smart way to donate right now because you get 2 for 1 on your money. You not only donate to the Galactic Deficit Financing Goal, you also donate to the Galactic Content Goal. And you just got us over. Just got us over the limit. Goal done. I am ending it with 40 minutes left, I'd point out. Whoops, that is not, I'm not sending a super chat to myself. I want to end the goal. Thank you. There we go. Amazing. Thank you to all you beautiful people who have contributed tonight to...
Climate and everything are the same word.
That's the wrong sound shot. To the goal. To the goals. Really appreciate all of you. Been very helpful. Very generous. It's much appreciated. All right, we're now at 125 of 375 right now in the Galactic Deficit. Doing much better than we were just hours ago. Feel slightly better about the future. So anyway, enjoy the confetti party here for a moment. Bask in the glory and the greatness. Enjoy the fruits of your labors with a visual, auditory bonanza. You know, I think I need a new, I don't know what, I gotta think of a new song for the confetti parties. Because this isn't party enough. Like, it's too elevator. It's too much elevator waiting music. I just didn't want to, you know, add another sound shot on my board. But that it just makes more sense to do that. Anyway, great job, everyone. I appreciate you all very much. We are now guaranteed to get all the sweet, sweet content tonight. All right, let's keep talking about the economy. CBS News 2 days ago, Americans' paychecks still not keeping up with inflation.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, 4 years after the pandemic caused prices to increase, a new study finds that U.S. wages still have not caught up with inflation. According to Bankrate's 2025 Wage to Inflation Index, Americans are earning 1.2 percentage points below the rise in the cost of living over the past 4 years. So what does that mean? In simpler terms, that means the average employee's pay increases over that time have not caught up with higher prices. Bankrate's study comes after a CBS News poll from last month found most Americans think negatively of the economy. 55% rated it as bad. A majority also said that they have seen prices rise in recent weeks. Weak.
There we go. People not feeling good about the economy right now. Probably, at least in part, due to the fact that inflation is exceeding wage growth. So, you know, all that work we did in recent years, Fight for 15, things like that. All of that's being completely, made superfluous thanks to the Trump administration and greedy capitalists. Which I guess are one and the same when you think about it. All right, now, Donald Trump announced, I think this was on Wednesday, or it might actually have been Tuesday, new tariffs, or at least more specificity on steel and aluminum tariffs. Now, it's not just raw steel and aluminum. They released a list of hundreds of different items, which will now also be tariffed as they contain the steel and aluminum. Here's CNN from yesterday.
Hundreds of everyday household items are about to get a lot more expensive thanks to President Trump's trade war and specifically the steel and aluminum tariffs. The tariffs were initially only expected to hit raw materials, but now they include goods containing steel and aluminum. CNN's Matt Egan has this for us. What is going on and what should people be expecting?
Well, Kate, this is a big deal, right? Even as inflation is heating up, the Trump administration is quietly making it even more expensive to import hundreds of items that all of us would see on store shelves. So this is a major expansion of those 50% steel and aluminum tariffs. Previously, those tariffs shielded items that just simply contained steel and aluminum. Not anymore. Starting this week, those 50% tariffs apply to the steel and aluminum content on many items, right? This impacts more than 400 product categories, right? And some of these are household items, right? Everything from butter knives and baby strollers to even canned deodorant, furniture as well. A whole bunch of household items impacted.
Wow. And this is only, I don't have the full list in front of me. I am tempted to bring up the full list right now. This list is, I mean, it's insane. Butter knives. Ah, yes. The United States need to go back. We need to go back to making butter knives. Why are we not making more butter knives? Baby strollers. Spray deodorant. Fire extinguishers. That's good. That's smart. That's what you want to do. You want to make it more expensive for people to put fires out in their homes, businesses, and other places where fires happen. That makes sense. Wind turbines, of course. Who would want wind turbines? That's crazy. Cranes. Now, this one is fascinating to me, especially. I mean, sure, Is the tariffing of fire extinguishers seem like, sort of negligence? Yeah, it does. It does seem like negligence. It seems like the Trump administration is actively making America less safe with that one. But when you look at cranes and rail cars, my brain breaks. Okay, it just breaks. Like,
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The Trump administration, which is claiming that they want to bring back manufacturing in the United States. They want to build out manufacturing plants for chips and whatever, butter knives, I guess, and baby strollers and spray deodorant and fire extinguishers and furniture and whatever else. You know what you need to build those factories? Cranes and fucking bulldozers. But no, we're gonna make construction of the very facilities that Donald Trump claims to want here in the United States more expensive. It's insanity. It's just utter insanity. It's the most incoherent nonsense that not that I've ever seen. I mean, this whole year has just been, 8 months of incoherence, but boy, oh boy, does that feel just wildly just off base with the entire narrative that the Trump administration has been trying to weave with the tariffs. It's making literally no sense at all to anybody who even, just on a shallow, cursory level, heard of economics before. It's fucking wild. Okay, let's talk about the stock market, which has been struggling in recent days. Here's Bloomberg Television from yesterday. Wait, this is out of order. Why is this? God damn it.
Mark, we were just talking to Richard
Motherfucker. How did I do this? This should be here. Who did this? Not me. I didn't do shit. God damn it. All right, hold on. I take it back. We're not getting to the stock market yet. We're staying on the tariffs because I still have more stories from the tariffs. Not only is steel and aluminum and things made with steel and aluminum going to be more expensive, and the things that we need to make the steel and aluminum in this country more expensive, there's another product which is going to be very, very expensive in the future. And this is not going to help anybody in this chat, in America. And I feel like this is, if anything, I mean, in many ways, I feel like this is going to get us closer to revolution than perhaps many other things that the Trump administration has decided to do. Stick with me on this, all right? Let's talk about Brazil, all right? Because, of course, the Trump administration has levied a 50% tariff against Brazil because of entirely political motives having nothing to do with trade. The investigation into the coup waged by Jair Bolsonaro a few years ago. So we're all going to be paying 50% more for one item which many, 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 many Americans depend on. In fact, some people say they can't even start their day without this. Coffee, of course. As Brazil happens to be one of the largest manufacturers of coffee on the planet.
decades, coffee imports entered the United States largely duty-free. But now some of America's top trading partners are facing double-digit tariffs on their imports, including coffee. That's true of Brazil, the largest supplier of coffee to the United States. Its exports now face a 50% tariff into America. It's straining an industry that provides more than 1 million jobs in the US, and it's poised to strain prices too. Our North America business correspondent Erin has been hearing from importers.
This is a bag of 50 pounds of Brazilian French roast. It would have been $147.50 before the tariff and $359.50 after the tariff.
Peter Longo's Puerto Rico importing company has been a staple on New York City's Bleecker Street since 1907.
Now, I'm not sure that those numbers check out. Now, I'm not claiming, I honestly, I could be wrong. But I want to believe this guy back here. Go back. I want to believe this guy back here, but the math ain't mathing on that cost. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not wrong about the math, but I could be wrong about where he's calculating, like what the calculation is exactly. 50% more than 1,500 would be $2,250 or something like that, not $3,500. So I don't know where that extra $1,000 comes into play.
$359.50 after the tariff.
Peter Longo's Puerto Rico importing company has been a staple on New York City's Bleecker Street since 1907. A bestseller is Cafe Blend. It's reliant on Brazilian beans. They're now subject to a 50% import tax thanks to President Trump's tariffs.
The amount of the tariff is so large that it's going to really affect the price of the coffee. So for instance, if we're selling coffee for $15.99 and there's a 50% tariff, that coffee is going to go up another $8. That's going to be in the 20s. That's crazy.
This is ridiculous!
Yeah, that math definitely is checking out. This is insane. This is fucking insane. Coffee was already getting more and more and more and more expensive. This is not going to help anything. Increasing the cost, and let's just assume that places like Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks, who don't love profits, just pass the cost onto the consumer and don't raise any prices beyond that, right? 50% added to a drink at Dunkin' or Starbucks is going to wind up costing you like fucking like $10, $12 or something like that. I'm trying to like do the math on it, but it's fucking insane. Who's going to be able to afford to go to Dunkin' or Starbucks if you know, every single, you're not going to be able to unless you're doing very, very well and you just love throwing money away. But I mean, like, this is insane. You have $15 Frappuccinos by next month.
People won't buy it. You know, $30 a pound, that's ridiculous. That's going to kill the market for Brazilian coffee, which is, I guess, the purpose. They want to punish Brazil for whatever reason, so they're putting a draconian tariff on it.
More production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers.
President Trump is remaking the global trade world order through tariffs, charging importers like Peter a fee to bring products in from other countries. The goal is to get foreign countries to lower trade barriers.
Wait, that's wild. Wait, so people, I wonder what the impetus in that is. It could, I'm trying to think. Wait, so importers are charging fees on top of the tariffs? That's insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Maybe that's where that extra money fucking came from. Maybe that's where that math just stopped mathing for me, is that the importers are actually upcharging, oh my god, upcharging businesses for their products on top of the tariffs. Oh boy, good old capitalism.
Make foreign-made products more expensive so that American-made products are more competitive and eventually preferred.
Okay. Now, one thing that's problematic about the desire, I mean, now, first off, let's remember that definitely the reason Donald Trump is tariffing Brazil has nothing with his desire to produce coffee in the United States, and is only related to one thing and one thing only, that being Brazil's government's investigation and indictment of Jair Bolsonaro for the fucking coup that he did 3 years ago. But there is literally nowhere in the United States, well, not nowhere, but there's like the tiny like strips of land in the United States where you could grow coffee, but it's all supposed to be basically along the equator. Right, and the United States is, about 99% above the equator. So there's not a lot of good places to grow coffee if that were, in fact, the plan. But that's not the plan. The plan is just for Donald Trump to, use these tariffs however he wants. We've seen it for the entire time. For the last 6 months, he's been using these tariffs in a way that's completely contrary to his claims about the tariffs, that are completely contrary to just basic economics. And he doesn't care if people like you and me are hurt, that we can't afford coffee, if this actually, I mean, if it's already happening, and that he doesn't give a shit. He's a billionaire. He doesn't even think about people who would struggle to pay for coffee. He does not give a fuck. If he's got one plan: to help his friend, his good buddy Jair Bolsonaro.
Would spur more manufacturing and production of goods right here in the USA.
But the thing is, coffee isn't really grown in the U.S. Thanks. It can't be. It's a tropical fruit that grows along a narrow strip of land around the equator. It does grow in some parts of Hawaii and Puerto Rico and a tiny slice of Southern California, but that's not nearly enough to power the 450 million cups of coffee Americans drink every day. And so, virtually all of it needs to be imported. And that's why tariffs on coffee-producing countries, and especially those 50% tariffs on Brazil, which supplies around a third of all the coffee consumed in the U.S., is impactful for people who sell and import coffee like Peter.
Okay, there we go. Now let's go to this. Because apparently, in the world of business, very interesting thing happened. I don't know if it's that interesting, but it was certainly unexpected for many, as Target's CEO stepped down in dramatic fashion, I believe, over their quarterly earnings call. Here is CNN from yesterday.
The Target CEO, Brian Cornell, is stepping down after 11 years with the company. His departure, which was widely expected, comes as customers are now turning away from the store. Target's stock is among the worst performing companies in the U.S. right now. The S&P 500 this year showing it's way down more than 20%, I should say, to be specific. Let's go live right now to CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. Vanessa, what else led to Cornell's exit?
Yeah, the CEO is out. The CEO is now stepping in. Brian Cornell, who has led the company for more than a decade through some of the company's best years, but most recently through some of the worst years, really not able to dig the company out of the hole. So now you have Michael Fidelki, the CEO, stepping into that position on February 1st. Investors were hoping that Target was going to bring in a fresh face, but the company said after an exhaustive search, they're going with one of their own. You can see shares of Target stock right now down about 11% earlier today, 8% down right now. This is also because of slumping sales. They reported another quarter of sales decline. You have customers pulling back, but you also had in the beginning of this year, Wolf, a boycott by many of Target's core customers who were really upset with the brand after they rolled back their DEI initiatives. The brand was known for being LGBTQ focused and putting a lot of that branding front and center.
I wouldn't call Target LGBTQ focused. I think it was really the Republicans, psychotic right-wingers, were focused on any and all LGBT tangential items in Target. You know, they weren't some bastion of wokeness and, you know, LGBTQ positivity, you know. I think it's a little ridiculous to claim that. But whatever, Vanessa, thank you for that. There we go. Target's business is getting pummeled. And the fact is Target keeps trying to play both sides of the culture war, if you will, right? Like when Republicans had, you know, fits over all sorts of stuff, they started taking stuff down, right? And people started like having little tantrums over the existence of rainbows on clothes for kids, you know, like they immediately rushed to like take those things down and be like apologize, like, oh, we're so sorry. And then the Trump administration comes in, you know, like, and they remove their DEI policies. You know, they're just fucked. They're just fucked. And I'm kind of sick of even like just the general discussion around corporate, like political-esque, like, or social, like awareness, like just treat your employees with respect, you know, like, and don't rip off consumers. That's what I prefer. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like I don't need Target to be fucking woke, okay? Just sell things that people want, okay? And clearly, I mean, people do want, you know, like, they should, like, not worry about what actually, like, what people are crying about on fucking social media, and just be a business. Because the fact is, like, here, like, this is my point. Like, my point is that, like, you know, even though they had some, like, some things there that were pro LGBTQ in very minimal ways, like, how did that all, like, how did that come to fruition, right? Like, what do we get out of that exactly? Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't have those things there, but, like, we need to spend less time, like, congratulating corporations for, like, doing the fucking bare minimum, you know? All right, let's get to talking stock market stuff. Here's Bloomberg Television from yesterday. AI sell-off. Uh-oh, an AI sell-off.
Mark, we were just talking to Richard Windsor about tech and about the tech sell-off we've seen and what drove that. I know on the Markets Live blog, you guys have been talking about how there wasn't much of a catalyst. Some people have attributed this MIT report and a write-up of it that suggests that AI projects and pilots are not very successful. What are you looking at in terms of this sell-off in tech and how sustained it will be?
I think it makes complete sense. We talked about this in the show on Monday, that we suddenly came into this week and AI was suddenly looking very vulnerable, specifically AI, after not being the weak link for the last few years. And I think, you know, obviously valuations are stretched, but that's never a timing tool. But we've come into a period of where it's seasonally not great for the retail sector. There's been a big buyer of these mega cap tech names. But the really big catalyst on the horizon is, of course, Jackson Hole. And the bias for the next month, out of maybe not immediate reaction at Jackson Hole, but a delayed reaction at Jackson Hole or immediately, will be higher long end yields. And that's when AI is much higher duration asset than it was previously because of its capex cycle. So we've got a hype cycle that's extended relative to the impact cycle. We've got retail participation down just seasonally. We've got Jackson Hole on the horizon. We've got Nvidia earnings that are, like, priced wonderfully, and they will be wonderful. They'll be absolutely wonderful.
They're going to be so wonderful. They're going to be so good. Oh, thank God. Gonna be super good. Claims this guy. But yeah, for now, people are not. I think, honestly, in my estimation, I think people are starting to realize that maybe AI can't do abso-fucking-lutely everything, and that maybe it's ill-advised to try and replace absolutely everything in society with AI, and that these companies are incredibly overvalued. I mean, it's pretty wild when you look into it. But, like, many of these AI companies have insane valuations, just truly insane. All right, let's talk more about the AI stock fatigue. Reuters from 15 hours ago. Is AI stock fatigue setting in?
Tech stocks are losing steam as AI frenzy doubts are creeping into markets. Aww. Tech stocks have taken a beating this week, dragging down key US indexes. Investors are ditching long-time market leaders amid concerns the rally has gone too far and too fast. So is AI fatigue setting in and here to stay? Ethan Deffitt is Senior Investment Advisor from Vendetta. So the S&P 500 tech sector is down nearly 5% in the last 5 trading days. Should investors be worried?
I don't think this is really cause for worry. This is going to be now par for the course, I believe, in this sector. We're seeing stocks such as Palantir fall by up to 10% in a day. This is just the new normal. When we see valuations at these levels, Palantir was trading at 200 times earnings.
200
We're going to have to expect a
times
lot of intra-stock
earnings.
volatility.
Just to be clear, for what in case people here don't know what that means, if a stock is trading at quote unquote 200 times earnings, what that means is like this is just a arbitrary example, but like say a stock's value, like if you go onto the stock market to buy a single share of that stock, say that stock is $200 a piece, right? Well, on the underlying earnings that company is making, right? I mean, they're making $1 per share, right? And the reason why that's important is that, in the case of a market collapse, right, technically your shares would at least be worth something intrinsically, underlying value, so on and so forth. Like you would have $1 per share. But if it's at $200 a share, but it's only worth $1 a share, you got a real fucking problem. There's a massive chasm between where it's at right now and where its actual technical value is, leading to potential massive drops in price.
That's why I'm starting to believe that investors need to think about their tech exposure a little differently from their other equity exposure. That will probably be trading at more reasonable valuations and behave really according to how equities have behaved. But these large tech stocks are a bit of a law unto themselves.
Some are blaming stretched valuation for the rotation. Is this a serious red flag for tech stocks?
It's certainly a cause for caution that one should not get carried away with hockey stick projections in an area which is really uncharted territory, such as the adoption of AI. We've been in
Yeah, and they're not the only ones with sky-high valuations, that being the one we just mentioned. Was it again Anthropic? No, the other one. God damn it, whatever. They're all trading at lofty fucking valuations that are just... Oh, it's Palantir. Like all these companies, 50, 100, 200 times valuation, and it's fucking insane.
This is ridiculous!
Arms race where companies have been afraid not to put capex to work there. There's been a lot of talk about the productivity gains that could be expected and some hand-wringing about what that could mean for jobs. However, the reality on the ground is that nobody really knows what the productivity change will mean, and it really hasn't been tested yet. We're also seeing these mobile robots, and we don't know how they will ultimately affect the workforce. So I think definitely we got ahead of ourselves in terms of projections. What we do know, though, is that the picks and shovels, the demand for data centers, for infrastructure, for power, all of that is not changing. And that, I think, is a little bit of a safer bet for now than playing necessarily on the AI transformation.
Okay. Now, the demand for data centers, I would point out to this woman, could also go in the other direction. If, something were to happen in the AI space, were they to suddenly need less, data center availability for whatever reason, whether they're making less money or whatever else, less users are using the product. Hockey stick, what? The reference to the hockey stick, it was the massive upswing in prices on specifically AI-related stocks. If you look at any of them, they do kind of look like a hockey stick. They really do. Okay, speaking of AI, let's go here to BBC from 13 hours ago. A number of people, including the boss at Microsoft, are becoming more and more troubled by the rise in reports of something being dubbed AI psychosis.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Microsoft's head of artificial intelligence says he is alarmed by the rising cases of a phenomenon dubbed as AI psychosis. It's a non-clinical term used to describe those who rely so heavily on chatbots, such as Copilot or ChatGPT, that they become convinced something imaginary is real. Zoe Kleiman reports.
Hugh from Scotland says he became convinced that he was about to become a multimillionaire after turning to an AI chatbot to help him when he lost his job. It began by giving him practical advice, but ended up telling him that a book and a movie about his experience would make him more than £5 million.
The more
wow
information that I give the chatbot, the more
wow. The fact that these chatbots are feeding like people like this sort of like narcissist fuel is fucking terrifying. Think about that. Somebody who's struggling with their life and AI is like, look, all you need to do is write a book and write a movie and that's going to solve everything for you. $5 million, baby. Like, that is just dangerous. That is fucking dangerous. Do you know how many people have movie ideas, book ideas that don't get published or made? Like, holy fuck. I mean, this AI basically is recommending to this guy to spend a fuck ton of work on something that I don't know what the percentage likelihood of him getting a book deal or a movie deal, but it's fucking minuscule. It's just feeding delusions to people who are already struggling, and that is terrifying.
information that I give the chatbot, the more it would say, "Oh, this treatment's terrible. Like, you should really be getting more than this," and it would ask me for more information. I would feed it more, and the number would just get higher and higher. It would go from like 10 grand to like into the millions, basically.
Hugh already had mental health problems and ended up having a breakdown. He says taking medication made him realise the money wasn't real. He doesn't blame the technology. He says it signposted citizens' advice, but he ignored it because it was so convincing.
AI psychosis is a non-clinical term to describe people who start using chatbots like ChatGPT, Grok and Claude and start to lose touch with reality. I've had messages from people convinced that the tech has fallen in love with them, or think they've unlocked a secret human inside it, or even think it's deliberately trying to harm them.
A survey of 2,000 UK adults carried out for Bangor University's Emotional AI Lab found that 57% thought it was strongly inappropriate for the tech to identify as a real person if asked. But 49% thought the use of voice was appropriate to make chatbots sound more engaging. 20% thought children under the age of 18 shouldn't use AI at all.
We as professionals and doctors may start having to ask people when we see them in clinic how much AI they're using, how it's affecting their lives, just like we would for smoking alcohol. You know, we already know what ultra-processed foods can do to the body. And I think with this ultra-processed information, we're going to get an avalanche of ultra-processed minds that we need to deal with.
Yeah, ultra-processed information causing something called AI psychosis. But yeah, I mean, the fact is AI, there's been, so many documented cases of AI hallucinating, of AI being ill-equipped to answer certain questions. But you know, if you're using these chatbots, and you're using them very prevalently in your life, you know, it is very possible that you are living in just a bubble. You know, you're living in a manufactured hallucination from an algorithm, and that terrifies me. Aside from all the other problems with AI, that really does terrify me. Oh God! And then you add into it like people like that guy who had, you know, pre-existing mental health problems. And you're off to the fucking races, and the worst races possible. Races in hell. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. We've gotten through 2 halves already, chat. It's actually pretty good timing, not gonna lie. We just got to transit discussions like buses and subways, but we won't get to that until the third half, people. Don't worry, though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you get the latest from GNN. But of course, the very, what was I saying? Oh my god, my brain just broke. But also, why can't I think of words? I say this like 100 times a week. Oh, right, don't forget that we are completely funded by space fams like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. The low, low price of 10 cents a day. You could get a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, space fams? 10 cents a day, that's practically free. Come on. Come on! Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right. I think everybody here knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the third half. And we are going to get into the third half, talking about environmental issues. One thing that I see as being an environmental issue is public transportation. So let's talk about it. Starting in Philadelphia, really all of southeast Pennsylvania. As SEPTA riders, which stands for Southeast Pennsylvania Transportation Authority, will be struggling to get around in the near future as cuts on SEPTA routes amidst a budget constraint. It's going to be making things more difficult for people in the southeastern Pennsylvania region. Here's CBS Philadelphia from yesterday.
Now less than 4 days away from SEPTA making its first round of service cuts. Right now, Republicans and Democrats in Harrisburg still at a stalemate, not able to reach a deal on funding. And anybody who relies...
Damn, this is real quick. This is the entire amount of time, and this was yesterday. So, it must be closer to like 2 days at this point now. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's coming in pretty hot.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's hot. SEPTA, as you know, bracing for impact. Riders and local leaders say the cuts will have devastating financial consequences. CBS News Philadelphia's Brandon Goldner here now with how much those cuts could cost you if you live in our region. Brandon, good morning.
Good morning, Janelle. Riders who spoke to say they're nervous and upset because their only alternatives would either make their commutes longer and more crowded or it'd simply be too expensive. Riders will start feeling the pinch this Sunday. 32 bus routes cut, 16 others shortened, system-wide service slashed 20%. Montgomery County leaders fear the cuts will lead to congested roads, falling property values, and lower tax revenue. Governor Josh Shapiro says negotiations between the House and Senate are ongoing, but he says they will have to reach a compromise, such as tying in skill games legislation with public transit funding.
I think we've successfully been able to bridge some of the divides that exist between the two sides, but now's a moment where both sides need to make some tough choices.
If you're taking away service from SEPTA, you're losing economic value, and that harms so many different systems, from the education system to the way we pay for infrastructure.
I've been obsessively checking the internet to find out what the deal is, so I'm nervous, I'm upset,
Honestly, I'm just gonna pray. I don't have a plan at all. I'm just gonna hope that it works out for me, and that's kind of the sad truth about it.
Now, in less than half an hour, SEPTA ambassadors will once again fan out at transportation centers across the region to explain which routes will be cut and
Oh, how helpful! You're gonna pay people to go out and tell people how they're gonna have Southeast Pennsylvania can't find the money to keep SEPTA funded to the level that it's at, but they can find the money to send people out to each station to tell them how they're ruining their ability to get around. That is, oh wow. Whew. Incredible. And if you're not familiar with SEPTA, it does receive almost all of its funding from taxes. It's federally funded. I mean, it also, you know, they get money from their riders, you know, who have to pay to get onto these buses as it is. But now it's going to be even worse. And it's going to hit poor people the most. And while some people might be fine with paying extra for getting to where they need to go every single day, some people literally just can't afford it. And it's going to hit them the most. And the fact that somehow Pennsylvania can't find the money is shocking to me. All right, now let's go talking about a different... group of people that are frustrated about what is incoming, that being the exact same situation, or at least a very similar situation, because technically it's a slight variance. The MTA in New York is going to be raising its fares as well. Another thing I'm shocked to hear, that they somehow can't find the money to just fund these buses. They won't be cutting any service, though. That's the one main difference between New York and the MTA and SEPTA. MTA is just raising prices. They're not cutting any lines, from my understanding. But let's go here. CBS New York, also from yesterday.
Happening today, commuters will have more chances to sound off on proposed fare hikes by the MTA. The agency says the money will go towards maintaining the aging system, but some riders say even a small increase will have a big impact. Addie Guajardo joins us live from downtown Brooklyn with more on what to expect today. Addie?
Good morning, Chris and Mary. Today, New Yorkers will have not one but two opportunities to express any support or any concerns that they have regarding these proposed rate hikes that are going to be impacting the cost of subways, trains, buses, bridges, and even tunnels. The increase on the table includes $3 for a one-way fare for subways and buses. That's up 10 cents. A 25-cent increase for express buses. A 4.5% spike for Long Island Railroad, Metro, North Peak tickets, and a 20 to 60 cents more at MTA bridges and tunnels. The MTA CEO says the additional cost is a proactive measure to help take care of day-to-day expenses instead of waiting until the system fails. During the first public hearing held last night, some folks agreed with the rate increases, while others say public transit is simply getting too expensive.
We support the moderate fare increase that will help keep the system running and the budget balanced.
We shouldn't be penalized because we're poor.
Two hearings are set for today. The first one will happen at 10 a.m. and then there will be...
Yeah. So hearings were held yesterday. Now, what I find incredible is that somehow the two of the very biggest cities in the United States can't find the money not to, you know, put this basically regressive tax on people. I'm fairly certain that Philadelphia, New York City, got a bunch of billionaires living there. Maybe we could raise their taxes, their property taxes. You know, if your house is over, I don't know, like, or your apartment or whatever, is over, I don't know, the worth of like, call it $10 million. Pay an extra 1% in taxes. Oh, that could probably solve it, honestly. But they're not doing that. No. Nope, just gonna regressively tax the public and hurt the most disenfranchised in our society. Making it more difficult for poor people to get around and just live their fucking lives. Okay. Now, let's stay in New York, as the MTA might have a much bigger problem than a necessity to raise fares by a small percentage. Donald Trump is threatening the MTA specifically It is fucking insane. Get ready. Wait till you hear the reason why Donald Trump is threatening to cut off funds to the MTA. Anybody got any guesses on why Donald Trump is cutting funds or attempting to cut funds to the transit system in New York? Any guesses out there? I'll give you one hint. It's on brand. And it's very much, what's the word? Running parallel to a different thing that's happening a little south of New York. And actually, yeah, now that I'm thinking about what I'm saying, I'm just realizing where we could get some of the money for this shit right now. Oh my god. Alright, let's just go here. Let's fucking do this.
The U.S. warned Tuesday it could slash 25% of New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority funding if subway worker safety doesn't improve. The Federal Transit Administration had directed MTA's New York City Transit to improve safety in August last year, after a worker's death in 2023 and a serious injury in June 2024.
Wow, two
in a post
whole
on X,
incidents.
Mark Molinaro of the FTA said,
Wow.
quote,
Wow, one whole person died and another person was hurt? Jeez, that is a massive surge in crime.
Illegal.
Or it would be if you are a fucking moron. But, of course, 2.6 or something like that billion people ride the MTA every year. So, a couple of bad things happening to be expected. It's just to be expected. Who is this fucking idiot? Mark Molinaro? Where do I know that name from? Where did that guy come from? Was he another fucking Fox, dude? God damn it. Mark Molinaro. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I am disturbed by MTA's failure to reinforce safety measures. No space following. Measures following. I love this guy really paying attention, ensuring that he, doesn't screw up grammatically. Measures following, that's one word. Serious accidents, space, or what do you call it? A hyphen. One resulting in the death of a transit worker. Secretary at Sec Duffy has said time and again, safety is U.S. DOT's top priority. We will not accept anything less than a full accountability. We will not accept being jerked around on safety. I'm sorry, what?
Phrasing?
And security issues any longer by anyone. Wow, one whole death. And that's enough to cut off funding to the MTA.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has said time and again, safety is U.S. DOT's top priority, and we will not accept anything less than full accountability. We will not accept being... The Transportation Department added that the MTA has 30 days to submit a new worker safety plan. However, the MTA said on Tuesday it had answered the rail safety questions months ago, calling the threat of withheld funding as part of a pattern of attacks tied to New York's congestion pricing program. That Biden-approved program charges drivers a fee to enter Manhattan below 60th Street.
Yo, it's a double whammy. MTA already raising prices. Now Donald Trump coming in and claiming he's going to cut funding because the subway's not safe, even though crime is down, not necessarily to historic lows, but nearly historic lows on the subway right now. But there we are. One thing I was thinking of is, Donald Trump mentioned earlier that they were going to go to Congress and ask for more money from the U.S. taxpayer to fund his, declaring of martial law in D.C. and other cities that he plans to do in the future. And instead of that, we doing any of that, we stopped what he was doing and used the money that was supposed to go to that to shoring up some of these funding problems in Pennsylvania and New York. Just a fucking idea. It's just a wild idea I'm coming up with. Or we could slash ICE's budget and ensure people can just get the places they need to get to. I think it's more important that people get to the places they need to get to than terrifying and detaining immigrants in internment camps. It just seems more effective, more efficient, more focused on Americans. But it's not like Donald Trump actually cares about anyone, aside from himself. That includes his own family. I don't think Donald Trump actually cares about Eric or Donald Jr. or Melania, for that matter. Certainly doesn't give a fuck about Tiffany. He just cares about himself. Okay, what's next? Not one word about the Hortmans? Yeah, I mean, the Republicans have completely just ignored, and they have just, I mean, they've stopped like a hair shy of just basically saying she fucking deserved it. She was a Democrat. That's basically, or actually they, right? Because I think her husband was killed too, right? I honestly don't even know what to say. I mean, they're absolutely pro-political violence so long as it happens to the party that they are not a part of. That is the world that we live in right now. He sure likes Ivanka.
Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy.
If she wasn't my daughter, I'd probably be tapping that. All right, now let's go to talking about some environmental issues here today. Starting off with this one. Let's talk about the Trump administration's war on clean energy. Yasmin Ansari, Democratic representative from, I can't actually remember where she's from. Whatever, Democrat. Congresswoman had some stuff to say about Donald Trump's war on clean energy here in the House Natural Resources Committee earlier this... Wait, this is actually from 2 weeks ago. I'm just realizing, but it doesn't matter. It's very much relevant to today.
Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Westerman. We have a cost of living crisis in this country. When we're talking about the build out of American infrastructure and energy, we absolutely cannot ignore the clean energy tax credits that President Trump and congressional Republicans just gutted with the big ugly bill. According to the Rhodium Group, an independent research group, Republicans' recently passed bill could increase Americans' household energy bills by up to $200 in 2035. Electricity prices could increase by nearly 20%. Total energy expenditure by industry could increase by $7 to $11 billion. That's another tax on domestic manufacturing and small businesses, which Republicans claim they support. All because renewable energy poses a threat to fossil fuels market share. First, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter this report into the record. It's titled, "What Passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Means for the U.S. Energy and Economy."
Without objection.
This data clearly shows that the repeal of these tax credits is going to drive up prices for American consumers. We all know that the energy demand is growing. Meeting that demand will be a challenge, but we must do so quickly and in a way that doesn't drive up prices for working families. According to S&P, U.S. gas-fired turbine wait times are as long as 7 years. Costs are up to 2.5 times in some markets. As long as there isn't political interference, solar and wind can be deployed significantly faster than that, and often cheaper even without tax credits.
Immediately,
But a
if
point
not
that I feel
sooner.
is often missed, renewable energy will still be developed in the United States despite President Trump's qualms, because people in this country still care about climate change, and they know that wind and solar are cost competitive, reliable, and will not make their families sick. But without those tax credits, Mr. Mergen, will electricity cost taxpayers, ratepayers, less or more?
More.
More. These tax credits.
That's right. The removal of these tax credits is going to cause people's electricity, or well, not just their electricity bills themselves, but their expenses to go up. It's not great. It's not great. All right, now let's go here. This was on the same day. This is Julia Brownlee discussing more of the Trump administration's environmental policies.
The chair now calls on Ms. Brownlee for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to Washington, Mr. Shirley, and thank you for being here to testify today. As you mentioned, the Fish and Wildlife Service is one of the 3 federal entities responsible for implementing the MMPA. Mr. Shirley, can you explain how your agency currently assesses marine mammal stocks under the MMPA?
Yeah, that is a great question, and something I was trying to allude to in the prior questioning of how we collect that data. And again, very extensive when you're talking marine mammal stock, and the service, the Fish and Wildlife Service, is in charge of 10 of those stocks with the species under the act that we're have ultimate responsibility with. So most of the other stocks are all set in NIMP's priorities there. So, but with the service, we're dealing with polar bears, walrus, sea otter, and manatee specifically. And inside that, we have 10 stocks that we're constantly trying to evaluate and make sure we have the best and most reliable data that we have. That takes a lot of work, and marine mammals are one of those that we do. We constantly are trying to use models, the best models that we can find and available, to make sure that we're getting the best estimates, if you will, of those populations. And
yeah, it's just fucking insane. I mean, does any human being on the face of this planet hate sea otters and turtles? I mean, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
I mean, it's just cruelty. That's all that the Trump administration seems to be trying to enact. It's just cruelty for the point of cruelty. Fuck the environment. Fuck poor people. Fuck minorities. Fuck immigrants. Fuck everyone. Fuck women.
Phrasing?
Yeah, that didn't sound right. But you get what I'm saying. It's terrible. All right, now let's get to some weather-related stories. Let's start in Hawaii. Here's Hawaii news now. 2 days ago, evacuations ordered as crews battle a wildfire in Kunia.
Hawaii News Now. This is breaking news.
And that breaking news, the city says more than 400 people have been evacuated in Kunia as a wildfire burns dangerously close to homes, roads, and even a school. The Oahu Department of Emergency Management says the fire poses an immediate threat to lives and property.
The city has activated its emergency operations center and is opening assembly areas for those evacuated. The initial call for the fire came in at around noon. The massive plumes of smoke rising from the area can be seen from miles away. Firefighters are fighting flames on the ground and in the sky with 6 air assets.
The evacuation order applies to the Kunia Head Start School and Kunia Camp, an historic plantation housing community. The city released this map and says the area has as many as 140 homes and buildings. Right now, Kunia Road is shut down in both directions at Anonui Street.
The city has...
Oh, there we go. Oh, actually, let's...
It does cross my mind a lot because we have a lot of investment in here. It's not just fun and games over here. It's actually what you call it's a big investment. It's a real big investment for everyone in here. You're gonna need to right now assess everything and see where we at on our danger limit. It's a question mark every day. What about, I don't know, later tonight, tomorrow?
Again, Kunia Road is shut down in both directions at Anonui Street. For a look at the impact to drivers, let's send it over to Jonathan Masaki. First look at traffic, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, I'm less worried about the traffic and more worried about the people and their homes and the environment. But okay, I guess traffic is important. Okay, let's go north to Canada, where in Manitoba, crops are suffering amid widespread drought.
So hot right now.
Yes, indeed. It is hot and dry in Canada, and that is causing some real agricultural problems.
Crops in Manitoba are suffering as farmers contend with some of the worst widespread drought in recent history. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada says Manitoba's drought is more severe than the rest of the country, and things have gone from bad to worse between June and July. Standing by with the latest tonight is CTV's Jeff Keel. So, Jeff, why are conditions so dry?
Simply put, we haven't had enough rain in July. Manitoba saw less than half of the normal amount.
The corn stalks in Doug Martin's field are a lot shorter than usual.
And normally...
Damn. Yeah, it's August right now. These things should be as tall as this guy. They should basically be at head height. These are like, I don't know, 1.5 feet too short. And you can see that the ears of corn have not developed. They all look like skinny and just terrible. And these are supposed to be getting harvested by basically the end of this month. Oh boy, that's not good. That's bad. But due to lack of rain, all of these crops are dried out and are not growing as they should be. All right, now let's go back down south to the United States, to Florida, most specifically, as earlier today on Thursday, a massive Everglades wild... Actually, I take it back. I think this started last week. But a massive Everglades wildfire is continuing to grow. And when I say that sentence out loud, all I can think about is the fucking people in alligator goddamn Alcatraz right now.
Chopper 4 is over the massive wildfire that is still burning in the Everglades. This is in western Broward County. It is creating a smoky situation across parts of South Florida. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Naja Sherman. The fire has already scorched 20,000 acres. That number is expected to go up. Let's get right out to CBS News.
I mean, this is insane. The Everglades are a fucking swamp. I just want everybody to remember that while we're talking about this. The Everglades are, I think, actually the biggest swampy area in all of the United States. And they're on fire. And 20,000 acres are fucking burning in a swamp.
Come on!
Morgan Reiner live along Alligator Alley. Morgan, you have a look at the situation right now.
Naja, smoky situation is right. And right now I'm standing on top of an observation deck. So we have a really good way to show you why. This fire is huge. Our photographer, Brian, is going to start as far west as we can, where you can see the first plumes of smoke. And as he pans over to the right, that is heading further east. And what you'll notice is one plume of smoke after another, heading all the way east into Broward County. Now, we've been standing on this observation deck for a while, and people are expressing shock. You know, this is a really big fire to be able to witness from up here. And in the last 30 minutes, the wind must have shifted directions a little, because as we were standing up here, we got hit with the cloud of those ashes. Thursday morning.
Look at that. Oh my God. When they turned the camera, then you can see that the fire is spread all the way across this massive expanse to being like literally right in front of this building. Jesus Christ.
Of those ashes. Thursday morning, this is what some cars looked like in sunrise, covered in ash. As you head closer to the wildfires down Alligator Alley, you can see the pathway of the smoke. There's the blue, clear sky to the south and the smoky skies to the north. And by the time you're at the top of the new observation deck by mile marker 35, this is your view. You can see the flames and how they stretch for miles. 20,000 acres to be more specific. That's roughly the size of the city of Fort Lauderdale. And to give you an even better vantage point, this is the view from above. Our Chopper 4 captured this new video Thursday.
On vacation, we've been seeing news about it and stuff, but when we, actually got on the alley and started driving down, I was surprised at how big it was, how stretched out, and, it's all over the place.
We met Tony Rabarzik at the observation deck. He's visiting from Southwest Florida.
It's pretty big. I was surprised to see it this time of year.
The Florida Forest Service says the fire was first reported Monday evening after severe thunderstorms. Lightning strikes and dry conditions were ideal conditions for a wildfire. The Florida Forest Service says crews are facing challenging times because the Everglades is a conservation area.
It's hard for us to access those areas with our equipment, our fire suppression equipment, because they're miles away from any area that we can make entry to them. The turnaround time to get water for suppression would be multiple hours, where the fire would just gain its momentum back up.
So we are zoomed in right now on one of the areas where you can see what looks like a vortex of smoke and...
Okay. There you go. One of the largest swamps in the continental United States on frickin' fire. To the tune of 20,000 acres.
That's hot.
All right, now let's talk Hurricane Erin as it is continuing to make its way up the East Coast. Now, of course, it hasn't made landfall, but it is quite a large system, very low pressure, high winds, massive storm surge, and also it is causing massive waves to start hitting the shores of multiple states. From I think South Carolina all the way up to fucking Jersey right now or something. Actually might be higher than that. All right, let's start this off. Yesterday, Fox weather.
Our team of expert meteorologists as well as correspondents, they're ready for Erin's impacts. They've been positioned along the entire eastern seaboard since the beginning of the week, and we have live reports throughout the show today.
We do want to begin, however, with Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, good morning to you. The latest advisory that is in But how wild is it to see this hurricane off the shores of the southeast and able to comfortably talk about it and know we have no landfall?
Yeah, it really is miraculous. We're going to know it's out there. It's going to have significant effects all along the coast, but to not have to deal with the direct landfall and something like a Hurricane Ike from 2008 that did all that damage in a similar intensity kind of storm and a similar structure kind of storm to this is really kind of a blessing. And your observation was exactly right. The fact that we're seeing a very round system right now tells us that the atmospheric pattern over the hurricane has dramatically improved since yesterday, or become more conducive to development since yesterday. And none of that is good news, of course, because the stronger the hurricane gets and the more distributed the energy is in an even kind of way, the more energy it puts in the ocean, the more problems we have along the coast. The key thing that we saw in the 8 o'clock advisory is this: the pressure down to 948 millibars. That's very low for a 100-mile-an-hour storm. And we're getting here into sandy territory now in terms of pressures. But the thing is that as the storm is expanding, that energy, think of the lowness of the pressure.
Yeah, I started hearing people comparing this storm to Hurricane Sandy yesterday. I was like, oh, that's not good. Let's not have another Hurricane Sandy type situation. That'd be bad. That would be super bad. Oh, boy. Okay, we don't need to watch this whole thing. It's just a weather report. Let's see some of the effects on the ground. Now, this was from yesterday in South Jersey. A look at Erin's impacts before it was even anywhere near Jersey. I would point out at this time the storm was still down somewhere between South Carolina and North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken.
And this morning, we're tracking Hurricane Erin's progress as the storm makes its way up to New York and New Jersey.
Let's head down to Atlantic County, New Jersey. Ross DeMattei joins us live from Ventnor City. And Ross, how are the conditions there right now?
Well, Chris and Mary, good morning to you, both of you. The storm itself is still more than 800 miles away from where we are here in South Jersey, but we're already feeling the effects. The wind is whipping and has been steadily getting stronger over the last hour or two. No rain at this point, but we are seeing some really strong surf and the waves crashing into the pier here in Ventnor City. Just to give you a sense of where we are, over here, just north of where we are, is Atlantic City. You can see the world-famous boardwalk and the skyline of many of the casinos in Atlantic City. Here in Ventnor City, a little bit of a quieter community, but certainly feeling the effects of this storm nonetheless. If we take a look on the other side, we're on top of the fishing pier here in Ventnor City, which gives us a great perspective, kind of that over the top view of the surf as it's coming in, and you can see the waves. They're not massive in size itself, but you can see the strength and the speed at which they're moving creates some of that riptide conditions that are so concerning to so many people here at the shore. We've been watching these waves get steadily bigger over the last hour or so, and it's really dramatic as they crash into the pier itself, maybe not where we want to be much longer. And these conditions are only expected to get worse over the next day or so. We know that the storm is inching closer to the coast, so really tomorrow is the day that a lot of the officials have circled, and a big reason why they have gone ahead and shut down swimming on many of the beaches here in South Jersey. They're also monitoring sand conditions because we know that beach erosion is going to be a major storyline here.
Yeah, we'll come back to Jersey in a moment. I'm doing these chronologically as the hurricane made its way up the East Coast. Let's now go to ABC News from yesterday.
We begin tonight with Hurricane Erin and states of emergency along the East Coast. Heavy rain, destructive waves, and life-threatening rip currents from the Carolinas to the Northeast. At this hour, the outer bands of the Category 2 storm are hitting North Carolina's Outer Banks. Winds up to 110 miles per hour. The massive hurricane more than 700 miles wide, running parallel to the coast. Waves crashing into homes on the shores along Cape Hatteras. Those waves expected to swell
700 miles across. That's almost like, that's Helene territory, basically. terms
Waves
of size.
crashing into homes on the shores along Cape Hatteras.
Damn.
Those waves expected to swell up
waves
to
are
20 feet high.
humongous.
The storm surge damaging homes and flooding roads. Residents and visitors under evacuation orders. Double red flag conditions at a state.
The surge is so high, it's almost carrying away these sandbags. That is wild. I cannot imagine trying to live in a house like this right here, where you're literally at the mercy of the ocean. Jesus Christ.
Waves crashing into homes on the shores along Cape Hatteras. Those waves
basically
expected to swell up to 20 feet high. The storm surge damaging homes and flooding roads. Residents and visitors under evacuation orders. Double red flag conditions at a state park in Maryland. No one allowed in the water. New York and New Jersey beaches now also closed to swimmers through at least tomorrow. The water simply too dangerous to go in. The newest track and forecast coming up in a moment, but we begin with ABC's Victor Oquendo leading us off again from North Carolina.
Tonight, conditions deteriorating.
Shit. Oh, I didn't notice that we were stuck on the fucking office screen. That is terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
I'm sorry, chat. We're going to have to do this one more time. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. It's true.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Begin tonight with Hurricane Erin and states of emergency along the East Coast. Heavy rain, destructive waves, and life-threatening rip currents from the Carolinas to the Northeast. At this hour, the outer bands of the Category 2 storm are hitting North Carolina's Outer Banks. Winds up to 110 miles per hour. The massive hurricane more than 700 miles wide, running parallel to the coast. Waves crashing into homes on the shores along Cape Hatteras. Those waves expected to swell up to 20 feet high. The storm surge damaging homes and flooding roads. Residents and visitors under evacuation orders. Double red flag conditions at a state park in Maryland. No one allowed in the water. New York and New Jersey beaches now also closed to swimmers through at least tomorrow. The water simply too dangerous to go in. The newest track and forecast coming up in a moment, but we begin with ABC's Victor Oquendo leading us off again from North Carolina.
Tonight, conditions deteriorating all along the East Coast as massive Hurricane Erin turns closer and closer to shore. On North Carolina's fragile Outer Banks, waves and powerful storm surge crashing ashore, threatening homes. Many, but not all, heeding the warning to get out.
If you are under an evacuation order, take action now before it's too late.
Homeowners holding their breath.
We do have a number of threatened oceanfront structures. These are houses that no longer have a protective dune in front of them. They're very vulnerable to the waves, to the high surf.
North Carolina's governor pre-positioning swift water rescue teams and National Guard troops, begging drivers to stay out of flooded roadways.
Don't do it. You do not know how deep the water is or how fast it is running.
Erin, more than 700 miles wide. So massive, there are tropical storm alerts on both sides of it as it threads the needle between the U.S. and Bermuda. The warnings extending to the Jersey Shore. Atlantic City authorities warning beachgoers not to go in past their ankles. WABC's Anthony Johnson is in Point Pleasant Beach.
Okay, let's keep going through these things. I'm gonna try and get us to the current. I've got a live stream for the very last video here for us to see where it's at. But let's go from ABC to Reuters from yesterday in North Carolina, where residents are bracing for the impact of Storm Erin, or at least were yesterday. Storm Erin pushes heavy waves onto North Carolina's Outer Banks. It's prompted red flag warnings against swimming.
Well, we wonder if the water's coming up. We're kind of interested to see the water come up. The fear thing? Not yet. We're close enough to the bridge and getting to mainland that I don't think we have to worry quite yet.
The Outer Banks is unique in a lot of ways. One, it has 120 miles plus of beach. Not many places have that. And it's changed a lot since I was a kid growing up, but I'm 80 years old, so I've been through a lot of things down here. And I find it the most pleasant place to live, and today's a great example. when the ocean is speaking to you like this, you got all of the salt blowing in. The air is just so crystal clear.
Well, this old timer apparently digging the hurricane for some reason. Okay, pal. All right. Now, evacuation orders were issued in North Carolina earlier on Thursday. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7, 16 hours ago.
All right, so one of the hardest hit areas right now is North Carolina's Outer Banks, but you would expect that because that's where this storm is closest to. Beaches there are getting really pounded as Erin just sits about 200 miles, as we showed you on the map, off the coast. ABC's Victor Oquendo continues our coverage live there from Kill Devil Hills.
Shirlene, Sam, Pedro, I'm sure you guys can hear it. Definitely the strongest winds that we have felt so far. Hurricane Erin about 200 miles behind us in that direction. Winds gusting near 40 miles an hour right now. And look at what the storm is doing to the surf. It is incredibly rough and violent out there right now. Swells around 12 to 15 feet. They could still grow up to 20 feet. Watch as those waves crash into the pier here in Kill Devil Hills. It is also high tide. It's that combination that has had officials and residents so concerned. High tide mixed with high surf leading to the coastal erosion and coastal flooding.
Damn.
Portions of Highway 12.
That beach is already getting obliterated. Look at that. That's over a foot. It's got to be like a foot and a half. Subsidence.
High surf leading to the coastal erosion and coastal flooding. Portions of Highway 12, that is the main road that we have been talking about here in the Outer Banks that can flood during a normal storm. Portions of it have been shut down for the time being. That's something that we will be watching here all morning.
Okay. All right, let's go up to Virginia. This is from 4 hours ago. Some random YouTube channel called Boaters List TV.
On North Carolina.
Oh, whoops, I just skipped one. Oh, whatever. Whatever. It's fine. Look at the difference. Holy shit. Look at the difference. Oh my god. This is the same spot. Look at that. From there, that was yesterday. And holy shit. Where's today? And then here's today. Holy shit. Look at the difference here. Jesus Christ. The entire beach is underwater. There you go. Very fierce looking waves and storm surge here from a storm that's not even touching the coast. It's quite a drastic change in 24 hours from a very easily walkable beach to one that is completely underwater. All right, let's go here. 4 hours ago, CBS Philadelphia. Hurricane Erin causes tidal flooding at Ocean City, New Jersey.
We are under a next weather alert as Hurricane Erin batters the Jersey shore. It's not making landfall, but the ocean is raging with wild waves and a storm surge is pouring onto the streets. This neighborhood in Ocean City is underwater tonight. We have live team coverage tonight of Hurricane Erin's impact on the shore. CBS Philadelphia's Nikki Dimitri will lead us off in Ocean City. Good evening, Nikki.
Good evening, Don. We've been speaking throughout the evening, right? Well, the major concern was tidal flooding. This is the result after high tide. Take a walk with me. We're heading towards 9th Street near West Avenue. We're right near the McDonald's. You can see part of the street is flooded. That sidewalk is completely covered, and this service access road where buses usually are coming, it's up to my ankles here. Take a look in this parking lot, Ocean City Transportation Center. Some of it is really full of water right now, and this isn't the only area of Ocean City that's seeing the flooding. Flooding took over parts of Ocean City Thursday night. This is video from after high tide, which happened just before 8. Water went up to the front doors of several businesses, swallowed parking lots, and even closed some roads. Neighbors near 25th Street and West Avenue say the area typically floods during high tides, but Hurricane Erin brought more water from the back bays quicker to the area. Tom and Sophia Russo live a block away.
We just came from the beach where the water is all the way almost to the front of the to the dunes, quite frankly. And so we want to walk down here and see how bad this was. This is a little bit worse than I thought it was going to be at this point.
Ocean City Beach Patrol shared this drone video showing the rough seas. While the boardwalk was certainly crowded, the beach wasn't completely empty for the majority of the early evening. No swimming is allowed here. We saw lifeguards certainly enforce that off of 14th Street.
I'm a lifeguard. I can stare at the ocean all day, even if there's no people in it. I do think that nature is beautiful and our oceans and beaches are beautiful. I just don't want anybody to go in. That's it.
I haven't been to the beach at all. It's been disgusting down here. I want to go surfing. The waves are insane. I'm going to get wiped out if I even try to go surfing.
Let's talk about the flooding for a second. Low tide comes just after 1 in the morning. They're hoping water leaders, neighbors here, they're hoping the water recedes by then. As for swimming, we talked with Beach Patrol. We said, is it going to be a possibility tomorrow? They are hopeful it is. They're going to reassess that situation in the morning. They said probably going to happen, but as far as how far you might be able to go in, whether it's your ankles, your knees, up to your hips, that's all.
There you go. People's summer fun at the Jersey Shore being impacted by these waves, this hurricane, and of course, you know, people who you know, or just live there in Ocean City, or you know, having their streets underwater. Probably not great. Okay, let's go all the way up to Canada, because apparently, according to CBC News from 5 hours ago, Hurricane Erin may in fact fan wildfire flames in Atlantic Canada. That's terrible.
No!
I love how this hurricane is literally not touching ground in the continental United States, but it is causing chaos all over the place. All right, Canada, take it away.
The Category 2 storm whipped up huge waves from North Carolina to Delaware, flooding some coastal roads and buildings. Erin is now headed out to sea and expected to gradually lose power. But as it does, it will pass by Atlantic Canada. It is not expected to make landfall, but its strong winds could become a problem. Senior meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff is tracking the potential impacts, including, Joe, it seems, on the wildfire fight.
That's right, Adrian. Even without landfall, Erin is massive. Tropical storm force winds stretch out about 500 kilometers from the center. So parts of Atlantic Canada could see gusts over 60 kilometers per hour in the coming days. And these winds are coming from the north. So fire crews on current wildfires have to adjust to sudden wind shifts. So the rain dome will stay offshore, but the storm is wrapping in cooler, drier air. You can see counterclockwise from the north. This setup dries out conditions on land. So you put together strong winds, the wind shifts, and dry air over areas already in severe drought. That does mean elevated fire danger as Erin passes.
And when you put all that together, you're talking about something that is familiar and a bit of a warning, because we've seen this before, right?
Yes. So the tragic Maui wildfires back in 2023 showed how a hurricane well offshore can worsen fire conditions. It was Hurricane...
Yep. And right now, as we speak, there are, I think, at least 3 different fires active in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland? Or is it Prince Edward Island? Whatever it is. There's multiple active fires on the Atlantic Canadian coast. So that could be incredibly bad if any those fires were to be fueled by this storm, as Canada has already been, I mean, just epically struggling with wildfires this year. Now, let's go here. Final video on Hurricane Erin. The live stream from NBC News. Live Hurricane Erin tracker. All right, NBC, tell us, where the fuck is this storm right now? Oh, damn. The outer bands of it are touching Long Island and Massachusetts. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. No, you see it's hitting Long Island there, and the Cape Cod, and all of this. What is that? That's Nova Scotia, right? Yeah, you can see the eye is somewhere in here. Although you can see that it's starting to lose shape as the trade winds coming from west to east are pushing it out to sea right now. But it's still fucking massive. Like I said, the outer bands of this seem to be sort of hugging the coast now. I'll bet these areas right here are getting hammered. Tip of Long Island, Cape Cod, and whatever. I think that's Newfoundland. Oh, I should know my Canadian provinces better. I'm sorry, Canada. Oh, God. Yeah. Stretch. Okay. All right, we're done. We're done with Hurricane Erin for now. Still, wind's still going at 90 miles per hour, and it's moving at 22 miles per hour northeast. So it is heading away from the coast, but kind of slowly for a storm that's, what was it, 500 kilometers across? No. Yes. Well, whatever it is, it's huge. Oh, it was Nova Scotia. I was right the first time. I just realized it says Nova Scotia literally right there. Wow. Good job, me. Okay. All right, let's go to Europe. What do you say? Let's before we get to some of the active stuff going on, let's go here back in time to 4 days ago, France 24 English. In the midst of all the wildfires that are happening in the south, as well as all of the heat domes and stuff, France 24 is asking the question, how can European cities adapt to climate change? It's a great question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Well, the world has no shortage of challenges to confront when it comes to the effects of climate change, which, of course, is bringing about increasingly frequent episodes of extreme weather. Whether it's from heat waves and wildfires or torrential rainfalls and landslides, urban environments are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, putting cities at the heart of urgent adaptation efforts. For more on this, Elena Pezzani joins us now on the program. She's an expert on resilience, sustainability, and urban planning with the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. Elena, thank you very much for joining us today. So to start, I mean, there's somewhat of a paradox, I think, to me when thinking about adapting cities to the effects of climate change, because I think that you could argue that in many ways, the development of major cities, metropolises with growing populations, the requirements of urban living is also driving climate change. So, I mean, are cities themselves part of the problem?
I think that I'm not going to lie, I don't think that she understands climate change very well. I mean, you could make an argument or a couple of like sort of quasi arguments for what she's saying, but if you understand the whole picture, honestly, at least especially with already existing cities like Paris or Amsterdam or whatever else, they already exist, and it's much easier to get around in those cities than it is to live out in the fucking country where you'll be driving around. You're driving around fucking, petrol, oil, fossil fuel based vehicles all over the fucking place rather than using public transportation. Like there's so many reasons for why all of us going back to like because the way that she's framing it makes it sound like we should all like somehow like go back to living on the land. If we did that, we would absolutely destroy the fucking planet. I just want to remind everybody of that. If we did that and we all just started driving around pickup trucks and shooting deer and whatever else, living off the land out there, it would actually be worse for the environment than better. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but we have 8.5 billion people on the planet. So just, think it through.
Yes, thank you very much. And indeed, as you already mentioned, we cannot simply react when the flames are already burning. So urban planning might not be the first mechanism that we think and it comes in mind, but it plays a crucial role when it comes to making our cities resilient. So we definitely need a proactive approach in managing multiple hazards, such as heat waves, extended drought, and that includes, of course, the wildfire. So we need to invest in prevention, supporting the communities while the fires are happening, but also ensuring that the recovery is faster and safer after the event itself. So it's very important to invest also in resilient infrastructure, and urban planning processes can definitely support us to identify which are the vulnerable communities, the assets, and also guide private investments and direct both structural but also not structural mechanisms when it comes to build resilient communities.
I'm just remembering this. I watched this like over the weekend. Like the way that they frame so much of this stuff is like hella frustrating to me. It's like, is spur private investment? Like we need like top-down involvement in changing all of this stuff. We can't have people in a piecemeal fashion putting up walls here and there. We need actual planning. I mean, that part of it, she was saying, yeah, we need more planning. And then she's like, we need more private investment. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about private investment. Tax the private companies, tax the billionaires, and then use that money to do a fucking, an actual, a broad-based project with the government. Like this whole, I don't understand why anybody is still, especially somebody who works at the urban resilience and sustainability, whatever here, is suggesting that somehow, oh God, it's just so massively problematic. It's fine. I'm fine. But we cannot continue to think about solving climate change in this sort of ruggedly individualistic and capitalistic fashion, rather than talking about it from the perspective of a societal change, from governmental intervention and efforts. And it's like, It is just so fucking brain breaking to me that somebody, especially somebody involved in urban planning, would say such a thing. It's fucking idiotic. It makes me upset. Not gonna lie. All right, let's talk about those wildfires, which are unfortunately still raging in multiple countries across the Mediterranean. But for now, we're just going to cover Spain today because I didn't want. And we've been talking about these fucking Mediterranean wildfires for weeks now. So let's just do this. TRT World yesterday. Fires ravage Spain as the Prime Minister warns of further difficulties ahead.
Day and night, firefighters and the military emergency unit have been battling wildfires in Orense, northwest Spain. 4 of them were injured as they tried to save houses and keep communications open with the rest of the country. But in the morning, as temperatures rise and the wind peaks, the smoke catches up again. Here in Caridade, villagers have lost everything.
I'm left with nothing. It's so hard and so heartbreaking to see how everything is just gone. It's outrageous. I saw my 100 beehives burn. Everything is gone. And next it will be the contamination of the springs and wells with the ashes.
The neighbors couldn't prevent the fire from entering in this small town of Caridade in the province of Ourense. Neighbors say the flames enter here like a hurricane and they were not able to save the houses, the farms, or even the livestock. As you can see around me, the extent of the devastation is quite incredible. And for them, it should be time to think about the reconstruction of the village, but with wildfires still out of control in the area, it might be too soon to think that this is over. The recent wave of wildfires is the worst in Spain this century. 3,500 square kilometers have burned, more than 30,000 people have been forced to leave their homes, and dozens of fires are still active. Despite reinforcements from the army and help from Germany, France, and Italy through the European Civil Protection Mechanism, local services admit they are overwhelmed, and the fires they face are unprecedented.
Nunca hemos tenido un frente de fuego de 70 kilómetros.
We have never seen a 70-kilometer fire front, which is almost dantesque, and villages completely encircled by flames. We have evacuated villages threatened from one side, but never from all sides.
In Extremadura, where the region's worst ever fire has scorched more than 150 square kilometers, Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez announced the government will declare catastrophe zones next week to unlock funds for a rebuild.
The government will proceed to declare catastrophe zones for most of these areas affected by the wildfires.
But regional leaders in the worst hit areas demand more resources. It might take a week until wildfires are completely put out.
Great. These fires in Spain have been going on for too long. They're incredibly devastating, causing, as you can see, just untold amounts of damage on the communities that live here around here. And honestly, that story that one guy, the firefighter was talking about in terms of evacuating a town that's completely surrounded by fire just sounds fucking horrifying. Like that's some Palisades fire type shit. Yeah. But as at least somebody during this video mentioned, these fires are unprecedented. Spain has never seen fires of this size. Many of the Mediterranean countries that are currently experiencing this horrific fire season in the are like also experiencing historic levels of wildfires never before seen, and it's horrifying. All right, one more video on Spain. This is Reuters from yesterday. Military firefighters have now gotten involved in fighting this blaze. Spanish military firefighters battle overnight wildfires across the country. Looks like the goddamn apocalypse. Jesus Christ. Wow. Wow. Too soon. This is too soon. This is too soon, Carl Schmidt. Too soon. I get the reference, too. I refuse to sing it, though. I refuse. It's too soon for this. Jesus Christ. The fires in Spain are especially on the plains. That is a reference to My Fair Lady, if I'm not mistaken. You got jokes. Just wait, I don't know, wait a week. All right. Let's leave Europe and go to Asia, where Southeast Asia is still getting lashed by monsoon rains. We have seen utterly horrifying images in both India and Pakistan. Hundreds have died. Hundreds still missing, and these monsoon rains continue to cause more and more torrential flooding. Let's go here to Reuters from 2 days ago. They're on the ground in Karachi. Torrential downpours in Pakistan's Karachi flood roads and knock out power. Authorities warned of more flooding as widespread rains are forecast to hit.
Just a few days ago, this was a thriving village in Bonaire. Lush green fields and houses have been replaced by this. 70-year-old Nazar Ali says the destruction was immediate and unlike anything he had ever seen before.
Everything has been destroyed. Not a single thing is left. The crops and wheat are all gone. Even the grass is no longer there. Up in the mountains, nothing remains.
On the morning of 15th August, a cloudburst struck these mountains. What was unleashed was incomprehensible.
It felt as if some chemical had exploded, and these conditions arose because of the cloudburst. On the mountain in front of us, clouds burst in 2 to 4 places, sweeping away houses with them.
These sudden and extreme downpours are not an accident. The climate crisis is altering Pakistan's weather patterns, making cloudbursts more frequent and more destructive. What used to be seasonal rains are now unpredictable, intense and deadly. Qadir Nagar is one of the worst hit villages due to the recent flooding.
So yeah, this is an important point that was just made here. But, of course, Pakistan has always had a monsoon season. But, due to climate change, that monsoon season is becoming more erratic and more destructive. Something that's shouldn't be shocking to anybody who watches this channel on the regular, as we are constantly talking about this sort of thing. But, of course, the warmer that the air is, the warmer that the waters are in the ocean, the more powerful these storms are going to be. Of course, the more that the atmosphere is warm, there's like some, I can't remember the exact proportionality, but for every degree that the atmosphere warms, there's some increased percentage of rain that it's able to soak up. This is just, This is just how it works. Basic chemistry, really. Okay. God. All right, let's move on from that specific horrifying flood in Pakistan, which was caused by a cloudburst, to going to South China Morning Post from 2 days ago to talk about what the fuck a cloudburst even is and why it's so dangerous.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Yes, please tell us, South China Morning Post, what the hell is a cloudburst?
Cloudburst is very simply a burst of rain. So why it's called a burst? Because it comes down, a lot of water coming down from the sky in a very relatively short period of time. So for example, in 10 minutes or 20 minutes, when you have lots of water coming down from the cloud. It's basically a thunderstorm. So what happens is that when you have lots of air going up very quickly, so then the water in the air will then condense and become big drops and then ice, and then so it's called a thunderstorm. So when there's lots of water coming in the thunderstorm, then it comes down in a relatively short period of time, so it looks like a burst, and so that's why it's called a cloudburst. So in mountainous areas, one of the additional factors for pushing the air to go up is that when the air comes hitting a mountain, then the air will be pushed up. So therefore you will have both the heating itself and then the what we call the orographic forcing, the mountain itself forcing the air to go up. So these two factors add together and therefore would then cause the thunderstorms to develop much faster and stronger. And so when it rains, therefore it will have heavier rain. And the reason why you will have landslides and flash floods is because the water comes down so fast that, number one, the river cannot sustain that flow rate, and so therefore there will be flash flooding. And number two, the problem with many of the places is that they have a lot of deforestation. So they chop down the trees, and so therefore trees have a very important function, which is to hold the topsoil. Now, if you chop down all the trees, then what happens is that there is no more trees to hold the topsoil, and so when you have heavy rain, then the topsoil gets washed down, and therefore you will have landslides. So on a global scale, the reason why we expect to have more heavy rain is because global warming tends to allow more water vapor to be present in the atmosphere. And so therefore, when you squeeze the water vapor out, you can get heavier rain. So this is on a global scale because of global warming. On a regional scale, especially in cities, because of the buildings absorbing the sun's energy, the human activities contributing to the heating, and the amount of pollutants that are contributing to the cloud condensation, then all these will then contribute towards heavy rain in the cities, especially in megacities.
Oh, there we go. I feel like I know more about cloudburst than I did right before it. Is the stream lagging for you? I'm not seeing any buffering over here. I might want to refresh Geo Dragon. But yeah, sudden change in pressure causing air to move swiftly upwards is the main cause of these cloudbursts, which then release massive freaking torrents of water. Thank you, South China Morning Post. All right, how are we doing on time? Let's see here. Oh God, the Earth half is fucking massive. Jesus Christ. Who made this? Who made this list? This is ridiculous. Okay, the environmental half is officially over. We are now going to transition to space news. Got a couple of pieces of space news here for you on this Thursday stream. Let's go here. This next one isn't really space news, more is really a space view. 6 ABC Philadelphia posted this to their channel yesterday, showing a view from the ISS. That's right, the International Space Station, showing the massive size of Hurricane Erin. Like I was saying, Hurricane Erin is massive. It's like Hurricane Helene size. It just happens to be in the Atlantic rather than running into the continental U.S. But this storm is fucking huge. Let's look at this.
Let's take a view from the International Space Station right now, showing the massive size of this storm. The ISS flew 260 miles over the hurricane in the Caribbean on Tuesday, and North Carolina has declared a state of emergency due to the storm. Some areas like the Outer Banks have a tropical storm warning and mandatory evacuations in place. They could see up to 4 feet of storm surge and waves up to 20 feet.
Sorry, I meant to pause that. I got distracted. Excuse me, sir. I need you to go backwards. I just want to take a look at this.
Let's take a view from the International Space Station right now, showing the massive size of this storm. The ISS flew 260 miles over the hurricane in the Caribbean on Tuesday, and North Carolina has declared a state of...
It's a wild picture. Look at it. It is fucking huge. Good God. That is shocking. Okay. All right. Let's go here now. This is from yesterday as well. The Associated Press has this next video. This was in Japan, where a dash cam on someone's vehicle captured the moment that a meteorite went shrieking across the sky. Look at that thing. That is bright as fuck. Wow. That thing must be humongous. Holy shit. That meteorite must be huge. Did you see how much it lit up the sky? And it's already well past the horizon point that we're looking at, you can tell. At least I can tell. But look at this, like all the way back to where this guy is, or is not even standing, is a dash cam. But like, look at that. I mean, it looks like it's all of a sudden like it's bright, sunshiny day. If you had just shown me this picture without context, I would have thought that this was the fucking sun. Holy shit. That is wild. Okay, what do we do here? I say we head into the Earth news. I was considering taking an early break. I am starving right now. I'm just realizing I didn't eat anything today. What's wrong with me? I gotta take care of myself better, chat. Oh my God. I've just been fucking up so much shit. If the stream would just stop having technical difficulties, I think that my scheduling and my taking care of myself would get better. Okay, now let's go to the Earth news. So we're going to start it off down in South America ways. Let's go here to Venezuela. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Apparently the White House... I saw somebody earlier suggest that the United States had sent troops to Venezuela. I have not seen that story. And I feel like I'm going to have to look that up after the show. But this is a different situation relating to Venezuela. Apparently the White House claimed that the Maduro government is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. Fascinating. Now, of course, we covered Venezuela's election last year, and there were accusations also from the Biden government that supposedly... shut up, Caroline. Shut your stupid mouth. Thank you. I was talking. What was I saying? Yes, the Biden administration had made almost the exact same claim last year. And I haven't heard of any actual, like, definitive evidence as of yet that it was in fact a fraudulent, rigged election. Could be. I mean, I just don't have enough information to say decidedly one way or the other. But I'm very skeptical about these claims, considering that the American government, regardless of what party is in charge, does seem to have a genuine problem with Venezuela. Okay. Forbes, breaking news 2 days ago. White House, Ministry of Truth briefing room, Caroline frickin' Levitt.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Of it for the American taxpayer. You're welcome. Emily.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about the 3 U.S. warships that are being sent to Venezuela, and there's 4,000 Marines on board. Are you looking at possibility of boots on the ground there?
What I will say with respect to Venezuela, President Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel.
Wow.
And Maduro, it is the view of this administration, is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this cartel who has been indicted in the United States for drafting.
Wait, I'm sorry. A fugitive? He's on the run? I mean, maybe I just don't understand the definition of fugitive, but fairly certain that Nicolas Maduro, he's not running from Venezuela. He's not running from anybody in his own country, from what I can tell. Not on the lam. He's still, doing president stuff down there. What was she call it? The government, the Maduro government, is a narco-terror state. They really love using the word terror and terrorism for things that just don't make any sense. What terrorism is Venezuela involved in? Can anybody help me with this? Because I'm struggling to think of a single example of Venezuela doing like international terrorism, or am I losing my freaking mind right now? Am I the only one struggling to come up with examples of Venezuelan terrorism?
Illegal.
All right, now let's go to the east, to Brazil, and talk about the ever-changing economic situation in Brazil. Now, earlier in the stream, in the first half, when we were talking about economics, we were talking about how Brazil, of course, is now under a 50% tariff on exports going into the United States, causing prices for coffee to probably skyrocket in the near future.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But Brazil, considering everything that the Trump administration is doing right now, amongst other things, is apparently looking to really shore up its relationship with China.
China! I have to have my China.
Here's the Wall Street Journal from Monday, I think this was.
This export terminal is one of the world's biggest outside China. It is being built in Brazil, just outside Sao Paulo, by the Chinese state agricultural giant COFCO.
At the cost of $285 million, it could spell the loss of billions of dollars in revenue for American farmers.
Here's why. Beijing has spent hundreds of billions of dollars on American agricultural products over the last decade, making China one of the top markets for American farmers.
China.
Are we discussing trade?
In 2018, Washington introduced the first tranche of tariffs on China, and Beijing retaliated with tariffs of its own. But the dip in trade was short-lived, and China's demand for American agricultural produce recovered and even boomed in the following years. But the fallout from the first trade war left Beijing looking for other suppliers. Rich in beef, raw materials and crops, Brazil has become the #1 food supplier to China, overtaking the US. Brazilian agricultural exports to China reached a record high of around $60 billion in 2023. And thanks to this port in southeastern Brazil, that relationship is set to become even more lucrative. In 2024, the port of Santos handled a record 180 million tons of cargo, of which more than half was agricultural goods, such as corn, sugar, and Brazil's key export, soybeans. Brazil's soybean exports are worth over $50 billion, and about 30% of that trade passes through Santos, mainly on its way to China. But the port can hardly keep up. Today, more than 90% of the port's capacity for exporting agricultural bulk goods is in use, according to logistics consulting firm Macroinfo. That's why COFCO is building this export terminal here at the port. The state agricultural giant hopes to expand its capacity for exports from 4.5 million tons to 14 million tons, bringing billions of dollars in revenue. But in the US, farmers worry that this increase could be achieved at their expense. Trump's first trade war led to more than $27 billion in losses of agricultural exports, according to USDA research.
We have $1 trillion trade deficit with China. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year we lose with China, and unless we solve that problem, I'm not going to make a deal.
Since Trump's return to office, China has found itself under renewed pressure, and American farmers are bearing the brunt. Export data in April showed China was already cutting back on US soybean purchases. It has also reduced the amount of pork it plans to import in 2025. As Trump urges Beijing to quadruple its purchases of American soybeans in a bid to reduce the trade deficit, the expansion of the port will allow China to buy even less from the US. The Santos port fits into Beijing's wider plan to access South America's agricultural bounty as China suffers from a lack of water and arable land at home. Chinese...
Okay, well, it would seem that Donald Trump's trade war is achieving none of the things that he wanted to do, or supposedly claimed to want to do with all of this. And much of it seems to be backfiring in truly magnificent and or horrible fucking ways for the United States. But yeah, with Brazil looking to other options, considering the 50% tariff, and China being the best alternative, and them already having quite a strong relationship with China, they are already in an economic what do you call it? Arrangement, coalition, right? They're both in BRICS, right? Brazil's the B and China's the C in BRICS, and. This is just shoring that relationship up even further. I mean, it makes perfect sense for Brazil to look at this situation and go, America's probably going to buy a lot less of our stuff since they're going to have to pay 50% more for it. Maybe we could sell more to China and just completely circumvent the United States. Maybe the United States doesn't deserve our coffee and everything else that we give them. Maybe China will be more grateful.
China! I have to have my China.
And that's where we stand right now. Okay, now let's go to Britain. No, what have you done, you bastard? Thank you. To the UK, where the trial for kneecap members in the UK courts over alleged terrorism charges
Illegal.
have started as of, I believe, yesterday. And protesters and supporters of a kneecap have showed up in fucking droves. Here's the live stream from Reuters at that protest.
Palestine will be free.
Okay, now I'm not going to sit here and just watch this video because I got some, I guess you would call it, local news coverage in the UK. Here's Navarra Media talking to some of the protesters at the kneecap trial.
Why do you think the British state is so afraid of an Irish language rapper?
I think when music has 3.5 minutes in people's ears, on the way to work, on the way to school, in the silence of someone's room, it's a powerful moment between the listener and the artist, and they're potent with what they say. They're potent in their message. They're even more potent the fact that they're using Irish language and English. That's a dangerous tool in a positive way, and I think that's why music and art is pushing that, and reflecting the times has always been very important.
Well, what the government is always afraid of, it's afraid of the same as it's always afraid of us always all getting together and realising that kind of the people, the reason that things are so awful is the people who are in charge, not the people down the road, not people in boats, not migrants, or whatever target they're choosing at the moment.
I think the government is worried that more and more people are going to be galvanised and more people are going to sort of join the movement, and they are worried that it is showing them up. It's embarrassing for them. It's been almost 2 years. People have not stopped, and that is because we have to be steadfast. People we are determined to be steadfast, and there is nothing that the government can do that is going to stop us in our pursuit to stand up for oppressed people, to stand up for the people in Palestine as they are confronting a genocide that our government is complicit in, and we are complicit in if we don't stand up and say no. Do you think that this is a distraction, really, from what's happening in Gaza? I think to some degree this is a distraction in terms of what's happening in Gaza, because I think what the government are trying to do is cause as much anarchy at home in order to distract from what's happening there. But, don't underestimate the intelligence of the common man. Like, we know what you're trying to do, and we're not going to get distracted, and we have the capacity clearly to stand up for each other here, but also to stand up for our siblings over in Palestine. And as I say, we're going to continue and keep on.
Yeah, I think it's a part of the British establishment's general ramping up of repression against the whole Palestine movement. I think they hate kneecap because they have a lot of support, but it's part of this whole summer of prescribing Palestine action, of doing everything they can to contain what's going on. But everything they do creates a bigger backlash, so it's not working. I think they're scared, basically. They're scared of what's happening.
Scared of what might happen? What is it that they're scared of happening?
I think they're scared of the ways in which the Palestine movement has sustained itself, and not just that, but connects or exposes how what Keir Starmer and the British government is doing in Palestine is connected to the horrors they commit in Britain as well, right? And I think NECAP are very good at that, about connecting things together, British imperialism. And so I think they're scared of the fact that people no longer respond to the propaganda in the same way. I mean, you know, prescribing Palestine action and then people coming out and supporting them anyway, for example. I don't think that would have happened in the same way in the past, but it's because people hate the media, they hate politicians, and yeah, they're scared of the support, I would say.
I think the history speaks for itself. I think they know full well that Irish...
Okay, well, there you go. Little on-the-ground coverage from Navarro Media. Speaking to protesters. And, you know, I've been wondering to myself, ever since these charges were announced, this claim that the NECAP are somehow terrorists. I mean, it's a laughable claim. You know, it is fucking laughable. It would be laughable if it wasn't so fucking atrocious. But yeah, it's good to see people in the streets fighting back, demanding accountability from the government, as well as the release of I think it's just one NECAP member. I cannot remember his name. It's like Mo something. But yeah, I mean, it's an unjust fucking trial. If anything, the UK government should put itself on trial, you know, and change the fucking national anthem to a NECAP song until they can figure out how to stop supporting genocide.
Illegal.
Okay. We're doing on time. All right, we got one more story here in the UK to go over. Let's go to Reuters from yesterday, where unfortunately economic numbers coming in are not good. Not good at all for the United Kingdom, unfortunately. As inflation numbers posted on, I think, Wednesday, which had inflation coming in very hot.
So hot right now.
At on nearly 4%.
That's too much, man!
British inflation hit its highest in 18 months in July. Official data Wednesday showed it rose to 3.8% from 3.6% in June. It once again left the country with the biggest price growth problem among the world's major rich economies. The headline rate reached its highest since January last year. Price rises in Britain's services sector also accelerated to 5% from 4.7% a month earlier. British inflation is running higher than in the US, where it held at 2.7%.
God damn, that is making me hungry. I need food.
In July. It was also steady in the Eurozone, where it's expected to remain around the European Central Bank's 2% target over the coming years. The Bank of England thinks the country's inflation will hit 4% in September, which is double its target, and stay above 2% until mid-2027. Some of the difference with inflation in other countries reflects how energy and other utility prices are regulated in Britain. Big rises in utility bills in April have boosted year-on-year comparisons. Economists argue Britain's relatively tight labour market has also become more rigid since Brexit, which has put upward pressure on prices. Wednesday's data showed the biggest contributor to the rise in inflation in July was from transport, particularly airfares.
There we go. Things are a little rough in UK with the economy right now. A very tight labor market, meaning that I believe, at least my understanding of a tight labor market is that there's not enough people to work the jobs that are open in the UK. which is to some degree driving up labor costs. But that's not the only reason that inflation is going up. Energy costs, transportation, among other reasons. Now, if the UK can just get some of those renewable projects fully online, perhaps some of those energy costs would come down. Now, I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's not. I'm assuming the energy costs are not related to the oh, God damn it, my brain is broken. I can barely put together words. I need food. I need to put food in my body. I'm just struggling with. Ah, God. Okay. Or too many people, not enough jobs? No, that's not what a tight labor market means, from my understanding. I believe that's what they would refer to as a very weak labor market. Okay, we are at 6 hours into this stream, which means we gotta take another quick break. But don't worry, chat, we'll be right back with the Spacecast after these brief space messages. Alright, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from GNN. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal, if you'd perhaps prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for just $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, chat, I'm not going to belabor you with the details of all that. Just go to the link in the chat or in my bio. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, Space Fams. You know what that sound means? It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in your seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the fourth half. That's right. Alright, I'm going to sit here for a second and eat food while the music is still going. Good God. I'm freaking starving. God. You know when you're like just so hungry that like eating is just incredibly satisfying beyond like normal satisfying. Yeah. Oh my God. That's making me feel a little better. Okay. Oh God, I'm low on hydration though. Son of a bitch. Hold on. BRB. Okay. I'm back. A lot of okra talk going on in chat. I'm not sure what spurred that on. Probably because we were talking food and how hungry I was. All right, we're going to have two main topics here for the rest of the Earth half. Although, we've got a few other ones we're going to pepper in at the end. But, shocking to everyone, I'm sure, we're going to be talking about Israel. And we're going to be talking about Russia, Ukraine. And Gaza. And Palestine. And the West Bank. Let's start it off. In Israel. Carl Schmidt with a sweet, sweet super sticker Sour Hour engaged. Is that your first ever super sticker? I think I see a little 1 behind that. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad you appreciate the show enough to feel like contributing. Every dollar is much appreciated. The fact is, if everyone who subscribed to the channel contributed just a couple dollars to the stream a month, you would have no more financial issues. So take a page from Carl Schmitt's book. Okay, let's start in Israel, where over the weekend, protests erupted nationwide, demanding the end of the genocide in Gaza. Although that's not what people are calling it, of course. People are still trying to call it a war.
I don't want reality.
Here's Guardian News from 4 days ago. Tens of thousands of Israelis have... This looks like way more than tens of thousands. That photo looks like 100,000. I could be wrong. It's just an estimation from above. But this looks like 100,000 people. And if it's nationwide, it's definitely more than it's definitely more than tens of thousands. It's got to be well into the hundreds of thousands. I mean, look at this. Look at this. It's a sea of fucking people. From one side to the other, it's just people. Thousands of Israelis have joined nationwide protests to demand an end to the quote-unquote war in Gaza. It was one of the largest demonstrations in Israel since fighting began in October 23. The day of nationwide protests aimed to pressure the government to halt the military campaign and bring the hostages home. Protesters blocked roads outside of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Well, here's the war criminal in chief, Benjamin Netanyahu. He had something to say about these protests and these protesters. All right, Benny, what the fuck do you have to say? Those who are calling today for an end to the war without Hamas's defeat are not only hardening Hamas's position and delaying the release of our hostages, they are also ensuring that the horrors of October 7th will repeat themselves over and over again. Wow. That is fucking disgusting. For Netanyahu to blame the protesters who are demanding the hostages back as being the reason why the hostages aren't back yet, it's fucking disgusting level of fucking gaslighting right there. So it's insane. It's wildly just, oh God. Just profusely reprehensible. It's not shocking to me, or probably anyone, that Benjamin Netanyahu would say that the Israelis, his own citizens, are helping fund Hamas, supporting Hamas. But, you know, this talking point is getting very tired. For not just for me, but I think for the world. I think the world is getting tired of that fucking talking point. It's like, dude, you cannot blame Hamas for everything. There's nothing left in Gaza. Israel remains the most powerful nation in the Middle East while Gaza's been reduced to a fucking parking lot. People are starving to death. He's like, oh, Hamas. You are Hamas supporters. It's insane.
This is ridiculous!
Speaking of the destruction in Gaza, let's go here to Al Jazeera from yesterday, showing the Tufa neighborhood in Gaza City.
I'm here today standing in a Tufah neighborhood east of Gaza City. I managed to access the neighborhood after the Israeli military withdrawal and the end of their second military operation, which left the neighborhood in ruins. We can clearly see there is no any horizon, just a bite of ruins, rolling block after block, solid on every sign of life, courtyards, school courtyards, and complete residential block. There is no any single building left standing, and if there's a building standing like this one behind me, it's uninhabitable due to the damage inflicted to such buildings. We can clearly see the operation had entirely changed the geographical landmarks of this exact neighborhood, and the scale of devastation we are seeing in the frame is unprecedented, leaving no way for displaced Palestinians to return to their destroyed residential buildings.
At the time we left the neighborhood, there was little sign of life. But when we look at it today, it has been reduced to dust. Nothing but ruins. There is not any form of life. If we wish to return, we can't find water or homes. We can't even live in tents here. Above all, the Israeli army continues to pour their missiles and bombs on our heads. No one can live here.
The situation is getting much more catastrophic in the light of the ongoing staggering escalation of attacks by the Israeli military targeting the eastern parts of the Gaza Strip. Al-Zaytun neighborhood is adjacent to Al-Tufah neighborhood, which is now subjected to a brutal ground invasion, destroying buildings like these ones. This neighborhood was meant to be a place of refuge and safety for Palestinians, now has become a site of death, a massive destruction. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Tufah neighborhood, Palestine.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Yeah. At this point, Israel's just blowing up already like remnants of buildings. Like, the fact that they're still bombing just what is basically piles of rubble is fucking insane. Especially because every single one of those fucking bombs is costing U.S. taxpayers like $10 million or something. Or maybe it's a little less than that. Either way, a lot of money. And it just seems utterly, I mean, it's like, it's like kicking a dead horse, you know? It's just unnecessary. Now, not only are all of the buildings in Gaza completely devastated, the human beings in Gaza are also lying in shambles, as of course Gaza has the largest population of child amputees on the entire fucking planet. Here's Reuters from yesterday with a disturbing video for us to watch.
In Gaza's medical wards, children like Mohammed Hassan make up what the United Nations says is the largest population of amputees in the world.
I was going to buy falafel. When I came back, before reaching home, I looked up and saw the missile falling on us. I tried to run, but it was too fast. I found myself thrown against a wall, and when I looked, my leg was gone.
This is horrifying.
Then someone carried me and brought me to this hospital.
For many like Hassan, there is little hope of treatment or rehabilitation.
This is so fucking depressing. This is like a 9-year-old fucking child here who lost a leg thanks to United States And Israel and all the other countries that are complicit in this fucking genocide. A child going to get food, going to get falafel, the love of God. Loses a leg just for trying to get food.
Al-Shifa, Gaza's largest hospital, lies in ruins. Local health data documents at least 4,800 amputations since the war began, many of them among children. Israel has said it seeks to limit civilian casualties in its war against Hamas, though so far Gazan health authorities say 60,000 Palestinians have been killed and nearly the entire population has been displaced. The lack of quality medical care has also affected families. Displaced father of four, Ibrahim Abdelnabi, says he lost his leg while trying to collect food aid in May. After a dozen operations...
That's got to be kind of horrifying, looking at pictures of yourself when you still had that leg.
He lost his leg while trying to collect food aid in May. After a dozen operations, infection...
There's a real fucking through line with all this. It seems like people keep losing limbs trying to get food.
...spread, and doctors had to amputate another part of his leg.
When I left the hospital and sat in my tent, I saw everyone around me going to bring aid. Even my children sat with me and said, "Dad, why don't you go and bring us aid?" When my kids asked me for food, my mental state grew worse, and I suffered deeply inside when they told me, "Dad, we don't have any flour."
He and his wife fashioned a crude prosthetic from a sewage pipe and an old window frame, so he could keep collecting flour and water for his children. The International Committee of the Red Cross says getting prosthetic limbs into Gaza has been a major challenge, further slowing recovery for thousands of patients. The war began on October 7, 2023, when Hamas fighters killed around 1,200 people in Israel and took 251 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. Israel says its bombardment...
Oh, for fuck's sake. Donald Trump just canceled all Palestinian humanitarian visas. Is that true? Wow. I have to talk about that tomorrow, probably. Let's go now to CNN. Talk about the problem with aid. And shockingly, CNN was on the ground doing a form of journalism that I haven't seen from them in recent past. And by recent past, I mean for the last 2 fucking years. But these bitches actually went and started talking to aid workers, like the Red Crescent, and asked them about why aid isn't coming in. Fascinating. It only took 2 years for them to start trying to actually investigate this situation. Wow. Great job, CNN.
Aren't I a good guy?
Well, back to Gaza now, and a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas would allow for a huge surge in critically needed humanitarian aid. Right now, much of the aid that arrives at the Gaza border, should it get there, is refused entry by Israel. The executive director of the Egyptian Red Crescent, Amal Emam, showed me a warehouse full of medical supplies that Israel has turned back, she says. It includes medicines, oxygen tanks that she says have been received and have had the necessary approval from Israel, only to be turned back after inspection by the Israelis. This is what we saw.
This truck has been rejected 4 times. This is the 4th time that has been rejected in the last 2 weeks. And what's carrying? It's carrying ICU beds coming from the WHO
intensive
organization.
Care unit beds.
Yes, and of course we never introduced them like this. Here, as I told you, it's the place where we ensure that we are meeting all the requirements needed for the palatalization and everything needed for the
So why
packing.
were these rejected?
Sometimes because of the pallets, that the pallets are not wooden. Sometimes it's because of that they are containing metal parts, and this is a big reason for rejection. And of course, anything that needs to be coordinated beforehand with the other side. So even with the coordination, this comes to come.
And so you're saying that these have been rejected a number of times?
Yeah, we have our colleague from WHO here. He was just following and coming with the truck, and he said himself, this is the first time I'm coming with the truck. And even the driver, he was just debriefing the PM, and he said, it's every time I go for almost 24 hours. So because, of course, we have them in front of the borders ready after being manifested, and then they need to enter from the side gate that you have seen today beside Rafah border, and then they need to go to Karm Shalom for the scanning. So after scanning, and of course this takes them almost 18 hours, they come again. And
so
of
these
course,
drivers are driving for 24 hours.
You see, so he said that since the 2nd of August, he has entered 4 times. Every time it goes in a very good shape, and then it comes this
and that's how it comes back.
Exactly, you see. And then, of course, our teams here, they are working on repelletizing them, as you see.
Well, what you saw there, of course, were critically needed.
Yes, and you know what else is critically needed? The fucking journalism that you guys haven't been doing for the last 2 years. Why did it take 2 years for you to all finally try and talk to aid workers and find out why the fuck the aid isn't getting in? This has been the same story for fucking 2 straight years. 2 years. 700 days. CNN has gone on doing Israeli propaganda ad nauseum without any questioning of the narrative. And now finally they're like, oh, maybe we'll ask an aid worker rather than asking the Israeli government what's going on. What the fuck took so long? Huh? In many ways, I feel like these journalistic outlets that have not been actually doing journalism on this shit, they feel complicit. They feel very complicit to me at this point. Like, they're trying to, like, launder their image now, and it's, like, way too little too late. Okay, now let's go to this horrifying piece of news, which dropped, I believe it was on Wednesday. Here's the AP from yesterday. Israel mobilizing tens of thousands of active duty reservists. Or I guess that's not the right thing. Well, whatever. They are mobilizing tens of thousands of IDF troops to expand its operations in Gaza.
This is ridiculous!
Israel's generals have approved plans to call up 60,000 reservists to begin a new phase of operations in Gaza. Here's what to know. Israel's military approved plans to begin a new phase of operations in some of Gaza's most densely populated areas, but it's unclear when exactly this operation will begin. It includes calling up 60,000 reservists and lengthening the service of an additional 20,000 currently serving. The call-up comes as a growing campaign of exhausted reservists and some relatives of hostages accuse the government of perpetuating the war for political reasons and failing to bring home remaining hostages. Israeli troops are already laying the groundwork. Soldiers have been operating for some time in the Zaytun and Jabalia neighborhoods. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said the objectives of the military are to rescue the remaining hostages held by Hamas and to ensure Hamas and other militants can't pose any threat to Israel. The operations appear to be in line with Israel's plan to eventually control the entirety of Gaza City. And the plan's approval comes as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues, with chaos around aid and daily deadly airstrikes by
It's fucking horrifying. We were supposed to get a ceasefire so many times now at this point. Israel just continues to wrap up its its genocidal campaign. And there's not a single peep from the Trump administration about any of it. If anything, it's the only peeps I'm hearing are in support of everything Israel's doing. I don't think I've heard a single objection yet from the Trump administration about what Israel's doing in Gaza. Like, honestly, like, if anybody can name for me a single objection the Trump administration has made to what's happening in Gaza, I would love to know. Or in the West Bank, for that matter. But of course, they have not. Which is somehow even worse than the Biden administration. Which is really an impressive level of disregard for human life. Let's continue talking about this plan to call up 60,000 reservists as part of Israel's next phase of its genocide of Palestinians. Which CBS Morning News is going to call a war, like, I think a half a dozen times during this piece, if I recall correctly.
All right, turning now to the situation in the Middle East, where Israel's military is posed to call up tens of thousands of reservists ahead of a planned offensive to seize control of Gaza City. Now, this comes as mediators are still awaiting a response from Israel this morning to an Arab-proposed Gaza ceasefire deal after Hamas accepted the proposal on Monday. And for more on this, I want to bring in CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio from our London newsroom. Ramy, good morning. So what's the biggest hurdle right now for a ceasefire agreement?
Yeah, Michael, good morning to you. Basically, Israel has not yet given a reply to this new ceasefire and hostage proposal, 60 days in terms of a time frame. But what we do know is that the Israeli government wants all 50 hostages still in Gaza, dead and alive, to be freed at the same time. And this, to your question, could be the hurdle to this agreement as it stands. CBS News has obtained a statement, there it is on your screen, from an Israeli senior political official that really crystallized this, which said that Israel's policy is consistent, it hasn't changed, demanding the release of all 50 hostages, and that they are in the final phase of defeating Hamas, not leaving any hostages behind. Talking about that final phase, though, Michael, that includes Israel's taking and controlling Gaza City with the aim, it says, to eliminate senior Hamas figures. And our CBS News producer in Gaza tells us that Israel's army, has effectively encircled Gaza City from the east, from the south, as well as the north. In that proposal that Hamas agreed to on Monday, that would see the gradual release of hostages over 60 days. 10 living hostages and then 18 dead hostages would be released early in the process. After that, all sides would then negotiate a permanent ceasefire and then the release of all of the remaining hostages that would in exchange be for 1,500 Palestinians in Israeli prisons. But Qatar's foreign ministry came out saying, listen, this is close to what you guys talked about before, the Witkoff plan, saying that it's 98% similar to that plan. So we are waiting for Israel's reply.
And Ramy.
Okay, all right. I guess I was wrong about CBS claiming it was a war 6 times. I think I must be having a false memory of the CBS. Probably because CBS has been so terrible about this whole time. But somebody is one of these videos I watched. Oh God, which one was it? Was it this next one? It might be France 24. They've been incredibly pro-Israel for the last 2 years. Let's go here. What is inside Israel's plan to conquer Gaza City? France 24 from yesterday.
Whose plan to conquer Gaza City. The government having also recalled 600,000 reservists to fulfil the operation. It appears to put pay to hopes that Israel indeed might agree to that Qatari and Egyptian brokered ceasefire plan that Hamas has already agreed to. Andrew Hillier joins me now from our International Affairs Desk. First of all, Andrew, just walk us through the details of Israel's plan to occupy Gaza City.
Well, Annette, the first key point to make is that many of those reservists who have been called up would actually be replacing conscript soldiers on active duty on other fronts, which means that those conscripts who are young soldiers would then be moved to take part in the operation to occupy Gaza City. So that's the first point. Now, with regards to the occupation of Gaza City itself, well, it will be carried out in several stages. Now, you can just see here on your screen the current state of play, if you like, of the Gaza Strip. 75% of the Gaza Strip lies within Israeli militarized zones. And you can see there where Gaza City is, that not yet within an Israeli militarized zone, but what would first happen is that Israeli officials have indicated that civilians living within Gaza City would be given evacuation orders. That means, according to some estimates, that up to 1 million people could be displaced by this operation. So what is already a disastrous humanitarian situation is likely to get worse. Now, the idea...
worse. Yeah, like way worse, you fucking moron. So frustrated right now. The fact that this is still ongoing is fucking mind-boggling to me. The fact that the United States has not upheld international law in the slightest on this, and that so many other countries are also involved in not upholding international law and allowing for a genocide to occur right under their noses, it's just, it really does, it drives me fucking crazy. Like, I just don't understand how we're here right now. How this could have gone on for this long. It just is beyond explanation to me. All right, now, while Israel is mobilizing tens of thousands of troops to Gaza City, while not allowing aid in and continuing to make more and more Gazan children amputees, and the Israeli population continues to protest in the streets, Israel is ramping up its campaign, not in Gaza, but in the West Bank, as a controversial project has been approved by the Israeli Knesset that would essentially, in many ways, this would basically be an end for the West Bank in general. Like, right now, it looks like Swiss cheese. In a little bit, it's going to look like two different, very much smaller slices of Swiss cheese, which, in effect, is going to, what's the word? Alienate. And, oh God, what's the word for this that I'm looking for? Alienate, separate, and immiserate more people in the West Bank from other Palestinians that are in the West Bank. You know, it's like they're doing the same thing that they did with the West Bank and Gaza, but now just solely with the West Bank, right? And they're doing it also in Gaza too, I guess. But they are just waging a full-on takeover of all land. That is what's happening here. Yeah, let's go to fucking the West Bank. This is CBC news from yesterday. Controversial West Bank settlement project gets final approval.
Israel is taking steps to prepare for its new offensive in Gaza City. The military says up to 60,000 reserve call-up orders went out this morning. The plan doubles the number of active reservists to 120,000. They are expected to report for duty in early September. Another 20,000 reservists will have their current service lengthened. The Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has also approved plans to begin the next phase of the war in Gaza, and it's expected to receive approval from the Chief of Staff in the coming days. That offensive will reportedly see the takeover of Gaza City, where the Israeli military has not yet operated and where Hamas is still active. It's not clear when that operation will begin. Israel is focusing this morning on the occupied West Bank. Its government has just given final approval to a controversial settlement construction project. That word just breaking within the last few minutes. This is a project that would effectively cut the territory in two. Our senior international correspondent, Margaret Evans, visited that area to see what impact the project could have.
Ma'ale Adumim is already one of the largest settlements in the occupied West Bank. Some 40,000 Jewish Israelis living in what's known as an urban settlement, about 6 or 7 kilometers from Jerusalem. Settlements are considered illegal under international law, but Israel has long continued to expand them. Critics say recent plans to reignite an old plan to expand Male Adumim to include an area called E1 are especially worrying because they will further isolate the occupied West Bank from occupied East Jerusalem, which many Palestinians would hope to see one day as the capital of a future Palestinian state. But the Israeli government says that's exactly the point. The Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, said just last week that the plan to expand the settlement to include E1 will bury the idea of a Palestinian state, that there will be nothing to recognize and no one to recognize. We spoke to the mayor of Male Adumim.
I think it's right that on a strategic level, Male Adumim will be connected to Jerusalem. Jerusalem is our capital city.
We also spoke to Palestinians living in the town of Al-Azariya, which is just adjacent to Male Adumim. Many say they've been given notice by Israel that it plans to act on demolition orders in the near future.
It's like hot.
It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. And the fact is, they're doing this in broad daylight. They're doing this in broad daylight. There's fucking media organizations on the ground, and they're doing it officially in Parliament. And yet the world stands by and just continues to do fuck all about it. This is, of course, an international crime. And yet the international community is standing by and sticking their head in the sand.
In the Middle East, and the highly controversial E1 settlement project to build some 3,400 housing units between Jerusalem and the Male Adumim settlement in the occupied West Bank has been given final approval by the Israeli government. The move would effectively cut the territory into two, and that Palestinians' aid rights groups say will destroy plans for a future Palestinian state. The project had been frozen in recent years due to pressure from Washington during previous administrations. For more details, let's cross now to Noga Tarnapovsky in Jerusalem. Noga, just take us through how significant the green lighting of this settlement project actually is.
It's extremely significant. It's a real kick in the face to any of these Israeli allied nations who have said that they plan to recognize a Palestinian state in September. It's obviously a poke in the face and an intentional provocation.
The fact is, at this point, it is my belief that troops, obviously not United States troops, but, foreign troops need to be on the ground in Israel, in the West Bank, in Gaza. Full stop. To stop this from happening. And to actually drive Israelis out of the West Bank where they're not legally allowed to be. And to enforce international law. And to seize Benjamin Netanyahu and take him to the fucking Hague. I am sick of watching this happen in fucking slow motion. I really am. After 2 years of this, the fact is, any semblance of normality is completely fucking gone. No, the idea of red lines is not even a concept anymore in the Trump administration. Not a peep about these crimes. Do you remember when the Biden administration was doing piecemeal sanctions against different Israeli settler groups, and we were complaining about how that's just fuck all and it doesn't do shit? I still would stand by that statement, but holy fuck. I mean, it's night and day, and it's fucking mind-boggling to me, because for the last, for how many months? For 12 straight months, I was basically all I had was complaints about the Biden administration and how fucking horrifying it was that they were just green lighting so much of this genocidal behavior, this campaign of Israel's on Palestinians. But now they're just literally just land grabbing left and right all over the place and projecting what they're going to do ahead of time. You know, they are telegraphing to everyone ahead of time that they are going to do all of these fucking international crimes. And the Trump administration, it's fucking crickets. Would you like some more bombs, Israel? Now, in the West Bank, TRT World has this story from 2 days ago. Israeli troops destroyed intentionally, literally, and you will see what I mean by intentionally. It was as intentional as it gets. There is a large grow house, like a greenhouse operation in Nablus, which was using a well which existed on the property. IDF troops went to this property and with their own bare hands destroyed this well so that they could not have access to fucking water.
Illegal.
In a bid to save his struggling village, 31-year-old Shamikh Hanaishe built a water well on his family land in the village of Beit Dajan near Nablus. Within 4 years, the village blossomed, greenhouses multiplied, and jobs grew. Those who once worked inside Israel returned to their lands, seeing income and hope for a future. But at the end of July, without prior notice or a legal order, Israel destroyed the well. It had cost the Hanaishe family well over $530,000 to build.
It's just so fucking horrible. Look at this little girl. Oh, God, it just gives me shivers thinking about it. I don't understand how you can be so fucking cruel. How, you know, like, depriving this young girl of fucking water, her family, and all of the people who are depending on this to create food for... It is just... Oh, God, it boils my blood.
Over $530,000 to build.
I was shocked when at 6 a.m. on July 31st, a large force of about 40 occupation soldiers descended onto our lands. They came and poured cement into the pipes as well as metal and other materials, completely closing it off.
Soldiers told Hanaishe they shut down the well because it supplied water to Area C, earmarked for illegal settlement expansion. Its destruction came at the peak of harvest. Now, at least 700 farmers and their families are left without water, and their crops are dying.
I was very upset over all the farmers who were living off these lands and had invested money in them. I kept thinking about my family's future and all the money and work we put into building this well. Our future was destroyed when they destroyed this well.
Making up more than 60% of the occupied West Bank, Area C lies under direct Israeli military control. It is also where Israel's hundreds of illegal settlements are located, on Palestinian land. Father of 5, Mazen Abu Jaish, worked in Israel for 13 years before returning to his village to farm.
We are a group of labor workers who once worked in the 1948 occupied territories. After the war on Gaza, we returned to farming, especially with the presence of the new well. Prior to the war, the village had no greenhouses. Now there are about 300 greenhouses. Since they destroyed the well, our plants are dying, and we are forced to remove them.
Beit Dajan is the latest village to suffer from severe Israeli restrictions on Palestinian farming.
There you go. IDF troops went to this well, which is supplying water for over 300 greenhouses, and filled it in with fucking cement. I mean, it is cruelty of the highest level. All right, now let's go to Al Jazeera English. This is from yesterday. Marwan Bashar discussing what it will take to stop the genocide. I found this to be an interesting plan. Very interesting plan, actually, if you ask me. For multiple reasons, because I'm not I'm still trying to visualize how this would go down. But I mean, it could work. We'll get into it. Let's go here.
And the spokesman for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has confirmed that Hamas has given a positive response to the latest proposal to pause the fighting for 60 days. It includes the release of a number of Israeli captives in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. Majid al-Ansari says Israel has yet to send its response.
What I can tell you is, and I won't say if this is different or similar to previous iterations, but what I can tell you is that we have a positive response from Hamas. That positive response, according to what we know, is almost all that was agreed before by Israel in previous iterations of these talks. We are yet to receive a response from the Israeli side, so we cannot make any claims that a breakthrough has been made. But we do believe it is a positive point when we have a positive response from Hamas over the agreement that was there on the table since.
Well, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the Trump administration is discussing the Gaza ceasefire proposal that Hamas has responded positively to.
I don't think it's a coincidence that Hamas accepted this proposal after the President of the United States posted a very strong statement about this conflict on Truth Social yesterday.
Well, it was Trump. Trump got the Hamas to accept the ceasefire proposal. Okay.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There's Al Jazeera senior political analyst. He's joining us from London. Good to have you with us, Marwan. Well, we heard earlier a spokesman for Qatar's Foreign Affairs Ministry speaking about this positive response from Hamas. He also said that what Hamas has agreed to are things that Israel has already agreed to in the past. So give us some context. How much of a step forward could this be?
Yeah, I think the key word here is in the past. And the Netanyahu government has been changing its position depending on its progress in the war. And they calculate that they are winning and that they are making some serious wins within Gaza. And while the Arabs are not necessarily paying much attention, while the Europeans are turned their back to Ukraine or on Ukraine, and while Trump has given the green light for Netanyahu to finish the job, as it were, in Gaza, there seems to be very little movement on the Netanyahu side to accept the deal. The fact that he would push it from Sunday to Friday, that's the entire working week in Israel, right? The entire working week. Why does he need exactly the entire working week to respond? Because he wants to continue with the war as he looks into these various proposals or ideas. It's all to say that he's trying to gain time in order to finish the job. And I think if he can just avoid it altogether, he will.
If I understand it correctly, what Hamas is said to have responded positively to is broadly what UN and US envoy Steve Witkoff had put in place, which was a staged release of captives in exchange for Palestinian prisoners and also the movement backwards of some Israeli troops in Gaza. But I understand that one Israeli broadcaster is quoting a statement from the office of Benjamin Netanyahu who's saying Israel demands the release of all 50 hostages. Now, is this in relation to what you're talking about, that this is a move already by Benjamin Netanyahu to start putting obstacles in place to moving this forward?
It could be understood in both ways. One, it's just basically to say no to this and to say yes to something else that we don't know what exactly is going to be or look like or and so on. And the other way of looking at it is to say that he has a whole other thing in mind where he's not going to allow Hamas any minor victory of parading former prisoners in Gaza and to say, look, we liberated them despite 2 years of genocide and so on and so forth. He's just not going to allow Hamas any quick wins whatsoever. And the idea of releasing those, life prison sentence captives is going to, hurt him, as it were, among his base in Israel. And why would he want to do that now? The whole idea of him engaging now in a diplomatic process where he's already full-fledged in his military campaign, thinking that the military campaign is going to achieve all his objectives, taking over Gaza, freeing the captives, whether dead or alive, destroying Hamas, dislodging it, and perhaps being able to ethnically cleanse Gaza, because they are in negotiations apparently with a number of countries around the world, whoever they are, because they are continuing with the program of transfer, and they call it now, of course, the Trump vision. Anything else that involves 60 days of no war, 60 days of basically, sitting on their hands, 60 days of Hamas trying to, take a deep breath and claim some form of victory. This is not at all in Netanyahu's favor, in his coalition favor, or in his general overall strategy about what to do next in Palestine.
Our correspondent Hamda was telling us earlier on about the sizable protests we've seen in Israel with regard to Benjamin Netanyahu's reluctance, as the protesters put it, to make returning the captives a priority. Now, he's criticized those protests. He's also said to get the captives back, we have to finish the job and we have to finish Hamas. Does that not even suggest that even if there is the remotest possibility of a ceasefire, however temporary it is, the intention is that Israel will eventually go back into Gaza?
I think after 60 days, it's going to be, for him, apparently, or for his people, it's going to be difficult to go back. Already in the last time, he waited as much as he could, and he just rushed back because he canceled the second and third phase. But he doesn't want to even give that little win, if you will, for Hamas. And on the other hand, on the domestic scene, look, I think, I'm sure I'll probably need to paraphrase it, but I think he said something to the effect, all politics is dirty, but the Israeli politics is dirtier than most, right? So I think he understands too well, as the most seasoned politician, the longest serving prime minister in Israel, what exactly is the game domestic. And he reckons that all these people demonstrating against him and their families and supporters are not his base, and they will not vote for him in the next elections, even if he liberates, even if he signs on this temporary ceasefire. So for him, there is no political win from satisfying the families of the captives. And I've said from day one, if you remember, Rob, that it was always for Netanyahu destroying Hamas first, taking on Gaza, and then the captives. The captives were never, since day one, they were never his priority. His priority is defeating Hamas and taking over Gaza.
Marwan Bashar, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Okay, now, somewhere in there, Marwan Bashar said that what needs to happen to end the genocide is for Arab leaders to go to Washington just like Europeans did, which gave me all sorts of weird sort of flashbacks to things like Zelensky in the Oval Office the first time getting reprimanded by Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend and J.D. Vance over not wearing a suit. But I do think this might actually be the way to get more movement on this. Whether or not the Trump administration would ever agree to such a meeting, I have no fucking clue right now. But it would, I think it would certainly perhaps move things forward. But I don't know. I don't know what it would do. I don't know if it would actually be enough to stop a genocide or not. It's really hard to say. But you need a lot of people. You would need a real coalition to come over. I think you need Jordan, you need Egypt, you need Qatar. Probably, might as well get Lebanon in there. I highly doubt that Yemen, that they would even consider having a Yemeni official in the United States. But it could happen, I suppose. But it is something that needs to happen. Whether or not it will is something else for us to look out for, I suppose, in the future. Okay. Now, let's go here. In this week, it's been a very interesting sort of diplomatically, if you will. Australia was the next in line on Western powers to say that they were going to recognize the Palestinian state in September, along with people like France and Spain and Canada, among others. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu was incensed by all of this, incredibly upset, and called multiple foreign leaders, including Emmanuel Macron, an anti-Semite. Which is wild. It is fucking wild. France has bent over backwards to accommodate Israel time and time again, as if that's somehow because that I feel like I'm falling into their own framing, because of course that would not actually make them anti-Semitic or not anti-Semitic, because Israel isn't the fucking arbiter of anti-Semitism or Judaism across the planet, and it's just laughable to claim that people like France, who have been giving Israel all plenty of support for the last 2 years, is somehow anti-Semitic for saying that they would recognize a Palestinian state. But let's go here. France 24 from yesterday.
It's a fierce attack, an official letter signed by Benjamin Netanyahu himself. The Israeli Prime Minister says anti-Semitism has surged in France following Emmanuel Macron's announcement that France intends to recognize a Palestinian state.
Your call for a Palestinian state fuels this anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas's terror, strengthens Hamas's refusal to release the hostages, encourages those who threaten French Jews, and fosters the hatred of Jews that now prowls in your streets.
In his letter to Macron, Netanyahu called on the French president to confront anti-Semitism and set a deadline, the Jewish New Year, September 23rd. He also cited Donald Trump as an example, describing the US president as determined to protect American Jews. Paris responded firmly.
The claim that France's decision to recognize the state of Palestine as early as September would explain the rise in anti-Semitic violence in France is erroneous, abhorrent, and will not go unanswered.
Emmanuel Macron has promised to recognize the Palestinian state during the UN General Assembly in September. Other Western countries have said they intend to do the same, including the UK, Canada, and most recently, Australia. Israel retaliated by revoking visas for Australian diplomats.
Wow, and revoking visas for Australian diplomats. Forgot about that one. Whoopsies, I just clicked the wrong thing. That is not what we want. There we go. Okay, speaking of Australia, let's go here to Reuters from 1 day ago. Let's see what Prime Minister of Australia had to say.
I don't take these things personally. I engage with people. Diplomatically, he's had similar things to say about other leaders. What I say is that Israel, of course, increasingly there is global concern. And global concern because people want to see an end to the cycle of violence. We'll continue to put forward Australia's position. And, you know, Australians want those two things. They want the cycle of violence to stop, and they don't want conflict brought here. And that is very clear, and that's been the response from leaders of the community.
Well, there you go.
Well, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese.
Hey, settle down. Getting ahead of me. All right, there was Prime Minister Albanese of Australia saying that he's not going to let Benjamin Netanyahu calling him an anti-Semite to deter him or take it in a personal way. I think it's a very sensible take. It's like, yeah, he claims everybody is an anti-Semite. I'm not going to take it personal. Jewish people are not an ethnicity? No, they're no. That's no. Mozart is right. I mean, Judaism, Jewishness can both be an ethnicity and a religion. Okay, I get it, but I get what you're saying. Judaism is a religion, but you can also be an ethnic Jew. It's just a fact. That is a fact. Yes, Carl's making a good point. Let's agree to keep criticism to Zionists. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera English. Talk more about Benjamin Netanyahu's attacks on Australia. Yeah, this was from yesterday.
Well, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has brushed off accusations from Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu that he's a weak politician who has betrayed Israel. The comments were made after Australia's decision to move towards recognising a Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly next month. Australian Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke defended his country's position.
Strength is not measured by how many people you can blow up or how many children you can leave hungry. Strength is much better measured by exactly what Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has done, which is when there's a decision that we know Israel won't like, he goes straight to Benjamin Netanyahu. He has the conversation, he says exactly what we're intending to do, but to say to the Palestinian people, who at the moment must be feeling so invisible to the world, to say you are not invisible, we see you, we will recognise you, and that we will take the action.
Okay, I'm sorry, but when I first watched this, I thought this was Prime Minister Albanese. Gee, what in the fuck is going on here? What the hell? Is this Prime Minister Albanese's brother or something? What in the fuck is going on? This is ridiculous. These dudes look... Holy shit. What in the fuck? Wait, you're telling me these are two different guys? Get the fuck out. You shut the fuck up. These are the same dude. You shut your mouth. Okay, no, I do actually see a slight difference in their faces, but holy shit, dude. These guys gotta be related somewhere back. I don't watch enough ABC Australia to know who this guy is, but what the fuck just happened? My brain just broke.
And that we will take the action that Australia has always believed needed to be taken, which is that we have two states, an Israeli state and a Palestinian state, both secure, both recognised, both safe.
Well, for more, we're joined by Anthony Lowenstein. He's the author of The Palestine Laboratory, a book about Israel's arms and surveillance industry. He joins us once again from Sydney in Australia. Now, incredibly strong comments there from Tony Burke. Do they reflect a growing sense from the wider population in Australia now?
They do, and I certainly welcome Tony Burke's comments. But again, what we've seen, particularly in the last 6 months, is a ratcheting up of strong rhetoric from Anthony Albanese, the Foreign Minister Penny Wong, and Tony Burke, and various other ministers, and I welcome those. But the problem is that this is largely talk. Yes, Australia announced a few weeks ago we're going to recognise a Palestinian state, which no one quite knows what that actually means practically. And frankly, more importantly, in the last 22 months, since October 7, Australia has maintained a very healthy trade relationship with Israel. We still sell them massive amounts of items, including coal, other resources, and also importantly, we sell them or send, as part of the F-35 supply chain globally, weapons parts. So the F-35 planes that Israel is using over Gaza day in, day out, have key components from Australia. Australia has never discussed changing that, stopping that, reducing that. So sure, rhetoric is important, but we are long past harsh words. And I fear that the current diplomatic kind of contretemps between Israel and Australia, which is not unimportant or insignificant, is really just that kind of theatre while business as usual goes on in the background.
Well, abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, it can't just be words. The actual actions need to be taken. Especially considering the fact that Israel is systematically trying to make it literally impossible. If it wasn't already incredibly difficult beforehand, it now is almost literally impossible as the borders stand for there to be a Palestinian state when you consider what they're about to do with the West Bank. What already has happened with the West Bank, the fact that the West Bank and Gaza are separated. And I've said it time and time again, all settlers in the West Bank need to be removed because it's an international crime. And on top of that, there needs to be new lines drawn for what these two countries would look like. And I've said you go from the corner, the bottom, the southwest corner of West Bank, and you draw a straight line down to Gaza. It's the only way to have an actual state in this area. And it's not like it's a big region. The fact is, Israel cannot control the regions between Gaza and the West Bank if there is to be a functional, sovereign Palestinian nation state. Just it can't be done. You look at the maps. It's literally insane. Like you like leave your neighborhood and you'll suddenly be in Israel accidentally. You know, like it can't be done. It can't be done like it is right now. A lot needs to fucking happen. Oh, God. When I say it out loud, I start thinking, oh boy, how is any of that ever going to come to fruition? Okay.
About the public pressure, though.
No, we don't need to keep watching the rest of that. Let's now go down to ABC News Australia. 2 days ago, reaction to Netanyahu's criticism shows, quote unquote, the ground has shifted under Israel.
It shows how much the ground has shifted under the Netanyahu government, I think, because the reaction in Australia, apart from the opposition.
How am I on fucking Top Chat? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I was missing so many people's chats. Oh my God, I was missing all of Choki's chats. Why was Top Chat? Why was Top Chat blocking out Choki's messages? That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
All right, take two. ABC News Australia.
How much the ground has shifted under the Netanyahu government, I think, because the reaction in Australia, apart from the opposition, has generally been just to push back against what has been said as being unhelpful on the part of the Israeli Prime Minister, and notably the Council of Australian Jewry have basically said that these comments are very unhelpful. Now, I'm told that that there was some concern within the Jewish community about the possibility of this far-right politician coming to Australia because they were concerned that it would actually escalate attacks against the Jewish community. Now, I think the comments from Alex Rifkin today sort of have to be seen in that context. So I think it is true that Benjamin Netanyahu has become very isolated. He's attacked other countries that have said that they would recognise Palestinian statehood, and he does not have that sort of authority on the world stage that he once had. I don't know if he'd say it's a gift to the Prime Minister, but it's certainly not something that is going to worry the Albanese government.
The timing of these comments, though, is interesting, isn't it, in that they come after the decision by the Australian PM to revoke the visa of that far-right Israeli MP, and not after Australia's move to recognise Palestinian statehood.
No, it's really interesting, and there is a bit of a ramping up because, of course, we saw them sort of revoke the credentials of Australian representation to the Palestinian Authority, which seemed to be the response to the statehood thing. But that was relatively slow in coming. And, you know, there were those comments earlier on from the Israeli Prime Minister about Australia walking in with other countries into this rabbit trap, or I think the rabbit hole was the term he used, of statehood. But to sort of specifically single out our Prime Minister does seem to be very much related to this cancellation of the visas.
You say that Benjamin Netanyahu has reacted also to other countries' leaders who are moving to recognise a Palestinian state. Have those comments been as aggressive?
No, they've not been as personal. You know, they've been more in the sort of terms of disappointment and suggesting that, you know, these people have been misled or whatever. But the sort of viciousness of the language towards Prime Minister Albanese is, you know, is another step.
On to another.
Alrighty. All right. Oh my god. I've got so much content today. Part of the problem is that we had some leftover from yesterday's stream. Wednesday's stream, sorry. Didn't stream yesterday even though I wanted to. I was just fucking exhausted and I couldn't fall asleep until the afternoon, which led me to not wind up streaming later. Oh god. Alright, this is the last story on Israel-Gaza. Oh, sorry. I just realized this is the second to last story. But both these next clips are very quick. This is France 24 English from yesterday. The United States has decided to, once again, go after the International Criminal Court, targeting a French ICC judge involved in the Netanyahu arrest warrant. I wonder why they were so specific about going after a French judge. Oh, maybe because France is recognizing a Palestinian state in like a week. Okay, this doesn't seem incredibly petty at all.
The International Criminal Court, once again the target of the Trump administration. The US State Department announced new sanctions on 4 ICC officials on Wednesday, targeting 2 judges, including Nicolas Guillou from France, and 2 prosecutors.
These individuals are foreign persons who directly engaged in efforts by the International Criminal Court to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute nationals of the United States or Israel without the consent of either nation.
As a result of the sanctions...
How dare the International Court try to hold international actors to account? Oh.
How rude.
Oh, wow, that's incredibly rude. She's right. Oh, God. How dare they? It's like, you know, it's as unfair as those darn Nuremberg trials. Jeez, I mean, come on. How could we possibly try Germany when they don't recognize... Oh, it's not fair.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Any assets that ICC officials hold in US jurisdictions are frozen. The move was welcomed by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and was immediately denounced by the ICC as a flagrant attack against the independence of an impartial judicial institution.
It absolutely is. Only 1 hour and 9 minutes until you gotta get to work. Now don't worry, we've got more than an hour and 9 minutes of content here. I'll tell you that much. I'm starting to wonder if I'm gonna be able to get through this stream again. Just like Wednesday. But this is all, I mean, this is all a fucking downstream from the fact that we didn't stream for like 5 straight days. And we just had so much backed up content to try and get through the last few days. Oh, why do I keep doing that? Stop clicking that, you son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, shit, I've lost my place now. All right. Final story on Israel and Palestine. Reuters, 16 hours ago. Not only is Israel doing all that stuff that we just got done talking about, they have been ramping up airstrikes on Palestinians living in tents in Gaza. What's new? Displaced Palestinians inspect their destroyed tents following an Israeli airstrike.
We lost our home. We were destroyed. These are civilians. Why did they hit them? Why did they hit them? My nerves are frayed. I can't take it anymore. I am shaking. I have been displaced for more than a month or two. This is our state. Now I have to secure mattresses, food and water. No one listens to us. What is the fault of the children, the people, the elderly and the sick?
You know, what is utterly just insane to me is just...
Let's turn to
hold on, Sam. It's fucking insane to me that they are continuing to bomb tent camps. I mean, what's the point of that? What is the point of that? I mean, aside from the pure cruelty of it, like, you need a 500, you need 500-ton bomb or something like that. To take out a tent? It's fucking ridiculous. It's just so frustrating. Oh, God. I just want all the suffering to fucking end. And for us as humanity to work together as one people. Rather than what's been going on, the intentional creation of human suffering and the bifurcation and separation of people. It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm struggling to fucking live with this every day. Thankfully, I got great space fams like you to get through it all. All right. Do we take a break here or do we keep going? You know what? We're going to keep going. We're going to push directly into Russia, Ukraine. Okay. Let's see. Let's start here. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar from 3 days ago.
Let's turn to Donald Trump. We talked a little bit about the meeting that's ostensibly happening, I think probably now at the White House between Trump and Zelensky and about a half a dozen of the leaders of Europe. But a lot of people are saying that Trump got nothing out of his meeting with Putin. A lot of people are saying that Putin just basically bent him to his will, that he tacoed. And
You know, I'm sorry. I just got to make another point on the previous video. I hate to cut off Sam in the middle of all this, but there's something I just thought of. Because like here's the thing. Like where's this photo? Where is it? Where is this image? It's like down here towards the end, right? Where is it? Is this it? No. Where is it? This one right here. This is what we're talking about. Okay. I just want you to take a look at this hole in the ground that was in a tent camp in Gaza and ask yourself, where's Hamas? Where's Hamas? They're bombing innocent civilians living in a tent camp. Where is Hamas? You got a big hole in the ground. I don't see a underground bunker. You know, I just see a big pit that's about 10 feet deep. You would assume those tunnels are a little bit more than 10 feet deep, but here we are, 10-foot deep hole where humans used to sleep. I'm not seeing Hamas. I'm not seeing some underground barracks or command center or even a glimpse of a tunnel. Just a crater. So, no justification here. Can't even claim you're attacking Hamas. Just killing civilians indiscriminately.
Illegal.
let's turn to Donald Trump. We talked a little bit about the meeting that's ostensibly happening, I think probably now at the White House between Trump and Zelensky and about a half a dozen of the leaders of Europe. But a lot of people are saying that Trump got nothing out of his meeting with Putin. A lot of people are saying that Putin just basically bent him to his will, that he tacoed and came out of there instead of saying ceasefire, which he went in saying, came out and said peace accord, which is really just another way of saying like, well, I don't think Putin's ready to stop killing Ukrainians, but maybe we can come to some type of deal. But the other thing that Trump found out, something very interesting, because Putin, famous for caring about democracy, and I mean, he should be. He's been elected how many times? 10 times? And by like almost like huge margins. He's very popular.
That's too much,
and he apparently gave some insight to Trump that Trump seems surprised to hear this.
Oh, Vladimir Putin said something, one of the most interesting things. He said your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. He said mail-in voting every election. He said no country has mail-in voting. It's impossible to have mail-in voting and have honest elections. And he said that to me. It was very interesting because we talked about 2020. He said, you won that election by so much. And that's how he got it. He said,
pause it for a second. Pause it for 1 second. I just stop for a moment. Let's wait. In this face-to-face meeting that he has with Putin, how long was it? An hour? They cut it short. They didn't even get to like. Apparently, the plan was to have lunch. We know what the plans were because somebody left them on a printer at a hotel.
Had the halibut.
So I don't know. Maybe they're talking for an hour. why are they talking about 2020? Like, how does that come up?
I know why Putin's talking about it.
Well, exactly.
It's what Trump's desperate to hear.
Exactly.
You know what,
But
Sam?
like, what? Like, we got nothing else to talk about. You're involved in a massive war. Supposedly, we have nukes pointing at each other. We got this situation in Gaza. We have this massive trade war going on. Before we get to that, can we just go back over 2020 one more time? You know, the election I lost before the one I won. Like, what? Do you have any insights about that?
It's like someone coming into a negotiation with Sam and being like, you know what, Sam? I think you're really onto something about red delicious apples being like totally disgusting. Just win you over. Or someone being like, you know,
Great joinery.
Odell Beckham Jr. might be underrated.
Joinery. Okay, I just want to point this out. I just went over here on the Wikipedia. Well, we just got done talking about Donald Trump claiming that no other country on the planet has mail-in voting. Here is the map. Postal voting, Wikipedia. You look here at the key. Orange is postal voting available for only or some or all citizens who are abroad. Yellow is postal voting available for some / all citizens abroad and for citizens at home meeting certain conditions. Green is postal voting available for all citizens on demand. So if you look around here, Canada, the United States has postal voting available. Mexico has postal voting available. You can see a number of island nations in the Caribbean have postal voting available. Panama, I think is what that is down there, has postal voting. Egypt, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Australia, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Mongolia, India, Bangladesh, Japan, Luxembourg, Poland over here. I think I see Switzerland there. I'd have to zoom in more, but I can't. United Kingdom, Spain, Portugal. Do I have to continue? We are not the only country with mail-in voting.
In NFL history, like, that's
it would be
such obvious flattery, but I don't care.
It would be coming to go like, before we start, Sam, Inflation Gate.
Yeah.
That ball, it was cold. And everyone knows when you have a football and it's cold. It's like,
Totally
why are we
Deflategate?
talking about something from that long ago?
Oh, Deflategate.
Deflategate, yeah, Deflategate. Well, some people say Deflategate.
Some people
I say
say
Inflation Gate.
Inflategate,
I mean, that's the
yes.
thing. That's the whole point. That was the thing I found the most interesting to talk about.
So interesting.
I mean, are you kidding me? Just never mind the fact that, of course, Putin is playing, but it doesn't occur to Trump, like, why is he bringing this up? This is weird.
No, he's
the world's
Go
greatest
back.
businessman. Doesn't
Exactly.
steal butter.
Oh, I had him
my God.
wrapped around my fingers talking about all the greatest hits.
Art of the deal.
Also, what I thought was interesting is I said, good people on both sides. I said, good people on both sides. That came up, too.
Trump was giggling and putting his hair behind his ear.
Exactly.
He was saying this.
He also said my hotels were the best.
He said mail-in voting, every election. He said no country has mail-in voting. It's impossible to have mail-in voting and have honest elections. And he said that to me. It was very interesting because we talked about 2020. He said, you won that election by so much. And that's how he got it. He said, and if you would have won, we wouldn't have had a war. You'd have all these millions of people alive now instead of dead. And he said, and you lost it because of mail-in voting. It was a
Pause it
rigged
one more
election.
second. Don't take it down.
This is ridiculous.
There are dozens of countries that use mail-in voting. Canada, UK, Australia, Switzerland. I think Germany might too. There are dozens of countries that use it. Go ahead.
Mail-in voting, Sean.
Oh, was that it? He's so dumb.
I know.
I mean, just think about like how much to change the outcome of an election by using mail-in voting. You would have to find out who is not voting in person. Brian would have to send in, let's say Brian was the mastermind behind this, which not
Seems pretty easy to me.
Rough start already.
I always picture him the
Brian
mastermind.
has a list. Sam's going to vote, or Sam's not going to vote, so I'm going to send in a mail-in ballot for him. Like, you go around. That's why you ask people, are you voting? Are you voting?
Yes.
And when they say no, then you raid their mailbox, grab the ballot that they requested, even though they were
even though they're not going to vote, right? Yeah.
Or the people they request for a ballot, it never shows up.
I love that. Yeah, because that's a good point. You have to request the ballot for it to show up in your mailbox. So this is a very intricate operation in trying to steal all of these ballots.
They just bag it. They don't vote, and you end up voting. Like there's no way to do this on any type of like mass level. I guess the argument would be
it was Antifa.
I don't know what the argument, like nobody's walked through like how it is with mail-in voting, except for like you've got kids intercepting their parents' ballot and they fill it out, and the parents, because they're old, they forget that they didn't vote, and that's that's swayed the election.
It's the Soros hypnosis, or it's Brian going chimney to chimney and taking out mail-in ballots. But you,
yeah. But Donald Trump loved that comment from Vladimir Putin. The fact is Vladimir Putin knows his audience. He's certainly smarter than Donald Trump. I'm willing to give him that much. And, he came in prepared with things like, some of Donald Trump's favorite hits. Election stolen. Can't have fair elections with mail-in voting, pal. And what was the other? There's a number of things that Putin sort of put out there into Donald Trump's brain that were absolutely fucking on brand for Trump, and he lapped it all up. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's go here. ABC News from 5 days ago. Putin demands control of Ukrainian territory in exchange for freezing conflict.
Illegal.
We begin with new details following that historic summit in Alaska. No ceasefire agreed to, and now we've learned Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is heading to the White House on Monday. President Trump saying the best way to end the war is to seek a peace agreement instead of starting with the ceasefire he had initially endorsed. After years of global isolation, Vladimir Putin was given the red carpet treatment. This new video showing the U.S. Air Force escorting Putin's presidential jet from Alaska. We're also learning tonight that President Trump hand-delivered a letter to Putin from First Lady Melania Trump and the concerns she raised about children. President Zelensky posting on social media that he spoke with President Trump for about an hour today before European leaders joined the call. But tonight there are still more questions than answers about what it will take to bring peace to the region. ABC's Christian Cordero leads us off from Alaska.
Tonight, President Trump is back in Washington preparing for his Monday meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky as new details emerge from his historic summit with Vladimir Putin.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
ABC News is learning that behind closed doors, Putin demanded full control of the Donetsk region of Ukraine in exchange for freezing the conflict. Trump shared Putin's comments with Zelensky and other European leaders in a phone call after the summit, sources tell ABC News. European leaders say Ukraine must have ironclad security guarantees and that it will be up to Ukraine to make decisions on its territory. Now, 24 hours after the high-stakes meeting, it's not clear what the two sides agreed to, if anything. After vowing to push Putin for an immediate ceasefire, Trump posted on social media overnight that the best way to end the war is to go directly to a peace agreement instead. Heading to Alaska, Trump also said he wanted Putin to agree to a joint meeting with Zelensky and warned of severe economic consequences.
Severe economic consequences. That's fascinating. Yeah. I just realized people could not see what was going on. Whatever. You got the gist. You heard it. You heard it in your ears. Hopefully. Oh, God damn it. Gotta stop doing that. All right, now directly after those peace talks with Putin and Donald Trump in Alaska, Russia went back to doing missile strikes in Kharkiv, which killed 5 people, including 2 children.
Illegal.
Here's the AP from Monday.
Сейчас буду пробовать отжать плиту чуть-чуть. Если что-то не так, начинай зажимать ноги, сразу говорись. Давайте, готовы снимать. Готовы. Проходим. Все перехватывай, все, взял.
Yeah. Let's go here. Zelensky released a video ahead of the meeting with Trump on Monday. And I just realized that these are the same videos. Somehow I didn't notice that. Somehow I didn't notice that when I was going through all these. Probably because I had like 200 Russia videos to go through at one point that I had to carve down to a reasonable number. But yeah, that seemed very much like a civilian-occupied apartment building. You could see the lights were on in some of those rooms, and people were trapped under the fucking rubble. And like I said, 5 people died in that strike, 2 children. Just terrible. Okay, let's quickly go over the Trump-Zelensky meeting. At one point, days ago, I was considering watching the whole meeting with everyone, but I just don't think it's necessary. So let's just go through some of the clips that I've got here. This is CBS from 3 days ago. Yeah, this next clip is Donald Trump telling Zelensky that actually you don't need a ceasefire for a peace deal.
Give me a joke.
And returning now to one of our top stories tonight. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, along with European leaders, met with President Trump at the White House as they look for a path forward on ending Russia's war in Ukraine. One of the main issues, a peace deal that includes security guarantees. Zelensky and other leaders want that to ensure Russia will not launch another attack in the future. And President Trump addressed how Russian President Vladimir Putin responded to that issue during their summit in Alaska on Friday. Take a listen.
The Alaska summit reinforced my belief that while difficult, peace is within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine.
And CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata joins us now. Charlie, what a day. Heading into these meetings with Putin and now Zelensky and the European leaders, Trump had said that he wants a ceasefire, but today instead he signaled a change on that front. How significant is that?
Well, you know, it's kind of critical because if you recall before President Trump's meeting with President Putin on Friday, he said that he was hoping for a ceasefire. He made it very clear. He said if the talks didn't go well, that he was ready to walk. Well, clearly he never got a ceasefire, and it came up again at the roundtable of European leaders. The German chancellor said he can't even imagine the sort of trilateral meeting, right, between President Trump, Putin, and Zelensky, or any of the next meetings on Ukraine happening without a ceasefire, saying we'd all like a ceasefire. And that was echoed by other leaders in that room. President Trump pushed back. He said it wasn't really necessary. So he not only had a change of heart after speaking with President Putin, but he stood firm. President Zelensky has pushed for a ceasefire before negotiations begin. Other European leaders.
God damn it. I thought that, I could have sworn that there was a clip of this, of Donald Trump saying this shit in this piece. Hold on. Nope. It's just this annoying guy talking the whole time. Okay, we don't need that whole thing, but yes, I can confirm Donald Trump said this to Zelensky. I find that to be fascinating. Okay. Now, Zelensky was asked if a guarantee of American troops would be needed to achieve a peace deal while at the White House. Here's Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago.
What guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. And really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's
I found it strange that Donald Trump decided to shift the responsibility onto Europe, but then double down on it and say, well, we'll also help him with that. Because here's the thing about this that I find fascinating, is that while Russia objects to Ukraine being in NATO, which it's not, of course, you know, like basically with this guarantee from basically all of the NATO allies, UK, France, Germany, so on and so forth, it might as well, Ukraine might as well be in NATO, right? Like, like it's basically with the United States and all of the NATO allies basically on board with this security guarantee. It would be effectively like Ukraine being in NATO without any officiality to it. Zelensky is better dressed. I heard that he got somebody to like dress him slightly more, you know, or less like he's about to go for a run at the track. Although it certainly wasn't a full suit. It was, you know, it was a slight departure from his previous outfit. All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news, also from 3 days ago. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. Zelensky held a short briefing with the press outside of the White House after his meeting with Donald Trump. This is that one. Wait, what is this? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Before we go to that one, let's do this one. This is Zelensky being asked if he would hold elections in Ukraine.
Are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course.
Is that MTG's boyfriend? I think that's MTG's boyfriend. I could be wrong, but it sounds like him.
Are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth Yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea. Yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say
we're ready.
during the
Oh, wait, we got to hear what Trump says to this.
war, you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody,
No.
no more elections?
No, that's not what it means. That's not in the U.S. Constitution. But the fact that when I heard Donald Trump glom onto this, he was like, oh, wait, what? You're saying that if we go to war in November of 2027, we won't have to have the election? That'd be great. A great plan. Awesome. But no, of course, that's not true. It's not in the U.S. Constitution, but it is in the Ukrainian Constitution. And, the fact is that right now, Ukraine has millions and millions of people spread out across the planet right now. Some in the United States, some in the UK, and in all sorts of other neighboring countries to Ukraine and wherever else people could find a place to fucking go. Right? Like there are millions of people that are absent and would not be able to vote. Right? And until the fighting ends, those people are probably not going to go back to Ukraine for fear of dying. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine being in that, like, say you're hanging out, you came to the United States, you're living in New York, and you're trying to figure out, just how to survive over here. You hear all of a sudden, Ukraine's going to hold elections, but the war isn't over and there's no ceasefire, and Kyiv and Kharkiv and all the other places in Ukraine are still getting bombed and invaded, right? Like, what decision do you make in that instance? It's like, oh, do I get on a plane and go back and risk my life to vote for a country that may not exist in the future? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, if Ukraine, if Russia gets what it wants, like, there would basically be no Ukraine, or it would just be a vassal state of Russia. And it's just, like, what are you supposed to do? And then multiply that by a couple million, because I think there's like I don't know the exact number, but there are millions, if I'm not mistaken. How many? Let me look this up. How many Ukrainians have left Ukraine? Since 2022. 7 million. That's even more than I thought. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's even more than I thought. Yeah, so multiply that by 7 million, and you got yourself a real fucking problem. All right, now let's go to outside of the White House after this meeting. Hear what Zelensky had to say to reporters. Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago.
We were coordinating how to work on security guarantees, and the president of the US contacted.
I forgot that the fucking audio on this was so terrible. Okay, don't worry. I actually realized that I have a duplicate of this from Reuters where the audio is way better. It's like they made the volume from Zelensky just as high as the translator, and it's impossible to hear. It is terrible.
The date?
Yes.
No, we don't have any date. We don't have any date. We just confirmed after this productive meeting with the president and then with all our colleagues, with the partners, we confirmed that we are ready for a trilateral meeting. And if Russia proposed to President of the United States bilateral, and then we will see the result of bilateral, and then it can be the trilateral. So I said always, so Ukraine will never stop on the way to peace, and we are ready for any kind of formats, but on the level of leaders.
Okay. All right, that wasn't actually 1-to-1. I guess for some reason I thought that was the same. I don't know. Like I said, I went through so many of these fucking videos, I just got thrown off. But it, like that first one was literally almost impossible to hear. It was very annoying. Suffice to say, I mean, it wasn't all that important. Zelensky was just sort of reiterating most of what was being said in that room where there were cameras and reporters. So I think we got a gist of that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God, we're at 8 hours. Okay. Yeah, this is a good time to take a break. We will come back to the multilateral meeting that happened at the White House with European leaders and Donald Trump on the same day that that Oval Office press briefing happened. But first we must do a quick galactic intermission. Okay, hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from GNN. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to supporting the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just 10 cents a day, $3 a month, get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. You get yourself a sweet, sweet avatar on the stream here at the pool, hanging cool in the sweet, sweet galactic sun with me and the rest of the space fams. But maybe you want to sip a drink at the bar. That's also open for your galactic avatars. Same thing for the lake and the street. All you gotta do is tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I will make it happen. Or send me a picture or video of something, and I'll turn that into an avatar. That's right, but that's not the only benefit. Oh my gosh, you get a freaking shout out at the end of every stream. You get a secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. And some secret content out there exists as well. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream, the fifth half of the show. So you better get back in your seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss it. And this fifth half is going to be the final half of the day. I know, very sad. After 8 full hours, it's finally going to be coming to an end at some point in the next half. How long is this going to take, actually? Look at this. Like an hour or so, maybe a little longer. One would think. Are people having buffering problems? I wonder what that's about. Alright, let's go back to the office. What's weird about that is I didn't have some like big massive uptick in dropped frames over here or anything like that, so I don't know what that's about. And I'm able to monitor all 3 different kinds of dropped frames from over here. 2 of them haven't logged a single dropped frame since I started. Okay. Let's do this thing, people. Back to the White House, where European leaders and Donald Trump got together and talked about things. All right, this next one is Emmanuel Macron speaking to Donald Trump.
Emmanuel.
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this,
This is the
this
worst,
meeting.
worst pronunciation of his name. Emmanuel. Emmanuel, would you please?
Emmanuel.
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this this meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace.
Wait, people's sound is cutting out? All right, if your sound is cutting out, please try and refresh your app or your browser if you can. Let me know how that works for you. I wish I knew what would be causing that. It's a little weird. Especially because we've had relatively, you know, tech glitch free stream so far, knock on Spacewood.
Your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace.
You can see Donald Trump get disinterested in what he's saying when he's like, everybody around this table wants peace. Donald Trump's like, maybe everyone but me. I don't really care one way or another. 2 kids, they can fight on the playground if they want.
And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard in the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitment, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months among the coalition of the willings, with the support of NATO, to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments And you can be sure that Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Very good. Appreciate that.
Lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person.
Very strong.
And a very strong leader and very highly respected.
Have you seen him? Big, tough guy. Big, tough guy. A lot taller than me, actually. Big and tall, that Heinrich Merz. Great guy.
In Germany, and he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan?
Where'd you get that tan?
I want to get.
How are you getting a tan in Germany? I live in Florida a lot of the time. I don't even have a real tan. I usually don't actually go into the sun because I get worried that, like a vampire, I'll somehow be eviscerated by it. And so I just paint a tan on my face. How are you getting that serious? Look at it. Look at it. All the way up to your bare scalp.
Respected in Germany, and he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that. President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that. Where are we here? Huh?
Where's Stubb? Where are you at, buddy? He's right there. Oh, there you are. Okay.
You look better than I've ever seen you.
Looking good. Everybody, man.
But you've done.
All the guys around this table are looking sexy today. Merz. My God. Germany and Finland putting out some really hot guys right now. Really impressed. Never seen you look so sexy. Let's talk about that later on my private jet. The video sound is super quiet. That's not making sense. Well, there we go. Donald Trump during this White House discussion with European leaders just doling out compliments to the men around the table for their physical attractiveness, apparently. Very interesting. Great looking guy. Great looking guy, that Stubb.
Phrasing.
All right. Now, Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy. Wait, president? I always forget if Italy has a president or a prime minister. Whatever it is. We know Giorgia Meloni around here, I think, well enough. Let's go here. She was caught on hot mic, according to The Independent.
That's hot.
Making a confession to Trump. Ooh, that sounds very sexy. Wow, this is a very sexy meeting in here. Oh, wait, before we go to the Meloni hot mic, I forgot. There's 2 hot mic moments in a row. First, it's a hot mic moment between Trump and Macron, and then it's a Meloni Trump. Okay, all right. God damn it. What's up with people in the mics over here?
Okay. A little tan, you good? Huh?
Great. So good. Tell me about that tan. What are you doing? Got like a tanning bed in your apartment or something?
Okay. A little tan, you good? Huh? Great.
Thank you for working hard.
Heinrich Merz really is a fucking tall motherfucker, though, isn't he? Like, he really is. He makes literally everyone in the room look short.
Yeah, I think to set up a trilat, you know. So
and where do you want to do it?
I think he wants to. I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand? As crazy as it sounds. Just sit down. Sit down, everybody.
Okay. think we'll let the press
Waiting
come
for
in
the
for a
waiting
minute.
for the
Yeah.
off.
Thank you, Donald. You go through this every day.
All the time.
But he loves it. He loves it. For he does it. He does it always. I never.
There you go. European leaders, Donald Trump palling it up. And Donald Trump, if you didn't catch it, telling Emmanuel Macron that the Putin really wants a deal. Something which Trump has been insisting on for 8 months now, or longer. Actually, wasn't he insisting on it before the election was even over? He was like, or at least after. No, I think it was after the election. But in the interim period between the election and the inauguration, Donald Trump was claiming that he was going to get a deal with Russia for day one. And that Putin actually really wanted a peace deal. He's been saying that this whole time. And yet, for the last 7 months, no peace. So that's weird. All right, now let's go here. The Independent from 2 days ago. Hot mic moment between Donald Trump and Giorgia Meloni.
So hot right now.
Do you guys want to take some questions or anything? You feel like it? Huh? Huh? See. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Oh, thank you for being so very.
Thank you, Donald.
Honestly, wait, hold on. Let me go back here because I could barely hear that. You probably were also struggling to hear that. I'm going to jack the volume up a little bit on this puppy as well as into my own mic. My own headphones. So I can change those volumes independently.
Anything? You feel like it? Huh? Huh? See. Hi, Mark.
It's honestly hard to hear what Giorgia Meloni had to say. It sounded like she was saying we too long. We must or something like that. It was hard to make her out. She was muttering to her almost to herself. But it sounded like she was saying something about like it being too long, or maybe like something like yeah. It's hard. It was hard to make out, honestly. Hey, leftist bastard, decided to make the plunge to become a galactic individual. That's what's up. It's a good life decision, leftist bastard. Absolutely. Now you have access to 18 sweet galactic emotes. Just going to point that out to you. Hopefully you're already feeling more galactic now that you have made the plunge. All right, let's go here to Reuters. Emmanuel Macron, after that meeting, had some stuff to say to the press about sanctions on Russia.
The discussion addressed the possibility that a result would not be achieved, the possibility that Russia would not sincerely want to engage in such a process, and, at that point, he signaled his willingness and readiness to impose what he calls primary and secondary tariffs, but which we, in fact, call sanctions. You have an American president, European presidents, and a Ukrainian president all wanting peace. For my part, I have the greatest doubts about the reality of a desire for peace on the part of the Russian president, because as long as he thinks he can win through war, he will do so, and his ultimate objective is to take as much as territory as possible to weaken Ukraine and to have a Ukraine that is not viable alone or is within the Russian fold.
Well, there we go. Now, we've talked about how the sanctions on...
And now the president of Finland, Alexander...
Shut up, Erin. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to you in a second. All right, you're getting ahead of me. What was I saying? Yes, we've talked about how ineffective those sanctions have been up to this point. I mean, at least the sanctions that were placed on, Russia. When was the first round of sanctions? I'm trying to think. It was, I think it was 2000, it was during 2015, I want to say. And then, of course, there were more rounds of sanctions after that. So, and you know, up to this point, none of that has deterred Russia from continuing its war efforts, and it hasn't. You know, they've found other places to sell their oil to, you know, the people like China and India.
I have to have my China.
And, you know, it doesn't seem like the oligarchs are all that upset at Vladimir Putin. I think they're probably worried about, you know, maybe showing up, you know, winding up in some pond somewhere in Siberia. But you know, like, even when the oligarchs, like, properties have been taken, or bank accounts have been frozen, none of the intended effects have really come to fruition that we've been told. So I'm not, like, you know, like I just don't care. I guess that's really where I'm at on that. It's like, okay, great, sanction Russia again. Let's see if it's more effective than the last 4 times. You're not seeing a lot of chat members. I don't see Friedrich, Choki, or... Oh, wait, hey, oh, Christopher. Are you on Top Chat? Are you on Top Chat right now, Christopher? You wouldn't possibly do that. Also, one thing I've noticed recently is that, like, my chat has been doing weird stuff when I go to other people's streams. Like, Majority Report I was watching earlier this week, and, like, in the middle of it, like, chat stopped loading randomly. Like, the video was still playing, but, like, chat just stopped working. It was fucking ridiculous. Okay. Let us go on to CNN now. And we don't need this whole goddamn thing. But the Finnish president, you know, that guy that Donald Trump called incredibly sexy, went on for an interview with Erin Burnett on CNN. Let's go there now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
As I promised, is with me because he was inside that meeting with Trump and Zelensky today, sitting next to Zelensky across from Trump. Finland, a crucial country for NATO and Europe, sharing an 830-mile border with Russia. In fact, it is the longest European border with Russia, and Finland is part of NATO. So, as we made the point before, it's not about NATO. Even though Putin may say sometimes that it is. President Stube, I appreciate your time. I'm so glad to talk to you again. I know it has been a long day, and you had to be flexible and go with the flow. Some things happened, unexpected timing, and you know, which speaks to the moment that we're in, the uncertainty. So at one point in this meeting, you're in the room across from Trump. You're sitting next to President Zelensky, and Trump at one point calls.
Okay, because I see people talking about this, and I'm shocked that Christopher is having an issue with this, or anybody is having an issue with this. But I'm gonna give you all a quick lesson in Top Chat versus Live Chat. Here's my monitor of the stream. Uh-oh, you're seeing behind the curtain now. But yeah, this is my monitor. You go up here. And maybe if you're on a phone, it's on a slightly different, but it's basically in the same spot, if I recall correctly. Or it's at least at the top of it. You got to click settings on a phone, and then chat filter, switch that to all messages. If you're on a browser, just click live chat. Or if you're on, you probably, if you're not seeing people, you may be on this selection rather than live chat, right? You're probably on Top Chat, which is the bane of many people's existence around here. It truly is terrible. I don't even know why it exists, honestly. It just excludes people from the chat and just makes things weird. If that's not the issue, then I'm sorry for explaining something like that to you.
Putin in a call that Russia now says was 40 minutes long. I'm so curious, Mr. President, was there any conversation in the room about that call? Did Trump talk to you beforehand about it or after he got off the phone with Putin?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, this was very much a day of Team Europe and Team US together supporting Ukraine. So first, us Europeans, we had a pre-meeting, and then After that, Zelensky had a bilateral meeting with President Trump. And then we spent the better part of 4 hours together with President Trump sussing out what we can do next. And one of the plans was for President Trump to tell President Putin basically what we had decided in the meeting. So yes, it was very coordinated and very constructive.
So you're saying that call, when the meeting sort of got paused, it sounds like what you're saying is because of the conversation that you're having in the room, that you all sort of said, okay, he said, all right, well, I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm going to go call him now. You guys were all in agreement with it. This is sort of how it sort of organically played out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so basically there were 3 outcomes of today. The first one was a good conversation on security guarantees. In other words, security guarantees by Europe and coordinated with the United States for Ukraine. And we start that work on concrete things immediately. The second one was a suggestion of a bilateral meeting between Zelensky and Putin. And that was what President Trump was testing with President Putin, and President Putin had agreed to do that meeting. And then the third step is after the bilateral meeting, if everything goes well, which is of course always a big if when you're dealing with Putin, there'll be a trilateral meeting. So I think this was one of these meetings where we kind of took 3 steps forward rather than any backwards.
Do you know what Trump, said to Putin on the phone? I mean, what were the specifics that he put out there?
Well, I mean, President Trump then, after the call, we agreed to meet in the Oval Office, and we had a very thorough briefing by him of the conversation. But obviously, in diplomacy, what happens in the Oval Office stays in the Oval Office when the media is not in there.
Well, that isn't always true, but I appreciate that you are taking the high road and doing the right thing.
Well, I mean...
I don't mean to laugh about it, but...
Erin, that's a good point. That's a fair point.
In this context...
And I hate to give Erin points because I really do kind of despise her for a lot of reasons. But, she's right. We are living in a time where these diplomatic things, especially in the Trump administration, don't sort of... There's plenty of things that probably one would expect to be kept between the certain parties, kept secret. Just it comes out immediately, So, yeah, I mean, it's not... That's fair.
Talk about we're
just not used to people having any decorum with diplomacy at this point.
Putin, then you all go into the Oval Office. There was a moment where I believe Trump was talking to your colleague, Keir Starmer, and he said something that was caught on a hot mic. He was talking about Putin. Let me play it for you, Mr. President.
I think he wants to make...
All right, before they go to this, I want to just... say great job, Christopher. I'm glad that you figured out Top Chat. I mean, even if you feel bad about it, I feel sorry about that, but I am just glad that you now know about Top Chat and that you know how to get out of it now, because it is really terrible. It's the worst. I mean, nobody wants to be excluded from seeing everybody's messages, and it's just this random little thing. It just doesn't make any sense why they have it. But it exists, and it just gives me great pleasure to know that you will now be able to see all of your fellow Space fams in the chat.
Let me play it for you, Mr. President.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds.
So you have told, I know in the past, Mr. President, Trump that no one can trust Putin, right? You have the longest land border in Europe with Russia. And you have a lot of troops that are on that border, as you've told me. And that's because of Russia, right, to state the obvious. What is your response when Trump says something, even at this point, that he believes that Putin will make a deal for him, because of him?
Well, I mean, I've been involved in peace mediation before, and I think that President Trump is genuinely trying to bring this war to an end. And we're all working in that direction. But of course, we are dealing with President Putin, and we do have to understand that his, basic strategic aims have not changed, and they are threefold. He wants to see Russia as a superpower. He wants to split the West, and he wants to deny the sovereignty of Ukraine. So that's the reality that we're dealing with. The reality is also that we have, a minimum of 1,000 people dead or wounded every day. So we're trying to do our best through diplomatic means to find a solution to this conflict, to Russia's war of aggression.
And when you talk about Russia's war of aggression and the history here of what Putin wants, it's personal to you, and not just because you happen to be the president of Finland and you've got the largest land border, all those things that I keep repeating. I mean, it's personal to you. Your father, your grandfather were both born in cities that Finland was forced to cede to the then Soviet Union, cities that are part of Russia now. So, I mean, do you have any doubts about Putin's ambitions when it comes to expanding Russian territory?
Well, I mean, we've seen that in both Georgia and in Ukraine. But, I keep on stressing the basics of it. So statehood is based on independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. And after World War II, which for us was the Winter War and the War of Continuation, Finland retained independence, unlike, for instance, our Baltic friends, unfortunately. But we lost sovereignty to decide, and we lost territory. But the difference there is that at that time Finland was alone, but now Ukraine is not alone. And that's why I think it's so important that all of us, both Team Europe and Team US, keep on working for the independence, for the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And to be honest, I think if we work on the security guarantees, that will guarantee sovereignty and it will strengthen territorial integrity as well.
All right, there we go. Finnish President Alexander Stubb with Erin Burnett on CNN discussing a whole host of different issues, including something that I brought up, was it on Wednesday, or I think it was Wednesday, one of the most recent streams when we were talking Russia. I pointed out that Finland is the longest land border with Russia and is also a NATO member. So that whole situation's a little weird. But Alexander Stubb reiterating that the United States and Europe are going to do everything they can to backstop a deal and provide guarantee of security for Ukraine. And the fact is the United States failed Ukraine. And so maybe we just need more people involved in a security guarantee. Because, I mean, like I was saying on Wednesday, is that, after the Budapest Accords in the 90s, the Ukraine had a piece of paper that said the United States was going to provide security for it. And if Russia ever violated the agreement and tried to invade the territory, we'd be there. And then we weren't. So it's part of the reason why I feel like we're here. But then we're going back in the past by over a decade. Can't undo that. Christopher DeBlante getting out of here, but doing it in a very classy way here with the sweet super chat. Thanks for getting me through another sleepless night, GNN fam. Well, thank you, Christopher, for popping in and hanging out with us while we do all this. I appreciate you. Okay. Oh. Now what? What do we got next? We're almost actually through the Russia-Ukraine stuff, or we're getting close, or at least considering how many videos on Russia-Ukraine I had on Wednesday, and we had to stop in the middle of Russia-Ukraine talk on Wednesday. Like, I think I must have had close to like 50 or 60 videos on Russia-Ukraine, or like at least close to it, and then I had to add more because more stuff has happened in the last couple of days. But we are actually getting through this. Okay, let's go here now. Global news 3 days ago. Ukrainians are skeptical about Russia peace deal after Trump-Zelensky meeting.
Ukraine says the overnight Russian airstrikes targeted locations across 6 regions, with most of the victims in Kharkiv. Among the dead, an entire family, including a teenage boy and his 1-year-old sister. Their neighbour says she cannot believe it. She saw the father and daughter together in the playground just days ago. On the streets of the capital, Kyiv, there isn't much hope that the transatlantic flurry of diplomacy will bring peace, at least a peace that Ukrainians can live with. This man is worried that if Ukraine gives in to Russian demands today, then tomorrow Putin will look for more land. He says Russia has signed deals in the past only to break its word.
Oh, there it is.
In 1994.
There's the Budapest Accords. Bill Clinton. Jesus Christ. And look at Vladimir. He still had some hair left over here. I mean, just a couple of hairs, but you know. Jesus Christ.
Ukraine agreed to give up its Soviet nuclear weapons if Moscow pledged not to invade.
Wait, that's not Putin. I just realized that's not Putin, is it? Hold on. Why do I think that's Putin? That's not. Wait a second. That's fuck, what's his name? See, I was a fucking child when this all happened, so... Or was it... It was Yeltsin. That's right. I had to look it up. I knew I was wrong. I was like, wait a second, that's not Putin. When they zoomed in on it, I was like, I cannot think of that guy's name. Boris Yeltsin. God. But I was like 5 years old. I was like 5 years old when those Budapest Accords happened. I mean, 10,005 years old. As a galactic being, of course. Okay, but yeah, Ukrainians generally skeptical to some degree that Russia won't be emboldened to reignite the war without a full ceasefire. Yeah, no, thank you, Frizla. No, I know. I just realized that's not. I don't know why. I don't know why my brain. Like, they actually, from afar, they kind of look alike. Okay. They kind of look alike. They had a similar stature, all right, like in height and body and whatever, okay? I know, I made a huge, tiny mistake. It's my bad. It's my bad. Wait, what just happened? Why are you frozen? Do not freeze. This is rude. What are you doing? Don't be a dick. Okay, there we go. Solved it. Yeah, thank you. I know, right. Putin, Putin got elected in the 90s, and somehow my brain, like, merged those two things together. It's my bad. It's my bad. Yeltsin Blue is a good dandruff shampoo? Wow. Mozart has got some real jokes over there. I believe the shampoo that you're referring to is called Selsun Blue, although they do sound pretty similar, not gonna lie. Alright, now let's go here to Reuters from 2 days ago. Donald Trump says no ground troops, but maybe air support for Ukraine peace.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Tuesday that he hoped Russia's Vladimir Putin would move forward on ending the war in Ukraine, a day after Trump met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House. But Trump conceded in an interview with the Fox News Fox and Friends program that Putin may not want to make a deal at all. Finnish President Alexander Stubb attended the talks in Washington on Monday and said later that Putin is rarely to be trusted, and it remains to be seen if he would come to a trilateral meeting with Trump and Zelensky. Olga Tokaryuk, Academy Associate at Chatham House Ukraine Forum, has similar concerns about whether Putin would meet with Zelensky.
Let's see if actually they agree to this meeting between Putin and Zelensky, because we know that in the past Putin has been really, really reluctant to have any meetings with Volodymyr Zelensky because he does not see him as a legitimate leader, as a legitimate president. He does not see Ukraine as, a country, a separate sovereign and independent state and a legitimate entity.
Trump on Tuesday again ruled out American boots on the ground in Ukraine and gave no specifics about the security guarantees he said the U.S. could offer Ukraine under any post-war settlement. A report from Axios said...
Yeah, sorry, I tried to pause that quicker. Yeah, I mean, of course, this is what Russia's been doing this whole time. The ousted Ukrainian leader, Viktor Levchenko. Not Levchenko? Yanukovych. Yanukovych. Why am I thinking Levchenko? Viktor Yanukovych is literally in Russia right now. And for the last 10 years, Russia has been claiming that he's still the legitimate president of Ukraine, even though the Congress, the parliament of Ukraine went through the processes to literally oust him from power and is now, if he ever steps foot in Ukraine again, he has a 15-year prison sentence waiting for him for the violence waged against protesters during the Maidan. Okay, let's get to some theoretical talk. Or hypothetical, I suppose, really. Here's France 24 from 2 days ago. Russia, Switzerland, Austria. Where might Ukraine peace talks take place?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Let's find out.
Seeking to broker
find
peace
out
in
is maybe too bold of a phrase. Let's talk about that.
Seeking to broker peace in Ukraine, Donald Trump is also looking to buy time and limit expectations.
We're going to find out about President Putin in the next couple of weeks, that I can tell you, and we're going to see where it all goes. It's possible that he doesn't want to make a deal.
After a flurry of diplomacy at the White House Monday with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky and a host of European leaders, hopes for a deal to end Russia's war remain tenuous, while a face-to-face meeting between Zelensky and Vladimir Putin now appears more likely than it ever has since.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of love how Zelensky just doesn't give a shit. Like everybody here has got a tailored suit, and Zelensky looks like he's about to drum for like a metal band or something, or like I don't know, go to a Cure concert or something.
And a host of European leaders, hopes for a deal to end Russia's war remain tenuous, while a face-to-face meeting between Zelensky and Vladimir Putin now appears more likely than it ever has since the start of Russia's invasion. Nothing is confirmed yet. French President Emmanuel Macron is pushing for a summit in Geneva. The governments of...
Although I take that back. I feel like metal drummers usually wear like no-sleeve shirts. This is more like... This is like hardcore guitarist look, I guess, minus tattoos.
President Emmanuel Macron is pushing for a summit in Geneva. The governments of both Switzerland and Austria have said they're willing to host, despite the arrest warrant issued against Putin by the International Criminal Court for his conduct of the war.
The Federal Council has already defined the legal situation. It defined the procedures and rules and outlined the framework for, let's say, granting immunity to a person under an international arrest warrant, if that person comes for a peace conference.
On his Monday phone call with Trump,
yeah, that does complicate things, doesn't it? Yeah, there's not a ton of countries available for peace talks between Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, since Vladimir Putin has an arrest warrant from the ICJ outstanding, and that any sort of ICC signatories would be obligated to arrest him. I guess it'll have to happen in the United States or Russia or something like that. If it does happen at all. Winnie Rose coming after Jillian Michaels. Are you starting from the beginning? Yes, Jillian Michaels is a terrible woman. Everything she said earlier that we went through today was truly disturbing. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Stay focused, StreamLord. Associated Press. 2 days ago, Ukrainian emergency workers battle massive fire after another Russian attack. Jesus Christ. This looks like an oil depot. Look at this guy. Looks like a fucking astronaut over here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this has to be like an oil depot or something. Or like, I mean, that's a ton of fire. That is a ton of fire. I could be wrong. But like, this image right here gives me big time petroleum fire vibes. That's just me. Okay. Okay, alright. Here's France 24 English from yesterday. Ukrainians fleeing the front line amid further Russian incursions.
In the village of Mezhova, just 15 kilometers from the front lines, residents board a van that will take them to safety, carrying with them only the bare essentials and their faithful companions after being driven from their homes by relentless Russian attacks.
There were more than 30 strikes, mostly drones. One woman was walking to work and a drone started following her. She hid under a kiosk and it flew over and exploded.
Many of the evacuees end up at transit centers like this one in nearby Pavlorad. The city of roughly 100,000 people lies just next to Ukraine's Donetsk Oblast, part of the Donbass region claimed by Vladimir Putin as Russian by annexation. Recently, up to 450 people have been arriving at the center daily. Volunteers try to find free temporary housing for the displaced. Coordinators say the influx is overloading the center's limited capacity.
The transit center is overcrowded, but we're working on relocating people across Ukraine. We help them find places in temporary shelters or in geriatric and psychiatric care facilities or rehabilitation centers. If it's, for example, a large family or people with many pets, we look for private homes that can host them free of charge.
Well, there we go. Continued fighting is causing continued evacuations and more internally displaced Ukrainian refugees. Which is, I believe the number is over 1.5 million now. There's 7 million abroad and 1.5 million displaced internally right now. It's pretty fucked. All right, let's go here to France 24 English. This is the last one on Ukraine and Russia. We still have a few more stories after that. Like a handful of stories, actually. But under the articles of the Geneva Conventions, Russia has no automatic claim to the territory that it currently resides in just for occupying it.
Illegal.
Like this are conducted as a matter of high diplomacy, and essentially, although the law does form a backdrop and will be taken into account by the players, ultimately whatever they agree is a matter for their sovereign choices.
So what is the legal status of those territories currently occupied by Russia under international law?
The territories that are under Russian occupation have the status of being what we call belligerent occupation. That is to say, there is a state of war, a state of armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine. In the course of that conflict, Russia has taken control of some parts of Ukrainian territory and has those parts of Ukrainian territory under effective Russian control. That means that Russia is an occupier from the point of view of international law. It means that there are certain specific obligations that are entailed for Russia under, in particular, the Fourth Geneva Convention, which relates to the occupation of territory. And it means that Russia has no automatic claim or title to that territory simply by virtue of occupying it. It's a wartime occupation. It does not change the legal status of the territory. The legal status of the occupied territory is that it remains Ukrainian territory.
Now, if indeed Kyiv was to give up territory, and of course at this point in time there's no sign of that, but with that in mind, from the perspective of international law, is territorial concession under pressure or force actually seen as being legitimate?
No, it is not. Whilst it is always open to a state, and this may sound a little bit strange to some viewers, but whilst it is always open to a state to give up some territory or to cede some territory to another state, whether in exchange for some kind of compensation or as part of a peace settlement at the end of a conflict, that is a sovereign decision of the state concerned. However, it is an important rule of international law that that must not be procured by force or by coercion. If a state is coerced into giving up territory, even if it is dressed up in the form of, let's say, a peace treaty, as may be eventually under discussion between Russia and Ukraine, if there is an element of force or coercion in any Ukrainian decision, for example, to give up some territory, then that would render it null and void under international.
Well, there we go. That's all I needed from this one. I just felt this was a great rundown on the fourth article of the Geneva Convention and of the sort of, God, I'm about to use an abundance word. Some of the granular aspects in international law as it relates to territory and how this all plays out under international law, supposedly. And, Russia has already been trying to do some of this stuff, right? I mean, to coerce or otherwise by force get Ukraine to cede territory. I mean, they were pulling similar versions of this leading into the first talks. When they claimed that they had an entire brigade of Ukrainian troops surrounded in the I can't remember what region it was now, but it was in the eastern part of Ukraine. Okay, all right, that's it. That is it on Russia and Ukraine today for everybody. But like I said, we still got a handful of stories to get through here. Let's go to this. This is a horrifying story, which I don't have a lot of information on, unfortunately, but we will try and figure out more about this in the future. Here is the Associated Press from yesterday. A bus crash in Afghanistan, which is returning from Iran, crashed and led to the deaths of nearly 100 people. This thing looks like it got fucking blown up by a missile or something. Jesus Christ, look at it. It must have caught on fire. I mean, there's no other explanation for why it looks like that. Jesus Christ. I need to look into what the fuck happened here. This is wild. How does a crash... I mean, I could imagine certain things happening. I mean, you know, a crash could lead to, you know, a punctured fuel line, spark causes a massive fire. But this is... I mean, the level of damage on this fucking bus is wild. No actual information given by Associated Press aside from the video clip. So I'm gonna look into it later. I'm gonna look into it later because that's just an incredible amount of damage from a crash. I mean, I've seen really bad damage in crashes, and I've seen cars light on fire almost out of nowhere. But like, I don't know. It just seems weird. It just seems weird. I'm gonna look into that later. Where is that? Yes, this is in Afghanistan. That bus was returning from Iran, according to the Associated Press, and that's all I've got from you. I literally just read the title for you because that's all I have. I watched the video really quickly earlier, but I was rushing my ass through, getting through all this stuff, and this one actually made it to my list sort of late in the cycle of galactic researching, if you will. All right, let's not go too far. Little Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, was doing some diplomacy in Turkmenistan. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday. At least it was right. Yes, this was Turkmenistan. Okay, I just had to look that up just to be sure I was not giving you incorrect information on this. Also, not a lot of details or words said in this clip, but this was Marco Rubio meeting with his counterpart in Turkmenistan, Foreign Minister Rashid Meredov.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
The slow walk away from the one question being asked of it. What's that? No, I'm going to keep walking.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Oh, poor Marco. Poor Marco. Okay. Oh my god. Blue Tomato almost just caused a fucking disaster with a hot plate. Terrible. I'm glad that you averted disaster, catastrophe over there, Blue Tomato. You would be missed. You would be missed from the galactic chat. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, right, I'm sorry. Okay, done with Turkmenistan. But supposedly Marco Rubio was in Turkmenistan discussing things with the leader of Turkmenistan, supposedly potentially about security guarantees, but it's not clear. It's not clear what Marco is doing in Turkmenistan. It's not a country we talk a hell of a lot about. Like we just don't talk about Turkmenistan ever. What language do they speak in Turkmenistan? Urdu? I can't even remember that. I don't even like. That's how little I feel like I know about Turkmenistan. It's got to be one of the countries I know nearly fuck all about. Oh God. Yes, thank you, chat. Don't worry about it, little Marco. Exactly.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Oh yeah. Honestly, I have always hated Marco Rubio, but in a way I feel bad for him. It's like, and it's probably not even deserved that sympathy, but it's like, I feel like Marco, after getting the job, has basically had to change literally everything. Like, or pretend that he doesn't believe the things that he believes. Or has said all the things that he said in the past. Is the language in Turkmenistan Turkmen? Really? Okay. I guess I was wrong. Thank you, Nadia. Our linguist. Space linguist. Say hi, StreamLord, you're on the car's Bluetooth. Hello, car's Bluetooth. How are you today? Ready to go to work? I hope so. Alright, now let's go from Turkmenistan to India, where Prime Minister Modi addressed the nation in an incredibly lengthy speech, which I believe went for almost 2 hours long, on India's Independence Day, which was last Saturday. It's over the weekend, but we didn't cover this because of the goddamn stream being shut down. Okay, here we go. DW News.
In a lengthy speech to mark India's Independence Day amid a trade war with the U.S., Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged India to move to...
He sold his soul, no sympathy. That's a fair take, Mish. That's a very fair take. Oh, what? Did you change your handle? Did you change your goddamn handle? Am I losing my mind? I could have sworn it was different a second ago. Why can't we just get our goddamn display names back? This is killing me. That's a fair point. He did sell his soul, and I'm being too generous with that sympathy. You got a good point. I'll accept that criticism.
Towards more self-reliance. Modi said everything from fertilizers to jet engines and EV batteries should be manufactured in India. He also vowed to protect farmers and announced lower taxes to boost consumption.
Oh, God. I'm sorry.
But Modi...
I've got stuff to say about this. I should let her go. Let me just take this one more time. Oh, God. I'm just not going to interrupt her for a second. Then I'll get in it.
In a lengthy speech to mark India's Independence Day amid a trade war with the U.S., Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged India to move towards more self-reliance. Modi said everything from fertilizers to jet engines and EV batteries should be manufactured in India. He also vowed to protect farmers and announced lower taxes to boost consumptions. But Modi did not directly mention U.S. tariffs. Donald Trump imposed an additional 25% tariff on Indian goods last week, which would raise duties on some Indian exports to as high as 50%. Our new Daily Bureau Chief, Sandra Petersman, has more. Sandra, what else did Prime Minister Modi say in his speech?
Well, Nicole, he really focused very much on this whole concept of self-reliance. That was the most intense part of his speech. And let me perhaps take you straight to some of his quotes, what he literally really said there. Let me glance at my notes. He said, being dependent on other countries is a recipe for disaster. He then added, to build a truly self-reliant India, we must achieve energy independence. And he then added, we have to be self-reliant in critical minerals too. So to sum it up, from missile and drones to, like you said, EV batteries and even social media platforms to exploring the deep sea and space, India wants to do it itself. That at least is...
You know what I love about this current paradigm, this zeitgeist that we're currently living in with Donald Trump waging all sorts of wars and other sorts of things around the planet, is this. It's stuff like this, where countries that were already headed in a troubling nationalist sort of direction, like India, is now doubling down on ultra-nationalism. It really just, oh, God. It kind of makes me sick inside a little bit because I just start getting these terrible thoughts. Okay, like India, who else is on the fucking list? Who else is going to go full nationalist, isolationist type amidst all of this? When we really need multilateralism across the planet and everyone working together. that sufficiency is necessarily a problem, but when it's coming from a Hindu nationalist like Modi, like, I don't know, it gives me bad vibes. It gives me super bad vibes. Hate to say it, but it's true. I try not to be too vibes based around here, but really bad vibes come off of that. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's go to China.
China! I have to have my China.
Reuters from 2 days ago. Nvidia working on new AI chip for China, according to sources. All right, Reuters, tell us about the chips.
Nvidia is developing a new AI chip for China. That's according to two sources who said the US tech giant will base the chips on its latest Blackwell architecture. They said it will also be more powerful than the H20 model Nvidia is currently allowed to sell there. US President Donald Trump last week implied the firm might be permitted to sell more advanced chips in China. But the sources noted US regulatory approval isn't guaranteed. They say Washington has strong concerns about giving China too much access to US AI technology. The sources said the new chip is currently known as the B30A and its specifications aren't completely finalized. They added Nvidia hopes to deliver samples to Chinese clients for testing as early as next month. Nvidia said in a statement, "We evaluate a variety of products for our roadmap so that we can be prepared to compete to the extent that governments allow." The US Department of Commerce did not respond to a Reuters
It's autarky more than it's just isolationism. Yeah, yes, in the words that Modi is talking about, it's absolutely specifically as it relates to self-reliance on trade and production of goods in the country. Yes, but it gives me isolationist, nationalist vibes, or certainly the nationalism aspects of it. It just gives me concerns because, of course, we've seen what Hindu nationalism India's has done and has led to in India: ethnic cleansing, disenfranchisement of voters, and all sorts of other terrible things. And I don't know. I just get bad. Like I said, I just get bad vibes from hearing Narendra Modi talking about things like that. We don't need you. We don't. I'm not sure we need you to be more like that. Wait. Mish, are you telling me that YouTube is planning on rolling this out across YouTube and we are being used as a fucking guinea pig because we're a small channel? Fuck that. Fuck that. Who doesn't want their display name to be why would you want your handle to be? This is idiotic. I'm gonna send to YouTube another message. Last time this happened, I sent them a message. I think I'm gonna do it again because I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of these goddamn chat handles. I want us to go back to having our beautiful display names. It's also like the other problem is that the handles, like, there's no spaces in it, and it totally throws off like my visual cues, like when I'm looking at the chat, or like out of the corner of my eye for what I would normally like recognize a name, and it totally throws me the fuck off, and it's killing me. I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna speak to YouTube's manager.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. While we're talking chips, let's talk about what Donald Trump and the Trump administration is considering doing. Something which I find to be truly fascinating, as this is sort of a strangely socialist plan for Donald Trump. I mean, it's not a full nationalization of these industries, but Donald Trump, the Trump administration, is looking to purchase its way into owning portions of Intel, AMD, and other US-based chip manufacturers. Go full Karen. Yes, that's my plan. I'm going to go full Mecha Karen. Speak to YouTube's manager about this goddamn display name shit. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Chips.
The US has confirmed it could invest in Intel, but government involvement in the sector might not stop there. Speaking Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was in talks for a 10% stake in the troubled chipmaker.
And it's a creative idea that has never been done before to ensure that we're both reshoring these critical supply chains while also gaining something of it for the American taxpayer.
However, Reuters sources say the administration is looking into taking stakes in other chip makers too. That's focused on firms that took money under the so-called CHIPS Act, which provided funding to build factories in the country.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Oh my God. I mean, I'm fairly certain this is not because Donald Trump actually believes in socialism, but has something to do with his objection to Joe Biden and the CHIPS Act. But does anybody remember what I used to say about the CHIPS Act during the Biden presidency? We haven't talked about the CHIPS Act literally all year, to my recollection. Anybody remember what I used to say? Remember what I used to say about the CHIPS Act during 2024 at all, while we were under Biden? Anybody? Because this is literally what I was saying should have happened originally under the fucking CHIPS Act, is that if we're going to give Intel, TSMC, and AMD, all these whatever manufacturers in the United States a bunch of money and literal billions of dollars, we should have a stake in the company, right? It should be quasi-nationalized. I said it like a half a dozen times last year because for whatever reason, the CHIPS Act came up a bunch of times. I was like, there are some good reasons. There's some good things in the CHIPS Act, and there's some bad things in the CHIPS Act. And that was one of the things I felt was not, up to par. And so, now Trump is doing the thing that I'm feeling weird.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
All right, let's keep going here. From China down south to Indonesia now. This one I was actually planning to do on Sunday, Fun Day last weekend, but I figured I would just do it today because it's been a rough stream, and I feel like we need something to pick our spirits up at the very end of this. Let's go to Indonesia and talk about a trend which has been slowly taking over in the country. Here's first post 2 weeks ago. Whoopsies. That's the wrong screen. There we go.
No matter how hard or impossible it is, never lose sight of your goal. These famous words were said by a pirate leader, not in real life, but in the world-famous Japanese anime, One Piece.
Oh, chat, you're all killing me right now. I do love you. Is the CHIPS Act the one that legalized Drag Story Hour? Jesus fucking Christ. Yup, that was the one. Yup, that's it. Oh, God, well played. Jesus Christ.
Of your goal. These famous words were said by a pirate leader, not in real life, but in the world-famous Japanese anime, One Piece. It is quite popular the world over, especially in Indonesia. So much so that Indonesians have taken these words to heart. This Southeast Asian country is celebrating its 80th Independence Day later this month. It is really a big deal. Their president, Prabowo Subianto, has asked people to fly the national flag. Instead, people are hoisting black flags, the black pirate flags with skulls from One Piece. They believe this is a silent protest, an act of defiance. But to the government, it's a major red flag. Our next report tells you why.
This is the world's third largest democracy, Indonesia, and it is all set to mark its 80th Independence Day on the 17th of August. This is the country's most important civic celebration. So, year after year, in the lead up to the national holiday, the red and white flag was seen everywhere, from public spaces to outside of homes, even on people's cars. But this year is different. For the past few weeks, instead of the traditional flag, another emblem is popping up across Indonesia. The Jolly Roger flag. This is a black flag bearing a skull with a straw hat. It is a fictional pirate flag. From the popular Japanese anime, One Piece. This is one of the most popular franchises in the world, and it has a large fan base in Indonesia. In the series, the Jolly Roger flag is carried by pirates who are determined to challenge the draconian regime. The flag is a symbol of resistance. So now, Indonesians are using it to express their discontent with the government. Because for many, the country's hard-won democracy is under threat. They fear a return to the dark days, when Indonesia was ruled by military dictator Suharto for 32 years. He blurred the lines between the civilian and military government. He was forced out of office in 1998, but in recent months, Suharto's former son-in-law, the current President Prabowo Subianto, has done something similar. He has pushed controversial legislative changes that allow the military to have a bigger role in the government, whereby military...
There we go. Indonesians, fearing that their country is slipping backwards into a military dictatorship, are banding together and flying the One Piece flag rather than the Indonesian flag in a show of distaste and protest towards the government. I'm starting to think we need to start flying the goddamn One Piece flag around here, because we are headed into a similar situation right now. I'm starting to think that I might literally start flying a goddamn One Piece flag in the spaceship. Prepare yourself. I don't know how long it's going to take me to come up with the art for that, or whether or not it's going to be an actual waving flag or a solitary, sedentary, that's the wrong word too, static flag, I guess really is the word I'm looking for. Static image. But I am very tempted to start flying that flag around here. I think we might all need to start flying that flag. The straw hat clique rises up. Yes, exactly. The straw hat clique must now form in the United States as well. America! Fuck yeah! Because we may have a serious fight ahead of ourselves. All right, one more on this. This is that last one was from 2 weeks ago, so this has been ongoing. Here's ABC News Australia now from 6 days ago. If you can't tell, I'm reveling in this particular situation.
Japanese anime One Piece has become the source of a new symbol for resistance in Indonesia. The Jolly Roger flag, showing a skull wearing a straw hat, has started to pop up across the country as part of a social media trend. It comes as the country marks 80 years of independence this Sunday, with the president urging people to raise the Indonesian flag. Well, for more, reporter Natasha Salem joins us in the studio. Natasha, tell us, how did this come about? Why is this symbol being used?
So the trend actually started on social media, where people started posting images, videos, or even changing their profile pictures into the Jolly Roger flag. And to them, this is actually a symbol of resistance. This is their way of saying or expressing their disappointment towards the government, because there's actually instances in the series.
Wait a second, this dude made a goddamn flag drone. This dude is a freaking G.
Distance. This is their way of saying or expressing their...
Look at this guy. He's got the fucking remote in his hand. Propeller up here in the front. I didn't even notice this when I was watching this earlier. Oh, that just made this 10 times better. Jesus Christ. Stationary, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Come on, Soul Life. You know that I struggled to come up with words 9+ hours into the stream. Flags with sedentary lifestyles have Jesus Christ, Mozart. Not flag. Chat is on fire today. You're all on fire. I'm seeing a lot of funny shit in chat today. You're all impressing me.
That's hot.
Okay. Holy shit. Okay, what was I doing? I forgot. Oh, right. Reveling in the takeover of Indonesia by the Straw Hat Clique.
Or expressing their disappointment towards the government, because there's actually instances in the series itself where the main characters, who are the pirates, are faced with the authorities and that they have to find a way to get around them to get their goals. So people see this symbol as a perfect logo, as a perfect thing to represent their frustration towards the government in Indonesia.
What has the reaction from the government been?
So it's interesting to see the reaction from the government, because they've also been divided on this case. Some government officials have said that this is an attempt to divide the nation and to break the unity of the nation. But some hasn't really commented on this. Even the Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto said, like, according to his secretary, he said that this is just an expression of creativity. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, but how fucking pathetic and weak do you have to be to claim that that people flying an anime flag is a threat to the security of the nation?
This is ridiculous!
Fucking pathetic. Get over yourself. All right, let's go to Japan now. And economic numbers coming out of Japan are woefully dismal. Here is Reuters from yesterday. Apparently, exports have logged their biggest drop in 4 years amid the U.S. tariff war. Reuters. There you go, pal. There you go.
Japan's exports logged the biggest monthly drop in over 4 years in July. The plunge, shown by government data Wednesday, comes as the impact of US tariffs intensifies. It raised concerns about the outlook for the export-reliant country. Total exports from the world's 4th largest economy dropped 2.6% year-on-year, its biggest since February 2021. This fall was larger than analyst expectations and marks a 3rd straight month of decline. Exports to the US in July fell by 1/10 from a year earlier, with automobiles slumping over 28%. However, in volume terms, car exports fell just 3.2%.
Oh my god, that is devastating for Japan's economy. Cars are one of their biggest I think it might be their biggest export. Holy shit. Down 28%? Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
It suggests Japanese automakers' price cuts and efforts to absorb additional tariffs have partly shielded shipments. In April, Washington imposed 25% tariffs on cars and auto parts and threatened 25% levies on most other Japanese goods. It struck a deal in July that's lowered tariffs to 15% in exchange for a US-bound $550 billion Japanese investment package. The agreed tariff rate on automobiles, Japan's largest export sector, is still far higher than the original 2.5%. Exports to other regions were also weak, data showed, with those to China down 3.5%.
God damn. This is not good for Japan. At all. And if anything, I think this is going to... At some point, there is a point in which the dam will break on interest rates, which will potentially throw their the yen into serious flux. But of course, we talked about it last year, how the Bank of Japan was, after many years, I don't know, I can't remember the exact year, Japan was the first central bank to do something called quantitative easing. It's what the United States did in the wake of the 2009 financial collapse to help spur economic growth. Which, of course, I still have. I mean, let's not get into whether or not that's actually effective for everyone. But the fact is like, if if growth plummets in Japan, they will not be able to continue on the path that they are on right now with interest rates in the slightest. And they've already paused interest rates this year, but I mean they very well may have to completely reverse course to spur growth, and that would be very, very weird. Considering it was like, oh god, I think it was like December. It was like 8 months ago, approximately, I think, that they first started raising interest rates. GNN is the only chat to gain viewers at 6 in the morning. Look, we're special, okay? We're special. We do things different around here. You know, we start our streams at times that other streams would never fathom starting a stream. But honestly, I mean, like I started this in February of last year, and one of the reasons why I started, it's not all of the reasons, but I saw that there was like a big hole in leftist YouTube live streams after a certain time. And so I just like, oh, well, maybe if I'll do it like late night streams and give people a place. I'm already have like, borderline insomnia. Might as well just lean into that and, create a space for people to, to get some curated news content in the middle of the night, or for people that are, overseas. Okay, oh boy, we are down to the penultimate video of the night. Oh god, I forgot. How did I forget about this one? Jesus Christ. I should have put the Indonesia stories after Japan. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Wait, the FBI is currently raiding John Bolton's house? Jesus Christ. What do they expect to find at John Bolton's house? Oh my god. What are they going to find? His former Defense Department badge from the Trump administration? I mean, what exactly are they looking for? That is fucking dumb. Okie dokie. All right, we're going to stay in Japan. This is really a troubling story. And it's something that I have touched on in the past, especially as it relates to Russia, Ukraine, and the sort of failure of the Budapest Accords and the denuclearization, like the de-armament of Ukraine in the 90s. And I've said in the past that the fact that the Budapest Accord wasn't held up by the United States was going to lead to other countries wanting nuclear weapons. And we've talked about how other NATO member countries that are near Ukraine have been talking about wanting nuclear weapons. And now Japan, of all people, are talking about wanting nuclear weapons. That's right. I know that sounds fucking insane, since 2 weeks ago we were talking about the what do you call it? The anniversary, I don't know if there's another word for it, but the Remembrance Day of the dropping of the bomb on Hiroshima. But here we are, Reuters, 2 days ago. Trump shock spurs Japan to think about the unthinkable. Nuclear arms.
Oh shit.
Shit. Please shut up, sir. Thank you. God damn it. I forgot. This one has subtitles. Okay. This isn't at all disturbing to me. Okay, here we go. Volume. Go. I do think that if Japan wants to show the world that it too should be reckoned with, then maybe it really should have nuclear weapons.
Tatsuaki Takahashi grew up in Hiroshima.
The city of Hiroshima lies prostrate after the withering blast.
On August 6, 1945, an atomic bomb dropped by the United States left the city in ruins and eventually claimed more than 200,000 lives. The memory of that day spurred pacifist Japan's anti-nuclear movement and the adoption of its 3 non-nuclear principles: never to produce, possess, or allow nuclear weapons in its territory. But 80 years on, that pledge is being tested.
China has been increasing its military spending rapidly, raising concerns that they might invade Taiwan. And if that were to happen, I fear that Japan could be the next target. Then there's North Korea, which keeps shooting missiles, even though they are tests. They fire them quite frequently.
Japan has relied on the U.S. nuclear umbrella, Washington's promise to defend its allies with the full force of its military, including nuclear weapons. Then, Donald Trump was elected on an America First platform, and his criticism of traditional U.S. allies and alliances has raised concerns over just how reliable American security commitments are. For years, Takahashi said he believed in peace through diplomacy. But now he says Japan may need nuclear weapons to stay safe.
I think it would be quite significant if the U.S. were to withdraw. Japan has the self-defense forces, but they're not an army. So it's impossible for Japan to defend itself. That means there would be nothing to protect us. We wouldn't be able to defend ourselves.
And it's not just civilians questioning the status quo. In March, ruling party politician Rui Matsukawa attended a security summit in England. Her observations there reinforced growing concerns about whether the U.S. would come to Japan's aid in a conflict with China, as Europe was awakening to the fact that it could no longer rely so heavily on the U.S. to guarantee its security.
I think we have to be prepared. The U.S. will basically come into the mode of isolationism. And then they are busy with their own things. They don't care much about the world.
The March meeting in England made Matsukawa realize that U.S. security guarantees were no longer...
Yo, this woman is a badass. Why does she have a gleaming axe on her desk? Or I guess it's really more of a machete. Holy shit. Don't want to fuck with her.
Given. But Japan was in a different position to Europe, she said. It's surrounded by nuclear-armed neighbors. China, which is rapidly expanding its arsenal, North Korea, and Russia.
So the rest of the world needs to think about, during this period, we need to work together and then fill the gap, the vacancy that's created by the US withdrawal in economy or maybe in the world affairs or rule making.
But she says at a time of geopolitical upheaval.
Yeah, this is an incredibly fucking disturbing story for just a litany of reasons. I literally don't even know where to start. I've already covered some of them. But the fact is, I mean, like, we've been talking about how we're on the brink of World War III. Suddenly we have Japan talking about, like, decades and decades and decades of outright objection to, nuclear weapons for good fucking reason, are suddenly considering, even if it's in sort of piecemeal, tangential ways, of undoing all of that is fucking terrifying to me. But the fact is these people make a good point. I mean, Japan is littered with U.S. Army bases, but if the United States is not going to defend Japan in the case of an invasion or whatever, attack of some sort, then in this case, I mean, why wouldn't Japan be concerned about being self-reliant? Because they haven't had an army since the end of World War II. Right? And like, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is literally the worst timeline ever. We are Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
Settle down, Omarosa. Oh my God. It's hurting me right now. He being right about the fucking worst things. I wish I could be Nostradamus about great things. Like, I don't know what the lottery numbers are going to be this Saturday. I don't know if you've heard, but there's like a $700 million lottery. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's whatever. I don't play the fucking lottery. But I don't know. I wish I could be, you know, the Nostradamus of good things. Like when it is we're going to solve climate change. Something like that. Oh, God. All right. All right, let's go here. Final fucking story of the night. To New Zealand. nzherald.co.nz from yesterday. 20,000 secondary school teachers go on strike over their latest pay offer.
Right here we've got just a few of the 20,000 teachers striking for better pay, lots of different things here. They tell me it's not just about pay, it's about getting better, more support for them, it's understaffing issues, a lot of things. I haven't spoken to a single teacher on the scene here who says they wouldn't prefer to be in a classroom today rather outside on this picket line.
And what exactly are they saying about the government's response? Because we know Judith Collins has been pretty feisty in her language. Do they have anything to say about that?
Look, they are overwhelmingly disappointed by the response of the government in reaction to this pay rise, everything they're saying. They're saying they're not being backed by the government and they need to be backed in order to teach kids. They need better support, they need more teachers, they need better pay.
What is the plan for the rest of the day? Are they going to be here just for the morning rush hour, or are they going to be protesting throughout the day, Rachel?
Look, the teachers I've spoken to on the scene here do intend on being here throughout the school day. They arrived here at 7 a.m. in order to get the morning rush. As you can hear behind me, there's a lot of cars honking.
I can't quite read what this sign says. I think it says the 90s called. They want their salaries back. It's hard to tell because her body is blocking it. I really want to know what's on that sign.
A lot of cheering going on. They're planning on keeping this up for as long as there's traffic on this busy road.
And what about the students? There's been some comment from the government this morning that...
Jesus Christ. This is what happens every single time a strike happens in a capitalist fucking nation. United States, New Zealand, doesn't matter. If someone goes on strike, if teachers go on strike, what about the kids? If railroad workers go on strike, what about people's transportation? And it's like, you're missing the fucking point. If you care so much about the kids, if you care so much about people getting to work, pay the people what they deserve. Wow, we just got through 120 videos, chat. Pretty impressive. Took us only 9.5 hours. That's a cinch. Well, it looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Erin W, Schmeckley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of 10 cents a day, $3 a month. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? What do we listen to right now? Well, it's a lot of ones in chat. We better start this super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream soon. Let's see. You know what? Let's rock this.